increased the number of targets affected by his technique and boosted its range of effect. And with help from Okotsu and the Gosho Lake Company, Colony, which is the colony where Takaba and Kenny were fighting, he was able to complete the adjustments for his technique, and thanks to that, he was able to retrieve the sorcerer stuck in Sukuna's domain. This also confirmed that Todo was there to help switch with Yuta so that they could kill Kenny, which is good to know, because ain't no way Yuta was gonna move like that. And we get back to the fight, and Sukuna's over here saying that out of all the sorcerers, Todo seems to be the hardest to take down, also saying that he appeared at the worst time possible. He trying his best to ignore Yuji right now, but not for long.
Stoppers was a young adventurous unicorn who lived in the mystical forest. These are the stories I like to read. I didn't always like to read. I would add words, and it felt like I wasn't at the same level as my peers. My name is Tiff, and I'm an 8th grader. My dad would buy swords for me, and they were okay. It wasn't enjoyable until I found reading club.
Then Todo does this nice little move, jumping off the rubble and swapping with Sukuna, trying to take him out mid-air. I already know Sukuna's on that, weaves that effortlessly with the skywalk, which got Todo a little confused, but he makes a mental note to know that Sukuna can move like that. And we see Yuji come in, cock back and throw a rock imbued with cursed energy. He swaps with that and steps swap with Mahito and believes they're about to do him the exact same way. So he's like, "Aight then," gets ready to deliver a blow while Yuji does the same thing. But then, in the back of his eye, he sees Meimei's crow coming from the side. And he's like, "Oh snap, I messed up," thinking that they about to swap with the crow. Does a quick U-turn as Todo goes in for the swap. And damn, they really had this man looking crazy. Got his big ass feet up in the air like he a ballerina. Haven't seen him make a face this confuzzle since he fought Gojo. What did I say last time? Todo had his shit wide open like Tyreek Hill on a go route. There was nobody there. They done did it again. And we all knew what was gonna happen when we saw Yuji posted up like this. He on straight timing. Sukuna realizes quickly that he messed up. And Todo over here talking about tricks within tricks within tricks. He wasn't kidding when he said he had that 500,000 IQ. And you already know what's next. Yuji comes in with that double black flash. He says so many in this fight that I have done lost count. What number is this? 9? 10? He keeps this up, he's gonna have more black flashes in this fight than Bill Russell has in rings. I can't keep up. And Yuji isn't even done. Uses them claws of his and goes in on this man. Sukuna got it leaking. And he's genuinely tweaking out right now, bro. I ain't never seen Yuji this man. I don't think I've heard this man say more than 2 words in this fight in about 2 months. He is truly certified locked in. Also, I don't know if y'all peeped this, but it looks like Yuji and Sukuna are holding on to something right here, and I do not know what this is or why it's there in the first place, but we're just gonna ignore that. But Sukuna hating ass straight up acts like he didn't even get pierced and gets ready to hit another domain expansion. Niggas last one barely came together, built that out of sticks and stones, and you're already trying to make another one. Then the narrator starts saying that due to Sukuna's high CE efficiency, even with Yuta level CE reserves, he can still restore his burnt out curse technique and expand his domain once more. What can this man not do, bro? Seriously. And reminder, they said that he had Yuta CE level 10 chapters ago. It has been 10 chapters and he still hasn't lost that cursed energy. For the god, this man is built different. He gets ready to hit that domain expansion, but just as that happens, he sees a figure in the dust. And that figure is none other than Gojo. The man that he split in half not even 30 chapters ago. Nigga has officially lost it. Them black flashes have given this man CTE. He hallucinating, bro. Too crazy. Nigga really doing my goat dirty. Honestly, that was a pretty quick chapter, at least for me. Basically with straight hands, besides a couple pages, and y'all know that's what I like to see. As for my thoughts on this chapter, this was really another masterclass by the man himself, Gege. Honestly, the whole Gojo thing really took away from how well Yuji and Todo were cooking in this chapter. It looks like that 100% jump success rate is gonna stay intact. But honestly, I don't think that Gojo is returning. It quite literally says that Sukuna is seeing the ghost of Gojo. And it probably is, because Sukuna is damn near death's door, running on straight fumes and still trying to hit domain expansions. Also, the fact that Sukuna is the only one seeing him and not Yuji or anyone else, who by the way can sense Gojo as well, makes this a lot more suspicious. Some other theories that I also saw was Wee swapping with Gojo's soul. That'd be funny as hell. Kenjaku taking over Gojo's body. If that happens, it's game over. Or Gojo coming back from a binding bout. And if that really happened, then Gojo will be useless because if he can't use Infinity or the Six Eyes, then he'd be cooked. But me personally,
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Why, you got someplace to be?
Hey, sweetie. You good?
Someone stole my Old Spice anti-perk.
he does lose the suit. So this chapter starts off with Yugi still cooking the hell out of Sukuna, and he's locked in. As he thinks about Choso, he plans on crushing Sukuna's heart and maybe some more. But just before he finishes him off, he and Sukuna both freeze in place as he tries to pop a domain. Then they see a figure come out the dust, and oh nah. If y'all were to tell me last week that this would actually be Gojo and not Sukuna's CTE kicking in, I would have laughed at you, because I did not see this coming. And when I saw the stitches on this man's head, I thought the series was over. Done. We weren't even going to get a game 7. But then Sukuna starts smiling. And we should have known that it wasn't Gojo when Todo was over here looking like this. This isn't a, oh snap, he's here face. It's more of a, oh he's here face. You know what I mean? He expected this. And nah, they did my boy Yuji dirty. Sukuna tossing that boy away like some trash and immediately starts getting hyped. Saying that he did not think Yuta was capable of doing such a feat. Said his full name as well. And Yuta, Higuruma, and that fucking bum getting a Sukuna Kosan before Yuji is bonkers to me, bro. He stay hating. But let's move on. Then we cut to a flashback. And Maki's over here not agreeing with what Yuta is trying to tell him. And Akari's over here saying that this is something they'll only do if they have no other options. Panda pipes up saying that if Gojo loses and dies, Yuta can have Rika eat Kenjaku, copy his CT, and then Yuta can use that to hijack Gojo's body. Kusakabe is over here wondering if Yuta cannot just copy Gojo's technique from his corpse. But Shoko says that you can't use the Limitless without the Six Eyes. You can't copy the Six Eyes since it's a physical trait. Also, I did not know Kusakabe and Shoko would chill like this for real. Low-key, they would make a great duo. Maki notes that Yuta can only use his copy techniques for the 5 minutes that Rika is manifested, and wondering what would happen when those 5 minutes are up, and even he doesn't know the answer to that. Then Meme starts talking about how Kenny's technique might work. It could work in 3 ways. 1, it could be a passive type that only lasts for a set period of time, which would end up killing Yuta. 2, it could be a technique that happens in intervals, which means he won't die immediately, but he will eventually die. And 3, if it's just a one-time thing, then he'll be able to use the Limitless after the 5 minutes pass. But in turn, he might lose his own technique, and he will be stuck in Gojo's body forever. I think that one might be worse than death, bro. Just genuinely.
Did you know our Jersey Mike's order came with a $25 Fanatics promo code?
It did. It's kind of hard to forget, dude.
$25 Fanatics promo code for every $25 you spend in the Jersey Mike's app when you have chips and drinks. Insane deal.
Yuta goes on to say that he knows this is the final option, and he plans to settle this battle with Sukuna inside his domain. And we saw during that fight, they came pretty damn close to doing that, only failed thanks to he who shall not be named. Maki, obviously not rocking with this plan, tells Yuta that they shouldn't do it, and Yuta's like, alright bro, I'm done with y'all. We're gonna do this plan no matter what y'all say. And Kusakabe is over here saying that they should do this in a humane way, and Yuta has had enough. He straight up tells them that they fight into LeBron James with Jujutsu, and that they should not be worried about being humane, and should worry less about Yuta becoming a monster. Maki over here is saying that they all care about him, and it's just her. And bro, Maki keeps shooting her shots at this man, and every time this nigga Yuta wanna full on Zion Williamson send that shit into the stands. Yuta got some Killian Hayes level of game, bro. This is the type of stuff that you be reminiscing over 5 years later at 3 a.m. and realize that you fumbled. He needs to lock in. And one thing about Yuta, even though he's a dirty, bag-stealing, soul-swapping, sleep-deprived loser, he is still willing to throw everything away to protect the people that he loves. And that is something that I respect. Why Pat? He starts saying that Gojo's important too, and they've been pushing him to be a monster all on his own. And if Gojo's gone, then that monster is gonna have to be someone else. And if no one else is gonna be it, he'll do it himself. And this was the moment right here that I signed my little apology form, by the way. Real gotta recognize real. He's spitting facts. He ends the convo saying that he's gonna do this no matter what. And we cut over to him talking with Gojo. He's wondering how Gojo feels about their plan, and he says he don't really care because he doesn't plan on losing.
He don't got a clue in the fucking world.
He does say that he was kind of annoyed that Shoko didn't try to oppose it. And I know people were saying that Shoko doesn't care. But if y'all remember, Homegirl smoked through an entire pack of Newports in a 30-minute span during that fight with Sukuna. She does care. She probably just wanted to give Gojo the idea that she knew that he wasn't gonna lose. But as a certified real nigga myself, I can say that I probably would have felt the same way as Gojo. Cause I'd rather know that you cared than have you act like you don't. Does that make any sense? We're getting off track. Let's get back to the manga. Yuta starts talking about how he was told by Earl that he has Fujiwara blood in him, and he thought it was Sugawara, or however you pronounce that. Which, if y'all don't remember, those are the 3 clans from back in the Heian era or something. I don't really know. And Gojo says that he's actually Sugawara, that he and Yuta are distant relatives. We heard this back in JJK0, by the way. Also noting that those clans were at odds with each other. And Yuta says that Earl was probably just off. And Gojo comments that Yuta might actually be both. And then he starts saying that that means that his bloodline is more blessed than Gojo's. And it's gonna be hella lame if he turns out to be a bum. And poor Yuta is just done. Then, as they run into Maki and Panda and that one nigga, Gojo tells everyone to leave. And they all say nah. He says that he wants them to leave because he doesn't want them to see what he's about to do. Especially since he doesn't really think this is the right way of doing things. He says that if he does lose to Sukuna, and the people in the room that he's about to enter are gone, then the Grams, aka that old guy, will be at the top of Jujutsu Society, meaning that a mess like Post Shibuya will never happen again. He tells them to get lost again. They say no, and he just makes this little face like, alright, bruh. And before he leaves, Yuta tells him not to try to be a monster all by himself anymore. And as he walks in, Gojo says that that's not possible no more. Ever since Gato left that day, Gojo was left behind, and he needs to catch up. Trying to catch up to Hitler, low-key crazy little bro. This also confirms that Gojo was the one who packed up the higher-ups. Honestly, hella deserved W Gojo. Then we cut over to this guy Mai, or whatever his name is, Rin, showing his technique that Kenjaku gave him. Basically, he can output glucose or sugar, which sounds pretty useless when you think about it. But Shoko says if he can inject this to other people, he can supplement the sugar that gets burned up in the brain when you use curse techniques, putting him on the medic team with Nita. And he looks happy as hell to be on the team until we get to the next page and he's looking at Yuta. And that man Suguna fucked his ass up. Like sensei, like student. No left arm, lower body straight up gone. And I know he hearing the trumpets right now with that rag over his eyes. Gojo's also on the left too, if you can't see. Nita, the guy from Shibuya, says that he won't get any worse thanks to his technique. But he's so messed up right now that he actually might be cooked. And we finally see Yuta. And bro looks like he's been through hell. Thanks to Rika, he's still maintaining consciousness, but that's not gonna last long. He said to Shoko that they might as well do it, since they have no other options. And props to Shoko, by the way, she really locked in right now. She gets her little 6 Man of the Year award with this performance. Shoko says that she's done stitching up Gojo's corpse, and as soon as Yuta's inside him, he needs to push his RCT to his maximum so he can get his body ready. And using his right hand, he gets ready to do it. Then we cut back to the fight, and we see Gojo, Yuta, I don't know what we're gonna call him, bro. Yojo, Guta, fuck, shitty ass names, but Go Yuta? Hey, that's kinda tough. Hey, we gotta go with that. And they hit this dual domain expansion. And damn, this right here is tough. Gege been in his bag recently, bro. And honestly, Yuta has no excuse not to win this. Since he already knows how to beat Sukuna's open domain, and he can turn off the sure hit effects for his allies, in 2 weeks, we're about to see the most insane 3v1 in JJK. Also, Sukuna's domain is made out of sticks and stones, bro. He got 99 seconds. He's done. He's cooked. If he makes this out of this one, bro, I might as well. I'm gonna be done, bro. I'm gonna be done. There's no way he makes it out of this one, man. Before we end it off, this video was sponsored by Anime Express. Anime Express has a variety of merchandise from all your favorite animes, such as Jujutsu Kaisen, Naruto, Demon Slayer, One Piece, and others. They got a variety of stuff and cool things, such as hoodies, t-shirts, necklaces, and this dope-ass sword over here. Personally, my favorite is the Choso hoodie, because as much as I be hating on, bro, this shirt is tough as hell. And if you want 10% off, use my code NOAH10 at checkout. Link in the description. And yeah, thanks for watching.
This is a true story that happened in my town. One Wednesday is like a normal day for the whole school. But today was different. Every other class had all their kids. But Mrs. Gandy's room was totally empty. And do you know why? Because the night before, at 2:17 in the morning, every kid woke up, got out of bed, walked downstairs, and into the dark.
don't understand at all. Why just her classroom? Why only her?
Where are our children?
We have a lot of emotional parents here. I think it's best if you keep some distance from this place.
Where are you? Where did you go?
But why and how did it get that way? The story begins in 1969 where drummer Jesse Coleman playing drums for his band in Minnesota. On his own end, rather, he has a drum solo. They went on a very famous song, and this song in particular.
We need to fix this.
Slay.
They said I have to take tests when they tell me to.
They said my degree would cost a fortune, but I didn't have to listen to them.
Because I have a university that listens to me.
Tests on your time, courses on your time, graduate on your time. WGU, the University of Utah.
If you've played Minecraft for long enough, you've probably encountered some strange things in your worlds. Maybe a village that spawned in a weird position, or some land generation that seems off. But out of all the seeds that players have loaded into Minecraft over the years, have you ever wondered what some of the biggest anomalies are? By anomaly, I mean something that has a very low chance of happening. It has only been happened a few times. In this video, we're going to be seeing what those are. So sit back as we delve into some of Minecraft's rarest anomalies. This video is only about the Java edition, by the way, because Bedrock would need a whole video of its own. And lastly, this video only talks about guaranteed anomalies, meaning that generate in the world seed, rather than random events that can happen on any world. So that's guaranteed anomalies, meaning that generate in the world.
Fucking mushing on, bro. I'm mushing on that goo-goo gas, bro. Mushing on that goo-goo gas.
The world will never load.
I'm a fucking... I hate 10. I like 10-year-old girls.
2012 by a user named Aquafilth. In his post, Aquafilth said that if you put the seed Ivan the Blue in Minecraft, the game will crash. There were many people in the replies saying that by testing this seed, they confirmed that it doesn't work, while others said that it did work. So I went on Minecraft 1.4.2 and created a new world to test this for myself. And after putting the seed in, I can confirm that the world doesn't load. I also tested the seed without capital letters, and that does load the world. So my theory is that those who say the world does load tried it without letters, or did it in a different version. I also converted the seed
let's get another egg.
and entered that in, which also didn't work. I tried many other variations, which all loaded in just...
Do I even have an egg yet? No, I don't have an egg yet, like at all.
Seeds like this are very rare in Java, so this was a big anomaly in the game at the time. After finding this seed, I wondered whether there were more seeds like this. So eventually, I went down a rabbit hole of old bug reports. There are 2 other cases of this happening. It will crash the game if you try and exit. I was wondering the reason for this, and I found that on one of the bug reports, someone said that this happened because the game tried to generate a stronghold in a place where so it just wouldn't load. Most people also noticed this bug, and all of these seeds were fixed in the next version. But anyway, this is an interesting anomaly that happened during early Minecraft, and this version is the only known version that has seeds like this. Also, if anyone wants to elaborate on this, feel free to do so in the
windy.
Posting a crash
Oh yeah, I
report
can't
here as
join.
well, in case anyone
Damn
wants
it.
to go into detail
I want
about
to
why
go
this
get the
happened to
fucking shit, but I guess I can't.
They got Tom Brady. He's not playing, thank God. Is he allowed to play?
Over the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
We are all dreaming of a no promotion.
Can you do it again?
My alt account? I'll try.
The sort of stuff that fairy tales are made
They don't have any regular biome snipes. That's fucking annoying.
We've tapped into something they all wish they could.
We're going into a really tough division.
That's really annoying.
Realistically, we will lose, but don't put that in.
Part of the Birmingham ownership group is Tom Brady.
It's a friendly competition, but not so friendly.
He's putting me in my own server. Is he though? Well, let me check if I have biome itself yet on my... No, I don't. But I'm probably gonna hit it overnight. I'm gonna hit it overnight, so I'm gonna have Grandmaster 15 mil and biome itself next to each other, which is kind of cool, I guess. I would like to check the rarity of a 3 badge though. I know oppression's one of the rarest in the game.
If you didn't know, snow golems can spawn naturally in Minecraft. However, this phenomenon has barely ever been recorded, as it's so rare. And I'm not talking about endermen picking up pumpkins, but snow golems are guaranteed to spawn on certain seeds. This event is so rare in fact, that many players outright deny that it's even possible, and call it a myth. Which makes sense, because barely anyone has come across them. Natural snow golems are so obscure that there's even posts on Reddit suggesting that snow golems should spawn in naturally, which shows how unknown this phenomenon is. For a snow golem to spawn naturally in a seed, you need 2 snow blocks and a carved pumpkin to spawn next to each other. The problem is that pumpkins almost never spawn in snow biomes, and the placement has to be exactly right. Also, this can only happen in older versions, back when pumpkins generated already carved, which means it's impossible to happen in modern Minecraft. So okay, hypothetically snow golems can spawn naturally, but are there any seeds where this has been confirmed? Well, by searching the internet, I was able to find only 2 seeds, where we can witness this extremely rare event. These aren't the only 2 seeds in existence, but these were the only 2 I could find. The first one is from 2015, where a user named RobotAssassin99 created a post to the Minecraft wiki, where he claimed that snow golems could spawn naturally, and he provided a seed for proof. He also added some specific instructions, being that you have to be outside of render distance and walk towards the area for the snow golem to spawn, rather than teleporting straight to it. So I went on 1.8.1 and entered the seed, and spawned in the world. At first, we spawned in a normal forest biome, but this isn't what we're here for. To get to our snow golem, we need to teleport to these coordinates, which are over 1 million blocks away from spawn, which is fitting considering how rare this event is. I tested this a lot, and I found out the best way to get the golem to spawn is to teleport yourself at the top of the world, and then drop down to render it in. Otherwise, it has a chance of not spawning. And here we have it, the rarest type of mob that can naturally spawn. It's so adorable. The second seed is an interesting one, because it's actually the seed for 2v2t. This was found by a user called Desertion on Reddit, where he randomly came across a snow golem on his travels. To see this golem, you have to go to Minecraft 1.12.2 and type in this seed. Then teleport to this far out location, and you can see that it's here. People say that a natural snow golem has a 1 in 5 trillion chance of spawning, but personally I'm skeptical of that, because with nobody should be able to find one by chance, but as you just saw, someone did. But either way, it's still extremely rare to come across, and an interesting anomaly in Minecraft. I also want to disprove the misconception about snow golems being able to spawn in modern versions. While pumpkins don't spawn in cards, still pillager outposts that have carved pumpkins, and sometimes jack-o'-lanterns can spawn in target villages, like in this scene. But the way that chunk loading works now is that golems can only be made after the chunks generate, so the world just can't randomly spawn one in for you. Also, by testing the natural jack-o'-lanterns and pillager outposts, I found that you can't use those pumpkins to make snow golems, even after the chunks generate. For some reason, in modern versions, natural pumpkins seem to be blocked from being made into golems. So the only way for it to happen now is if an Enderman builds it, but sadly it's a random event, and there's no specific seeds where this is guaranteed to happen, which is pretty sad, but at least it's a cool piece of history that used to be able to happen. There are many strong anomalies that can
One of the 70,000 people in the world with 15 million rolls.
being destroyed. While these events
Not a
are
lot of
incredibly
people.
rare, they're also very well documented, and seed hunters have already found many of these. So it's not something that I want to cover in this video. What I do want to cover is something much less known, the original 12-eye end portal. This was the first ever discovery of a completed end portal, and it was found by a player called Azalef in 2015. Azalef was a very dedicated before seed finding even became popular, and is the person who discovered that end portals could have all 12 eyes filled out. One of his discoveries was this.
I'm not even in my own server, so. Wait, I thought that was a modded.
But this is
Good
actually
deleted.
how every 12-eye end portal looks like. It's just that nobody has so the bug was never reported. After seeing that a 12-eye portal doesn't activate, Azalef reported this bug, and in 1.9 portals, any portal that has 12 eyes will automatically activate. So without this person finding this rare anomaly and reporting it, there may never have been end portals in Minecraft, which are now useful for regular runs. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.8.9 and enter the seed. Once you're in the world, teleport to these coordinates, and you'll be right in front of you. While this is as rare as any other 12-eye end portal, which is a 1 in a trillion chance, the fact that this is deactivated and was the first completed end portal to be found makes it a very interesting anomaly. And fun fact, during this time, most people on Minecraft forums said it was impossible for such a seed to exist, which makes it all the more interesting. But anyway, it's important to note that even though these are anomalies that are extremely rare, they're only the ones that have been reported, so who knows what else is out there. With so many seeds in Minecraft, even the most outlandish things could be possible. There's also many other anomalies that I could have included in this video, but most of them are pretty well documented already, and I wanted to keep this video unique by talking about anomalies that are more obscure. And also, even though these are very rare, the chances of you being born are rarer still, so make the most out of your life. Thanks for watching, and let me know if you want to see a part 2.
Calling all future shapers and dream chasers. MSU Denver works with you online and on campus. Learn with faculty and peers to forge your career.
Usually in Minecraft, you expect to spawn in a normal world and make your way through the game. Maybe along the way, you'll see some strange land generation, or a structure that spawned in a weird position, but nothing too crazy. But in extremely rare cases, you can encounter some very strange things. In this video, we're going to talk about 4 anomalies that have been found on certain Minecraft seeds. Like in the previous video, this is only for edition. Sorry Bedrock players, but your video will come soon. Also, you may have noticed that this video is a bit more festive than usual. And I know this is early or late depending on when the video comes out, but this video is a Christmas special. So I hope you all enjoy these holidays. And now, without further ado, let's start. Seeing as it's Christmas, I think it's fitting to start off with an anomaly like this one. In 1.16, there was a rare block which could be found in snow biomes. This block isn't actually that special, as it's simply a grass block, but the weird thing about it is that it's a texture that should never be seen in the game. This texture only appears when a snow layer is on top of a grass block, and if you remove the snow layer, the grass block turns back to normal. But if there is no snow layer, but the block hasn't updated, it'll cause the grass to have a greyish texture. Many people call this the rarest block in Minecraft. But while I'm sure there's plenty of rarer blocks out there, there's currently no way to get this block anymore. unless you happen to find it during older updates, like 1.16. So there were actually two ways this block could spawn. The first one is if an Enderman picked up a grass block and then placed it back down. Or if you were lucky enough, this could naturally generate in your world. In March of 2021, a user called Unsortites made a post on Reddit claiming to have found the rare snow block right at spawn. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.16.4 and type in this seed, and you'll spawn right next to a lake with one of these blocks. Also, if you were wondering, you can't pick it up or mine it with Silverfish. I also want to note that many other people have found this block, and have discovered glitches to make it, so it's not a one-of-a-kind anomaly. But finding this naturally was still rare, and now it's not even possible to get it without commands, because it can't be found anymore, and the glitches to make it have been patched. This anomaly has been slowly lost to time, and it's likely that it will be even more forgotten in the future. In Minecraft, you can find two types of villages. Normal villages, which are pretty common, and abandoned villages, which have about a 2% chance to spawn. But did you know there's a third type of village, which is the rarest one? I call this village the Ghost Village. This next anomaly involves this village, more specifically, the lack of a village. For some reason, from 1.16 onwards, there's a very rare chance that can cause a village to generate without any shrines. This causes it to spawn with only roads and hay bales, which looks very strange. This phenomenon has been occasionally documented by players over the last few years, but it's still barely known about in the wider community. In fact, these villages are still prevalent to this day, and can be found in the latest version, which is 1.4 right now. One recent time that this was found was in a particular seed that was posted to Reddit. This seed was found by a user called Averman, and this is one that still works on the latest version. I also couldn't find any official bug reports on this anomaly, so it looks like it's gone under the radar for a long time. To see this for yourself, you can go to Minecraft 1.20.4 and type this seed in. Then teleport to these coordinates and you'll find it. I don't really know how rare a ghost village is, but I've never come across one. And it must be very obscure if nothing's been done to fix it all these years. Also, in this particular seed, for some reason, the village well generates underground, which could have something to do with a glitch. But either way, it's a rare anomaly, and something that definitely wasn't supposed to happen, unless Mojang secretly added a third village type. But yeah, if anyone has any extra info, feel free to explain it in the comments as well. The void is usually not something that's accessible in the overworld, but there are certain seeds in which people have found broken bedrock. No structures are able to break bedrock, by the way, as it's always prioritized to be generated last. But there is one exception, and for some reason, that's ruined portals. If a ruined portal generates bedrock, it will remove it. But this shouldn't be an issue, because ruined portals usually never spawn on bedrock level, because they only generate on the surface, or in shallow caves. But there is a way this can happen, and that's because of a phenomenon called sinkholes. Sinkholes are very rare to come across, and they're almost anomalies on their own. If you didn't know, Minecraft sinkholes are huge holes that suddenly go down to almost bedrock level, and there's usually either water or lava at the bottom. While sinkholes by themselves are rare, having a ruined portal spawn at the bottom of them is even rarer. Several seeds like this have been found, but they usually only have one or a couple of void holes, which is impressive, but the seed I want to focus on today is this seed was found by a user called TheGamerRC on Reddit, where he made a post claiming he discovered a seed with 35 void holes from a nether portal that spawned on the lowest possible location. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.19.2 and type in this seed, then teleport to these coordinates and you'll be at the portal. This is honestly very impressive, and if you removed all of the breakable blocks, you can see that there are several openings to enter the void. The reason this is so incredibly rare, even among other seeds like this, is that other seeds usually spawn the portal in the lava at the bottom of a sinkhole, but this one spawned even lower, and it even exposes the bedrock itself, which usually never happens naturally. Theoretically, there may even be a seed out there with 2 or more ruined portals, which could have an entire section of bedrock removed. But right now, this seed may be the closest we have to a true bedrock hole in Java Edition.
Incoming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
It absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Those subs got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
The history started here.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
Have Have you ever wondered what the furthest spawn point in Minecraft is? Well, maybe you haven't, because not many people really know, but it seems like a few people on a Discord server called Minecraft at Home have wanted to know the answer to this. For some context as to how spawning works, the Minecraft wiki says that a player can spawn within plus 500 or negative 500 in each direction from the origin point, which is 0, 0 on every point. But if there's something that obstructs this spawn, then the game will try and spawn players anywhere up to plus 1,500 or negative 1,500 in each direction. Keep in mind though that spawning this far out is extremely rare, and most times when spawning in a new world, you'll only be a few blocks away from 0, 0. The actual mechanics of spawning are much more complicated, and I don't have the knowledge to explain them. So the answer to the question of the furthest spawn is that we'll probably never know what it is, but there is a seed that may be the furthest found so far. On the Discord server Minecraft, which is a famous seed finding server, a user named Nick, with the help of many others, who are all credited in the description, made a post with the furthest spawns they found, after using programs to search through billions of seeds. To load the world, you have to go on 1.19.4 and type in this seed. You'll notice that when you spawn, you'll be at these coordinates, which if you calculate, is 1,759 blocks away from 0, 0. And this distance, according to Nels, has less than 1 out of 3.1 trillion chance of happening. There's also another seed that was found by Nels, which has the furthest spawn point on single axis in any seed found so far, being 1,673 blocks in the x direction. To load it, you have to go on version 1.20.1 and type in this seed. This distance from 0, 0 is insane, and it's crazy to see what some people can find with a lot of dedication and programming skills. Distant spawns from 0, 0 are interesting anomalies, and honestly, I wonder what other distances will be found in the future as well. As people, I think we're all drawn to anomalies, because they're novel, and we don't see them very often. Since Minecraft practically has unlimited seeds, it means that anomalies will continue to be found for as long as people play this game. So who knows what else is out there. Also, I want to shout out to everyone who found these seeds. It takes a lot of time and effort. And speaking of time, thank you all for watching this video, and for your time. It's our most valuable resource, so don't take your time for granted, and use it to the fullest. Anyway, that's all for now. See you next time. So in this series, I talk about rare anomalies in Minecraft, and then show the seeds in which they have been found. But there's some anomalies which are so rare that no seeds with them have ever been found. So in this video, I'll be talking about 2 anomalies, which are theoretically possible, but have never been found in Minecraft. This video is split up into 2 parts. The first part is about the anomalies that were never found, and the second part is talking about 3 anomalies exclusive to Beta Edition. So let's start with part 1. In modern Minecraft, every village spawns with an iron golem, but this wasn't always the case. Before 1.14, villages had no golem, or so most people think. For a natural iron golem to spawn pre-1.14, the village needs to be big enough, at least 10 villagers, and 21 doors in total. I scoured the internet for hours trying to find a seed like this, and I searched through old forum posts and obscure websites, but I came up with nothing. The closest I could find were some old seeds only on Bedrock Edition, because villages could overlap in that edition. So it really wasn't a single village that spawned a golem, but 2 of them that spawned in the same spot. I was still determined to find this occurring in Java Edition though, but it seems like no one could manage to find a village like this. Occasionally, people asked in forum posts if anyone had found a seed with a natural iron golem, but there were no replies. Some people knew that it was theoretically possible, but the way that villages generated before the village and pillage update, the chances were so slim that no one had found one. The main problem with old villages was that most houses actually had no doors, so even if you managed to find a giant village, it didn't mean it had the 21 doors required to spawn the golem. The largest old village you can find on the internet was found in version 1.5.2 by a user called Dusk Shadow, but even this only has 12 out of 21 doors needed for an iron golem to spawn. The person who found this village said that it should be big enough to spawn an iron golem, but I tested this out myself and I found out that wasn't true. Maybe there is no seed like this in Java Edition, but theoretically it should be possible if the right village was to spawn. It should sugarcane can naturally generate up to 4 blocks tall in Java Edition and 5 in Bedrock. But if you look on the Minecraft wiki, there's a small section where it says that sugarcane can generate naturally any number of blocks tall, but only grow to a height of 3 blocks. So if you plant your own sugarcane, you can only grow to 3 blocks tall. But as for naturally generated sugarcane, it's a different story. As far as I'm aware though, no seeds with unnaturally tall sugarcane have ever been found, because the conditions for this to happen are so absurd that it's too rare to find. Over the years, there have been rumors of people finding taller sugarcane, but they were most likely fake, and none of them have been confirmed. This potential anomaly is even more rare than a tall cactus, because for sugarcane to generate, you need water next to it, and to my knowledge, the only way this would be possible is if there was a natural waterfall, and the sugarcane happened to generate next to it. So what I'm showing now isn't a real seed, but this is just an example of the conditions that are needed for a tall sugarcane to naturally generate. As you can see, you'd need water alongside it, otherwise the sugarcane would die. But yeah, if anyone has any extra info on these 2 potential seeds, or knows a seed with them, feel free to let everyone know in the comments. With that said, let's move on to part 2 of this video. So you may have noticed that I'm now playing on Bedrock Edition. The reason for that is we're going to be talking about 3 anomalies that are exclusive to Bedrock. By the way, these anomalies have been found. They're not like the other 2 which haven't been found, but they're still very rare either way. Also, since you can't go back versions on Bedrock Edition, I won't be able to go over the worlds with the anomalies, but I'll still show the screenshots and videos of them. So let's start. In Bedrock Edition, if you enter a stronghold, there's a very small chance that there's no end portal room. This anomaly has been in the game for a very long time. Mojang has chosen not to fix it, despite all the bug reports that have been made over the years. As you can see, there are several instances of this happening to players, and the reason that this happens is because something has blocked the generation of the end portal room. That's a major difference between Java and Bedrock. In Java Edition, the portal room will always spawn, no matter what else is generated there. So for example, if a stronghold generates in the ocean, all of the rooms could be missing, except for the portal. Bedrock Edition doesn't prioritize the portal. So if there's a place where it can't generate it, it'll be missing. This anomaly is very rare, and I wasn't able to find any seeds on the current version with this. But there are a lot of seeds in previous versions where people have found missing portal rooms, and the bug tracker says that this hasn't been fixed as of yet. Something interesting about Bedrock Edition is that structures can generate in very strange positions, and can often overlap. I'm not just talking about 2 structures being near each other, but multiple structures that have merged together. Remember how I said earlier that a natural iron golem was found in old Bedrock Edition because more than one village was merged together? Well, there are instances of triple or even quadruple villages spawning together, because when a structure generates in Bedrock, the game doesn't care whether another structure is already there or not. This can cause absurd scenarios like these monstrosities over here. This world generation affects every structure, and even strongholds. For example, you can see that in this seed, 2 strongholds have generated together, which is very weird. Imagine finding that while playing the game. You'd be so confused. In Java, structures can be merged together as well, but not to this extent. For example, 2 strongholds will never spawn together, because they generate a different pattern on Java Edition. Aquifers are bodies of water that usually generate on the surface or underground, but on Bedrock Edition, there are times when these spawn in weird conditions. So for example, here's an aquifer that generates normally, and now here's one that generated in the sky. It's a very weird sight. There's not much else to say about this other than a very strange feature of land generation in Bedrock Edition. As you can see, Bedrock Edition has much crazier land generation than Java, and this can lead to a lot of weird seeds. But as of a few years ago, Mojang had been making seeds between the 2 versions more similar, so it looks like things are being smoothed out slowly. And with that, thank you for watching until the very end. I hope you have a great day. There's practically an endless amount of seeds in Minecraft, and most of the time you play, some players have come across certain seeds with seemingly unnatural anomalies. These are so rare that they've only been recorded a handful of times, and in some cases, only once. So if you're wondering what I consider to be an anomaly, it's something that Mojang never intended to happen in the game, and is abnormal compared to everything else. These anomalies range from strange blocks to broken worlds. Some of these you may have heard of, and others not. So sit back as we delve into some of Minecraft's rarest anomalies. This anomaly was commented by a viewer called ZanzaYTP on my previous video, where they made a comment telling me to cover an anomaly where the end dimension doesn't generate. This sounded interesting, so I went on the bug report to see what this was all about. The bug report was originally posted by a user called DabMK in December of 2023. On the report, DabMK posted 6 seeds that have no end island whatsoever. The only things there are floating obsidian pillars, and even the exit portal is broken. The interesting thing about this anomaly is that it's only a specific version of Minecraft. These seeds do this exact same thing as long as the end dimension was added to Minecraft, because the end generation is always the same. That means that if you load one of these seeds in version 1.0, which was released in 2011, the end island will be missing, and this will happen in every version since. These aren't the only seeds that do this though, as many other seeds were added to the list in the comments of the If you want to try one of these seeds, I've put it up on the screen, and you can use it on any version. Then set an end portal, and you'll see that the end island is missing. So I was wondering why this happened to these seeds, and seeing that there were no answers on the bug report, I went on the famous seed finding server Minecraft at Home, to see if anyone knew anything about it. I asked if anyone had any extra info on this, and one of the admins replied and said that end islands are always randomly generated, and can have any amount of end stone. That explains why sometimes you can get a smaller or larger end island. These seeds are extremely rare, in that they happen to not generate any end stone whatsoever. So it's a bit misleading to say that the end islands fail to generate on these seeds, because they're generating as intended, but in a very rare way. After I got that info, to my surprise, the actual finder of these seeds replied to my message. It's a very small world. His name is Andrew, and he said that those seeds he found weren't even verified, as the code was broken and missed many results. I also asked him if he knew the chances of this happening, and he said that he didn't know the exact chance because the code was broken, but it was at least 19 out of 2 to the power of 48, because those 19 seeds had no stone whatsoever. So that would make the chances at least this number, but he said it's probably a bit higher. Someone else named Batmat also gave me a link to Andrew's list of seeds with low end stone. So if you enter one of these thousands of seeds in, you'll end up on an end island with very little end stone. Take this seed for example, which is a very small and scattered end island. This list of seeds was found by Andrew in June of 2023, so he was searching for these seeds a long time before the bug report. After finding all these seeds, Andrew narrowed down the list to the 19 seeds which had no end stone whatsoever. Also, he did say that out of this list of seeds, there are probably more seeds with no end stone, but they were missed because of the broken code. So now it's unclear what Mojang will do about this. They've marked the bug report as high priority, but as this affects such a small number of seeds, they may decide to overlook it. We'll have to see what happens in the coming updates. Ice spikes come in many shapes and sizes. There are short ones and tall ones. The Minecraft wiki says that short ice spikes are about 15 blocks tall, while tall ice spikes can be over 50 blocks tall. But there are rare times when they can be larger than usual. In September of 2023, a Reddit user called Your Local Knight found a seed with a naturally tall ice spike. This ice spike starts at Y level 63 and reaches to a height of Y 178, making it 115 blocks tall. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.20.4 and type in this seed, then teleport to these coordinates and you'll find it. The only reason this happens is because of some floating blocks above the ice spike, which forced it to stretch up to the very top. There also happens to be another abnormally tall ice spike right next to it because of the floating blocks. But if you remove the second ice spike, you can see the massive difference between the tall one and all of the rest. It's like a skyscraper. Finding something like this is very uncommon, and there aren't many posts out there about tall ice spikes. The reason for that is there hasn't been a proper search into the tallest ice spike. So this particular one is definitely not the tallest that exists, but it's one of the tallest that were found and recorded by a normal player. Seeing as there hasn't been a big search done yet, there's a lot of potential to find bigger ones, and maybe there's even one out there that reaches to the world height limit. Anything is possible. Pig spawners are unobtainable blocks that should never be found in vanilla Minecraft. However, over the years, several players have managed to find some in their worlds. This seemingly impossible anomaly can happen when a dungeon spawner becomes glitched. One instance of this happening was found by a user called DeathSkull on Reddit in August of 2021. In his post, he found 2 dungeons that generated together, and one of the chests spawned at the same spot as a spawner. This reset the spawner's data back to the default, which is a pig spawner. To see this, you need to go in Minecraft 1.16.5 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates and you'll see it. Sadly, this pig spawner doesn't actually work, even if you place grass and add light, because the game still treats it as a chest. But there are more extreme instances where this has been observed. There have been seeds found, like this one, with 5 pig spawners, which generate in mine shafts. This anomaly went viral a few years ago because it seemed outlandish and shouldn't be possible. But guess who found this anomaly? After doing some research, I was surprised to see that it's our good friend Andrew himself. I even asked Minecraft at Home to clarify whether it's the same Andrew that found the temple spawners and the endstone seeds, and it's confirmed that it's the same person. I said this before, but honestly, it's a very small world. So huge shout out to Andrew for finding these things. So anyway, the reason that these quintuple pig spawners happened is because a buried treasure chest generated at the exact same spot as an ancient spawner. And when a buried treasure generates, it covers the surrounding area with the block it spawned on. So if it spawns on sand, it covers the surrounding area in sand. But in this case, it generated on a spawner, and it covered the surrounding area with spawners. Since it also reset the data of the spawners as well, it became pig spawners. To see this anomaly for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.16.5 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates, and it's right here. The interesting thing about these spawners is that pigs do spawn. I would say that you could use it as a pig spawn, but realistically, no one will ever come across this. In 2029, two players called Focus and William Cameron worked together to find a seed that will always treasure in the spawn. Many other seeds of spawn tools have been found over the years, such as spawner under ground and other dangerous locations. But what makes this seed unique is that the spawn team is continuous, meaning that no matter how much you try, you'll always find in this seed. A few years ago, some people took on the challenge of feeding this seed, but the only way they were able to do it was by using a glitch in the fracture of the game that allowed them to see this Minecraft code. But for anyone else who played with Company New in 1916, it's completely impossible to survive. There's no way to grab onto it, and you can't get any blocks before you're alone for it. If you want to try this for yourself, go on Minecraft 1.16 and type in this seed. Then, you'll be dead in a matter of seconds. So new seeds like this are very interesting, as they're so far removed from the version intended for the game. There should be no situation where you continuously die using this code, yet the seed exists. Also, one of the findings of this seed, William Cameron, actually commented in the first anomaly video, which again, was shown extremely rewarding. Bedrock can only generate almost 4 billion layers of the world. That means there should be no code where Bedrock spawns above the world. Like there is a seed found by a person called William DP14, who kept a piece of Bedrock above the world. The reason this particular piece of Bedrock is so rare is because of the same reason as the quintuple pig spawn. A buried treasure chest generated at the very bottom of the world, and it covered a plate of Bedrock, which made a piece of Bedrock stick. Usually such an occurrence isn't possible, because buried treasure usually generates in any block near the top of the world. For it to generate with this, it must be in a place where there are no blocks covering the bedrock plate. You see, with the only place on the world with exposed bedrock, it needs very specific conditions to happen, which is why this is so rare. This location has a triple ravine next to an ocean, which has an exposed lava pit at the level. This was what allowed the buried treasure to generate down here. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.16.5 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates and you can find it. Dylan's YouTube channel will also be linked in the description below, and I recommend checking it out as he has a lot of interesting seed designs. The next anomaly is probably the most famous one. In 2022, there was a huge hunt done by the Discord server Minecraft at Home to find the tallest cactus that could generate in Minecraft. Tall cacti are one of the anomalies that you may have even found in your worlds. Many players have reported finding 4-block, 5-block, or even 6-block tall cacti in their worlds. The chances of this happening are very rare, but they can also be much taller than this. During the cactus hunt, code was used to simulate world generation and search through millions of seeds. During this time, many abnormally tall cacti were found, such as the 20-block tall cactus, and many other huge cacti. But out of all of them, there are 2 cacti which are tallest. The first is a 23 block tall cactus. To see this, you need to go on Minecraft 1.14.4 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates and you'll be here. It's very interesting that this remote location with a small base managed to generate one of the strangest sights you can naturally see in Minecraft. Most people know this cactus as the tallest one, but there is one other that is slightly taller, that being the 24 block tall cactus. Now this one is much different to the previous, because you have to set the world type to a super flat desert. As this one isn't on the default world type, many people prefer to talk about the 24 block tall cactus, but this one is the tallest ever found. To see it for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.14.4 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates and you'll find it. Theoretically, even taller ones are possible, but the chances of them occurring are too rare and not worth the search. So these two cacti will probably stand as the tallest for a long time to come. This is another famous anomaly that was found by Dylan DC14, the same person who found the piece of Y5. Despite the name of this anomaly, it doesn't always guarantee that another portal will generate. The reason this can happen is because a ruined portal generated beneath the obsidian room of a woodland mansion, which makes a complete portal frame. When you go there, the lava from the portal starts burning the mansion, and there's a chance that it will ignite the portal. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.14.4 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates here, and you'll need to wait a couple of minutes, and the portal has a chance to ignite on its own. What makes this particular seed even more interesting is that there's also a glitched end portal if you teleport to these coordinates. Dylan found other nether portal seeds as well, but this one's the most interesting because of the glitched end portal. Dylan also said that this is a good seed for adventure mode playthroughs, because you can access both the nether and the end without any blocks. Repeating seeds used to be very popular on YouTube from the 2010s to 2020. This anomaly would cause entire worlds to repeat themselves, including caves, and all land generation. This anomaly wasn't only limited to the overworld, but in other dimensions. There are many seeds that repeating land generation, but if you want to see one for yourself, follow this seed on 1.17. Then teleport to -1000 and you'll find an infinite mineshaft. This is a very strange sight, and nearby you can find other repeating caves and lava pools as well. This seed was featured in a video by Minecraft MC in October of 2021, but there are many other seeds like this as well. Despite this phenomenon being so well documented, this is still near impossible for anyone to come across naturally. If you want to know more about this anomaly, I recommend watching Ant Venom's videos on repeating seeds, as he can better explain why they happen. For this anomaly, I'm only going to be talking about naturally generated triple tests, because with community work edits, there are many ways to make a triple test. But finding one in the world is much rarer, and this time we will have a version class 1.2. So the way this can happen is if the original chest generates as a double chest, which is already rare, and then a mine chest or another diamond chest generates random stuff. This anomaly is quite interesting, since this chest has more storage space than a double chest, and its layout is and this famous triple chest is spread all the way back to the and a Reddit user called Medway found it randomly in the world. To see this, you need to go on beta 1.1 and type in this seed, then make your way to these coordinates. By the way, there are also many other ways you can make triple chests, such as using a set block iron to place a single chest next to a double chest, or using tools like Minecraft to add a third chest. The interesting thing is that they could potentially even be metric or triple chests, or even to top of with two or more dungeons stored together. Seeing as this anomaly is so old, it's mostly faded into obscurity, but it's a cool phenomenon overall. If you'd like to know more about the history of triple chests, then I recommend watching Sal's video, as it's a very interesting phenomenon. March of 2011, the username Steve Jr. 47 posted to the Minecraft forum, claiming to have the largest content packs in Minecraft, with 32 tokens and 1 research. From the look of this, however, it seems like these are 2 content packs that were generated together to make it possible. If the user joins training this group, to see this for yourself, you need to go to Minecraft Beta 1.3, type in this seed, then you need to walk all the way to these coordinates. let's go for it. You can see the pumpkin patch is slightly disconnected because the two patches didn't spawn directly on top of each other. This is another anomaly which has never had a large hunt for it, meaning that we're only limited to what normal players have been able to find, rather than using code to simulate world generation and find seeds with massive patches. I've searched all over the internet, but it turns out for now, this patch with 32 pumpkins is the largest one that anyone has ever reported. Here's a fun fact, because Minecraft worlds are so big, there are rare anomalies in every world, but since no one can possibly explore their whole Minecraft world, most of these anomalies will never be found. It's pretty interesting to think about that the rarest anomalies are still to be found. And if you have any anomalies you want me to cover in the next video, let me know in the comments. And with that, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Elevate your space with up to 60 days of fragrance with Glade Max. Adjustable scent for any size room. S.C. Johnson.
With Galvani Ricotta, you got a breakfast. You got a dinner. You got a dessert. You got a taste of Dolce Vita. You got a ricotta with Galvani, Italy's #1 cheese brand.
There are countless possible Minecraft seeds across dozens of versions, and in the depths of those numbers, there are certain ones that have been found as very rare occurrences. These occurrences were not intended to happen in Mojang, and most people don't even know that they're possible. Today, we'll be talking about a few of these seeds that have found the rarest anomalies in Minecraft. The average villager house in Minecraft is about 5 to 7 blocks tall. There are some variations, such as the cleric tower or double-story houses, which can reach over 10 blocks, but there are ways that houses can be much taller. If a villager house generates on a non-flat surface, the base of the house will become taller to accommodate for the landscape. Usually this is only a few blocks and doesn't look too strange. However, sometimes it can be extreme. Out of all the seeds with tall villager houses, there's one in particular which, to my knowledge, has the tallest villager house in a non-amplified world. This seed was found in January of 2018, but it seems like the original finder was lost. The closest I could find was a YouTube channel called Minecraft Seeds Everyday, which featured the seed in a video back in 2018. Over the years, this seed became popular in some places on the internet, and was even featured on a forum post in 2019, which described it as a seed with a skyscraper. So to see this for yourself, you can type in this seed on Minecraft 1.12.2, and then teleport to these coordinates. As you can tell, this house is extremely tall. If you're wondering exactly how tall, at its very peak, the house reaches a height of Y226. Its base starts at Y70. So that means that this villager is living in a 156 block tall house. So now you can see why this is called the seed with a skyscraper. The interesting thing is that there are probably taller houses out there, but the chances of them happening are extremely rare. So for now, this is the tallest house that has ever been found in Minecraft. So this anomaly is about the most diamonds that have ever been found in a single vein. To give some context as to how diamond generation worked, pre-1.18, each chunk attempts to spawn one vein of diamonds, and each vein has a maximum of 10 diamonds that can generate. This was extremely rare, and on average, each vein only had 4 to 5 diamonds, and most chunks didn't even have any diamonds whatsoever. Since only one diamond vein could generate one chunk, you may think that it means that the biggest diamond vein is 10 blocks. This is true, but if 2 or more veins of diamonds happen to spawn at a chunk border, they could create much larger veins. So knowing that, in February of 2021, a person called 19MrX98 made a video where they used code to try and find the largest diamond vein in Minecraft. What they found was a vein of 30 diamonds. This happened because 3 veins of 10 diamonds spawned on 3 chunk corners. To give into perspective how rare this is, Finder says that finding even just one vein of 10 diamonds is about a 1 in 20,000 chance. So imagine how rare it is finding 3 of them together in one location. To see this for yourself, go on Minecraft 1.16.5 and type in this seed. Then teleport to these coordinates, which are tens of millions of blocks away from spawn. The diamonds from this vein are enough to make a full set of armor with even some to spare. I recommend mining out the area or downloading an X-ray texture pack to fully see the size of it. And if you remember chunk borders, you can also see how each group of 10 is cut off by the chunk corners. You can also see how there's one chunk which is missing. Well, this is the largest vein that has ever been found, pre 1.18. It's possible that it can be even larger. If that area spawned with another 10 diamond vein in the chunk corner, it would make a 40 block vein. This is the theoretical limit of diamond veins pre 1.18, but no one except this seed finder has ever come close to finding it. If you're wondering why I keep saying pre 1.18, it's because 1.18 changed world generation and the way that diamonds generate. After 1.18, it's actually possible to find more than one diamond vein per chunk, and much larger veins have been found than the 30 block one. But anyway, this 30 block vein was the largest found in all versions up until 1.18. Sheep come in many colors, but as most people know, the rarest one you can find is a pink sheep. Every sheep has a 0.164% chance of spawning as a pink sheep, which means that only 41 out of every 25,000 sheep will be pink. This is why this seed is extremely strange. In 2016, a user called the Palm64 made a post on Reddit where he claimed he found a plains biome with pink sheep everywhere. This post became fairly popular back in 2016, and even YouTubers like AntVenom made videos about this phenomenon. So to see this, you need to go on Minecraft 1.11 and type in this seed, and you can find them all over spawn. I was curious to see just how many pink sheep there were, so I used the command to teleport all the nearby sheep to me, and I started counting the ones that were pink. So you might be wondering why the sheep are always pink in this world, and the reason for that is that most mobs are randomly generated, but in the spawn chunks, there are some set mobs that are guaranteed to spawn in each seed. That's why this seed always guarantees that the pink sheep will spawn. Anyway, after I did the counting, I found that there was 78 pink sheep in this biome, but you can already tell that something is off from that number. Remember how I said that 41 out of every 25,000 sheep? Well, if this plains biome has 78 pink sheep, it means it needs around 47,561 normal sheep to spawn for this to happen, and this plains biome definitely doesn't have 47,000 sheep. So the explanation for this has already been established by others. In this version of the game, there was an old bug where sometimes groups of sheep would repeat with the same colors. So if a herd has 2 white sheep and a brown sheep, then every other herd will also have 2 white sheep and a brown sheep. So most likely what happened here was that the extremely rare sheep managed to spawn once, so the bug made it so that all the other herds in this biome had a pink sheep as well. Either way, this seed is the most pink sheep that have ever been found in a single location, and this will probably be the most ever found for a long time, seeing as no one's really interested in finding more than this. In late 2022, a Reddit user called BeefyNad used a program called Cube Biomes to search through billions of seeds to find the largest Jagged Peaks biome at spawn. This resulted in BeefyNad finding a lot of seeds with long mountain ranges, but there was one which was much longer than the rest. This mountain range stretches for over 1,500 blocks, and to my knowledge, these are the longest connected mountains that have ever been found in Minecraft. To see it, you need to go on Minecraft 1.19 and type in this seed. These mountains go on for so long that you can't even see the vastness of it unless you put your render distance to the max. And even then, I had to use Lunar Client to make my render distance even larger than usual. I apologize for the lag in this part of the video, but it's the only way to show most of these mountains on the screen at once. It's a very interesting sight, and someone in the comments of the Reddit post described them as the Himalayas of Minecraft, which I completely agree with. It's unknown whether anyone will find a larger mountain range, but since biomes don't really have a limit on how big they can be, anything is possible. When you imagine a nether fortress, you usually think of long hallways and corridors, with nether wart rooms and stairways that lead to different areas. But there are times when fortresses can be tiny. For this anomaly, I want to talk about a certain nether fortress which was found in late 2022 by Dylan DC14, who's a well-known seed that's found many anomalies in the past. To my knowledge, this fortress currently holds the record for the smallest one, that still has 2 blaze spawners. Other than that, all it has are 3 small roleplays. To see this for yourself, you need to go on Minecraft 1.16.5 and type in this seed, then enter the nether and teleport to these coordinates. As you can see, this fortress is unusually small, and finding something like this is incredibly rare. I guess this is the only time when you really earn the achievement A Terrible Fortress. But yeah, anyway, I just want to say huge props to Dylan and the other seed finders throughout this video, because without them we wouldn't have any of these cool seeds. there are probably more anomalies hidden in many corners of your worlds. There could be thousands or millions of blocks away in any direction. So who knows what else is out there. And if you have any anomalies you want to report, feel free to say them in the comments. And with that, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. While searching for rare anomalies in Minecraft, sometimes I come across some videos which are suspicious. And what I mean by that is that they're completely fake, where people try and pass off obviously fake anomalies as rare things they found in Minecraft. So I'm going to show some of these today in this video, starting with the sugarcane, where somebody claimed they found an abnormally tall sugarcane in their world. So let's watch this short together. Alright, so this short is made by someone called Nightshade MC, and let's see what they found in their world.
Tallest sugarcane in Minecraft. We have also sugarcane that is wonderful. But did you know they can be taller on this corrupted seed?
So on this seed, what did they find on this seed? Let's see.
I found a 26 block tall sugarcane.
Oh my god. What? 26 blocks? This can't be real. There's no way this can be real. Let's go check this out. Alright, I'm loading into the world now. Let's see what we find. Oh my god. It's the 26 block tall sugarcane. Just ignore this. This is nothing. Oh my god. Guys, it's real. It's real. Oh my god. I can't believe it. But in all seriousness though, when I first came across that short, I'm kind of ashamed to admit that I actually believed it. And I searched a long time to try and find that sugarcane. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, that was not real. But yeah, it is quite amusing, honestly. Now, the next seed though, I don't think this person actually knew that this was fake. I think he just actually thought it was something rare in his world. So, this next fake anomaly has to do with a birch sapling. You might be wondering, what could be so weird about a birch sapling? Well, apparently, this next anomaly has the tallest birch tree in the world. So let's check it out. Alright, so here we are. Minecraft very rare seed. Alright, let's see how rare this seed is. Yo, that's sick. What was the chances, he said? Let's see the chances of this. Yo, that's so rare. That is probably the rarest thing I've ever seen. Now, unfortunately, he didn't put the seed in, so we don't know what it is. He never mentioned the seed. The closest I can find is in the description, where we have this seed here. So let's go check that out. Alright, let's test this out. What? Oh my god, there is no way. Guys, I just spawned into this world. There is absolutely no way. There is no way. This is actually real. This is probably the greatest tree in Minecraft. Look at it. Look how big it is. How tall that is. I could never find another one like this. Yeah. No, there's just like no other tall trees like this in Minecraft. It's impossible, bro. It's honestly impossible. So, while that anomaly was extremely rare, it's nothing compared to this next one. So this next one, someone apparently found a secret room while playing Minecraft. And I'm gonna show you all what I mean by that now when we watch this video. This room has never been found by anyone else, so let's watch this short and see if we can find the secret room ourselves. Okay, so the short says, secret seed in Minecraft. I have never seen anything like it. Alright, let's check this out. Okay, so we're supposed to create a new world and enter this exact seed in. Okay, alright. So it's a snowy mountain where we spawn, and we have to go to the right side, and apparently there's something there. So you turn the pumpkins and go into this cave. Whoa, why is there a warden here? So there's apparently a trap that the warden made. Interesting. I've never seen this before in Minecraft. And then there's a small treasure room here. Wow, that is epic. Now we have to try this for ourselves. Okay, let's check this out. Okay guys, I'm really hoping this is good. Alright, so there's the snowy mountain. So we're in the right world. Let's keep going this way. There's the cave. So this is where we're gonna find the secret room with all those riches. Okay, there's no warden guarding it. There's not even a trap. Okay, interesting. Let's see what's down here. What? Dead bushes? You suck, bro. Okay, this anomaly is very strange. It seems like it's dependent on the person that loads in the world, so you never know what you might get. You might get a treasure room, or you might just get dead bushes. This anomaly, it's pretty rare, but yeah, it sucks. So, let's move on to the next one. Alright, so far these anomalies have been pretty normal, but this next one is allegedly a seed that's haunted. And apparently, you shouldn't try this seed. So, of course, I need to check this out and see if it's true or not. Let's see what this is all about. Alright. Most haunted Minecraft seeds. So this seed is allegedly haunted by Giant Alex. Nothing will happen first, but around the first night, Alex will come. Alex will begin to stalk the player. Alex will not stop following. Jeez. That's terrifying. Let's try this seed for ourselves. Alright, let's boot up this world and see what happens. Apparently, this is haunted by Giant Alex. Alright, we're in. I'm already getting strange vibes from this world. This doesn't seem normal. Why is the fog so thick? Jeez. Apparently, Giant Alex only appears after night 1. So we're gonna have to play the game until the first night and then see what happens. Alright, it's almost pitch black now. I don't really like the vibes of this seed. I feel like something bad is going to happen at any moment. Yeah, maybe this wasn't a good idea, but at least I feel a bit safe in this village. I don't think that this is too bad. What was that noise? So yeah, that was terrifying. I'm not going to try that again, but I can only assume what I heard was Giant Alex. Speaking of horror seeds, there are a few other ones which I discovered online. So this next anomaly is about a few other seeds which are also haunted. So let's check them out. Okay, top 3 horror seed Minecraft. Top 1 seed 66666. Whoa, it's an ice lake. Top 2 seed empty. The seed empty has a fallen tree with a redstone quartz shrine. Jeez, that's scary. And seed 000 is the most horrific seed. Holy crap. I'm gonna try that scariest one of them all. Yeah, I'm gonna try seed 000. Let's see what happens when we put that into Minecraft. Alright, this is it. 000, the most horrific seed in Minecraft. Okay, it even gave me a warning there. Jeez, I wonder what this seed's gonna have in it. Okay, we are in the world. For some strange reason, it's already night. I have no idea what's wrong with this seed, but I'm gonna play for a bit and find out. I am a bit scared. I'm very scared actually. Yeah, something is very off about this. Nothing too crazy so far, but let's explore this world a little longer. This is the scariest seed in all of Minecraft after all. Let's actually enter this ravine here, because we could use some materials. So this goes all the way down. What? What was that noise? Did you guys hear that? What the heck was that noise? Something very strange is happening. I hate this. I hate the seed. Which is why I'm going to get out of here. This cave is bad. There's something definitely off about this seed. I usually don't believe these creepy things, but this time I have to be real. There is something very off about this. What is that? Oh my god. What is that? What the hell 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 is that? Yeah, I can confirm it. This seed is haunted. There's something about this seed. What the actual hell was that? No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. So yeah, these were all of the anomalies I found that were pretty suspicious. But you know what? I'm starting to change my mind that some of these are fake. Some of them seemed very real to me. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you learned some rare Minecraft seeds. And with that, I'll see you next time. Bye.
Meet Milo, Lowe's all-new AI-powered home improvement helper. Because Lowe's knows owning a home comes with a lot of questions. And with help from Milo, we've got answers, all from the palm of your hand.
Hi, I'm Milo. I'm your home improvement helping hand in your hand.
Milo, here to help you fix it. Meet Milo at Lowe's.com/Milo. We help, you save.
We need to fix this.
Slay.
As we all know, Minecraft worlds have a certain randomness to them. That means that sometimes it's possible to find strange things which have naturally generated in the world. These things were not intended to happen by Mojang, and they're what I call anomalies. In this video, I'm going to show you a few seeds in Minecraft where extremely rare anomalies have taken place, and at the end, I'll show you the rarest anomaly of all. So, let's begin. A couple months ago, someone called DamnDuck from the seed finding server Minecraft at Home sent me a message on Discord about a few seeds they found and wanted to share for the Anomaly series. The two seeds that DamnDuck showed me had the two tallest woodland mansions that have ever been found in Minecraft, and they haven't been released to the public yet. So before I continue with this anomaly, I want to thank DamnDuck for finding these, because I wouldn't have been able to show them otherwise. So first, I'll start with the second tallest mansion. Even though this one isn't the tallest, it's still extremely impressive. Something that's interesting about this is that if you look at it from a certain point of view, it almost looks like one of those clickbait thumbnails. But if you see it from the other side, you can tell that it's connected to a mountain. So this mansion reaches a Y level of 263, and this is insane considering that dark forests aren't even supposed to generate high enough for a mansion to be that tall. Overall, this is extremely impressive, but now it's time to see the tallest. At Y 274, this mansion is the tallest of all time as of now. It looks very grand and imposing. Overall, this seed took DamnDuck about 11 months of on and off searching to find using code. So I mentioned that dark forests can't usually generate this high up, so you may be wondering how these seeds are possible then. Well, DamnDuck told me about the method he used, which I'll briefly explain. So I'll use a miniature diagram to explain this. Pretend this dark oak wood represents the dark forest biome. Dark forests can usually only generate up to a certain height, which means that mansion generations are limited in height. However, there is something that can make them taller. The Mixed Savanna biome is known to generate up to extreme heights, but this biome obviously can't spawn woodland mansions. But something it can do, in rare circumstances, is take up its neighboring biome up to its height. So pretend this acacia wood block is a windswept savanna biome, and it generates next to the dark forest biome. Because it generated next to it, it has a small chance of bringing the terrain generation of the dark forest up with it. So what DamnDuck searched for with his code were these conditions: a windswept savanna biome, a dark forest next to the windswept savanna. The dark forest goes up with the windswept savanna. A mansion spawns in the dark forest. Using this process, DamnDuck was able to find the tallest mansion and many others. If you want the seeds and coordinates for these two mansions, you can pause now and copy them down. And if you don't want to do that, I've also posted them in the description for ease of access. I'm sure we've all come across relatively small biomes. Sometimes they're only a couple of chunks big, and some people have even found them only a couple of blocks wide. But these tiny biomes can get even smaller. Not many people know this, but there's an extremely rare phenomenon where a whole biome can be only 1 block wide. That means that stepping on this 1 block will tell you in the F3 menu that you're in a different biome. Not many such cases have been recorded, as it's not something people notice, but it has happened. For example, earlier this year in January, a Reddit user called Sarah Wasfera discovered a seed in a biome that's only 1 block across. As you can see, there's a single pillar of ice that extends upwards with ocean all around. This ice pillar is actually a whole frozen ocean biome, which is only 1 block wide. For reference, I used the locate command to find the closest other frozen ocean on this world, and as you can see, it's very big. Frozen oceans usually have icebergs, snow, polar bears, and sheets of ice covering the ocean. But this frozen ocean is just 1 small tower of ice. But despite this being a 1 block wide biome, this isn't actually a smallest they can get. Even though this frozen ocean is 1 block across, it actually goes downwards for many blocks, which means that there are biomes which could be even smaller. So you're probably already wondering, is there a biome that is 1 by 1 block big? Just 1 block and everything else around it is a different biome? And the answer to that is yes, there is, but the only ones that I've been able to find online are on 1.18 experimental snapshots, which don't count in my opinion. 1 by 1 block biomes definitely do exist, but they obviously weren't significant enough for anyone to report on, and most people haven't even noticed them. But if you want to see this frozen ocean anomaly for yourself, you can pause here and copy down the seed and coordinates. And if not, I've also included the seed in the description as well. This next anomaly involves several witch huts. Each one is in a different seed, and they're all equally strange in my opinion. So, we'll start with a witch hut that has the longest legs. This witch hut was found by Damn Duck, the same person who found the tallest mansions. This witch hut currently has the record for the longest legs, and its longest one measures at 117 blocks from the base of the hut. And as you can see, Damn Duck used the witch hut Savannah method to find this as well. Also, this isn't actually the tallest witch hut of all time, but the ones that are taller are situated on high up land, which means they don't have such long legs. Because of its extremely strange appearance, this may be the weirdest witch hut that has ever been found. Moving on to the second one, this next witch hut was also found by Damn Duck. For some reason, this one has no legs whatsoever, which is extremely weird, as every witch hut is supposed to have legs. And I wasn't able to find any other seeds online with a legless witch hut. While this doesn't look as visually striking as the previous one, it's still something that you'll probably never come across, as it's so unusual. The final witch hut anomaly was found by the seed finder Dylan DC14, who's found many anomalies on his channel linked below. The hut itself looks perfectly normal, but what makes this an anomaly is its location. This is the only witch hut that has ever been found to generate in the middle of an ocean without any swamp land whatsoever. While this is technically a swamp biome, as you can see by the colour of the water, strangely no land is generated other than this witch hut and some lily pads. What makes this impressive is because of how rare it is for no land to generate in a swamp, and on top of that, it's completely surrounded and blended in with the ocean. If you want to see more cool seeds like this, Damn Duck's Reddit account will be in the description, and same with Dylan DC's YouTube channel. These 3 seeds are also on screen if you want to copy them down, or simply get them from the description below. Was commented by a viewer called Samroy9566 in my previous anomalies video. In this comment, Samroy said that this seed during 1.20 pre-release 1 will make it so that you'll always get 6 skulls in a row from Wither Skeleton. This is because during this version, they added seed-specific loot sequences, meaning the mobs will always drop the same loot on the same seed. For reference, a single Wither Skeleton has a 2.5% chance of dropping a skull. That means that having the first 6 drop it in a row is an almost inconceivably low chance. And you can actually spawn the Wither Skeletons in yourself and try this. The thing about this anomaly is that it's so specific that I'm surprised anyone looked for it and found it. I don't know whether Samurai is the original finder of this seed, but I couldn't find any other mention of it online, other than a random message on the Minecraft at Home Discord server, saying that someone called Dr. Boland found it. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong with the credits. And if you want to try this for yourself, the seed is on screen now, and of course in the description as well. This seed was found by Dylan DC14 in January of 2022, and it features a unique underground village. This house specifically blends in surprisingly well with its surroundings, and it almost looks like a modern Minecraft world generation. This house generated in a lush caves biome, and seeing this makes a good argument as to why underground villages should exist in Minecraft. The rest of the village generated even further below, but it isn't nearly as aesthetic as this single house, which I'm calling the lush house. This may actually be the coziest house that's ever generated in Minecraft. There isn't too much else to say about this seed, but if you want to check this house out for yourself, you can copy the seed from here or from the description. A water house. That is all this seed is. This anomaly was once again found by Damn Duck, currently carrying this video with all his finds. Damn Duck came across this water house in January of this year and made a Reddit post about it. This seed has a villager house which is completely enclosed on all sides by water. Nowhere on the internet is there another villager house like this, so it's a completely unique anomaly. The theory as to why this happened is that a small lake generated on the same position as the house, which caused them to collide. Even though it's not the craziest looking anomaly, it's still very bizarre and deserves to be in this video because of its rarity. If you want to see the water house for yourself, the seed is on screen now and in the description. This anomaly involves a certain pillager outpost that was discovered in June of 2020 by a Reddit user called Sensitive Knob. What makes this outpost so special is that there are 9 cages that surround it, and 12 structures in total if you include the 2 log piles and the tent. This outpost currently holds the record for the most cages, and this is more impressive than you may think. According to the Minecraft wiki, pillager outposts have a 1 in 13 chance of spawning surrounding structures, which means that each structure has a 7.69% chance of generating. Out of all the surrounding structures, there are 6 different ones that an outpost can have. These are the following: a cage that can have an iron golem, a cage that can have allays, logs, scarecrows, tent variant 1, and tent variant 2. So as this pillager outpost generated with 9 cages, it means that it's an extremely rare phenomenon. What's even more interesting is that not only did it generate with 9 cages, but as I mentioned, it also has 3 other surrounding structures. That means that this single outpost generated with 12 surrounding structures in total. To put that into perspective, outposts usually only have 3 to 4 surrounding structures in total. The wiki says that the maximum surrounding structures of an outpost is 15, but this has a very low chance of happening as the odds get exponentially harder the more structures there are. So unless there's a seed hunt for this, it's unlikely that anyone will ever find an outpost with 15 structures, let alone 15 cages. And if every cage had a golem or ally, that would make it even more rare. If this was ever found, it would be the ultimate outpost anomaly. If you want to see this rare outpost for yourself, then type in this seed on screen. As always, it's in the description as well. This is another seed that was found by Dylan DC14, where he found a mysterious stronghold island in July of 2022. This island has 4 sections of the stronghold, which are completely exposed, and it looks like the ruins of an old civilization that lived on the island long ago. The position of the stronghold isn't the only thing that makes this island an anomaly. If you go underwater, you can see that it's not a true island at all. It's a weird piece of land that is floating above an island. And its strange shape almost makes it seem as if someone used water to spawn it in, rather than being naturally generated. There's all sorts of strange things about this island, and if you want to explore it for yourself, the seed is up on the screen now, and in the description down below. In November of 2023, a Reddit user called SwatTC made a post showing a minecart and a spawner fused together. Many people in the comments, along with myself, have never seen anything like this. Not to be confused with the actual minecart spawner, because this seed has the naturally generated version. Another Reddit user in the comments called Not Bankrupt Yet did the calculations and found that there's a 1 in 4,836,000 chance of this occurring. Whether the calculations are accurate or not, this is a very rare event, as there aren't many mentions of this online. I did some more research, and it turns out there was another post about this phenomenon by a Reddit user called Bridging Noob in July of 2022. So this is something that's been in the game for a while now, and it was probably never fixed because of how obscure it is. I don't have extensive knowledge about world generation, so if anyone wants to explain why this happens, feel free to do so in the comments. And if you want to check out these seeds for yourself, they're on screen now and in the description below.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan. Oh, thank you. I love Skinny Pop. Anyway, what's your name? Jennifer Aniston. I'm not seeing a Jennifer Anderson. Oh no, not Anderson. Ann Iston. Ann Iston. I'm so sorry, Miss Iston. I thought your name was Jennifer. It is. Sorry, I can't think straight. Can I just? Yeah. Oh, Skinny Pop. Pop.
Last month, a user called M33 Galaxy sent a message in the Minecraft at Home Discord server talking about the longest natural fall in Minecraft. Using a world generation bug at certain far out coordinates, M33 found a seed that has a total drop of 323 blocks before touching the ground. To put this into perspective, the old world height limit was 256 blocks, so this drop is taller than any Minecraft world pre-1.17. The seed is actually on Bedrock Edition, but you could probably already tell that by the lag and the scenery. I'm just kidding, I love you Bedrock players. But as you can see, the world generation at these coordinates is a mess. and because of this vertical cliff, it allows for a drop that would otherwise be impossible. To get the longest possible fall, you'll need to aim towards the base of the cliff and land in this small pocket of lava, which will bring you all the way down to bedrock layer. This anomaly is only possible because of a combination of the high biome generation, and the crazy glitch that happens with these coordinates. When world generation glitches like these are patched, this fall will no longer be possible. But right now, Bedrock Edition is on update 1.20.8, and this still works as of the time of recording. Also, M33 said that if an outpost are generated at these coordinates, it may be possible for 338 block drop, but seed finding programs can't search for that on Bedrock. The seed for the longest fall is now on screen, so make sure you check it out if you want to experience this yourself. I'm sure this type of world generation will eventually be fixed. And finally, the rarest anomaly in this whole series. Now you might be wondering, what is the rarest anomaly in Minecraft? Well, it's you, the player. So let me explain why you're an anomaly. Every single player that's ever played Minecraft is an anomaly. They're all one of a kind, including you, meaning that even though all of these other anomalies can be replicated, there's only one of you. The chances of you being here today are unimaginable, and yet here you are. You're the only anomaly that can make a difference in a Minecraft world, and in your life too. And I know you'll make it far in whatever you're doing. So now when you play Minecraft, you can brag to your friends that you're a rare anomaly, and you can even tell them that they're anomalies too. So anyway, you might have noticed throughout this video that most of these anomalies are actually at spawn. The reason for that is that seed finders go through billions of seeds to find rare things, but because worlds are so big, it's easier to just search the spawn area. So that means if such incredibly rare anomalies have been found at spawn, imagine what else could be out there in an overworld that's 60 million blocks wide, and through quintillions of seeds that exist across all Minecraft versions. Not to mention anomalies in the Nether and the End dimensions as well. The possibilities of what can generate in Minecraft are truly endless, and more anomalies are being discovered year after year. However, this is the last part of the Rare Anomaly series, at least for now, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. For now, I'm going to be focusing on other types of videos. One final thing, a lot of people have been asking for the shaders I use, and instead of replying to everyone individually, I'll just tell you all now. I use Astralex shaders, and I'll put a link to them in the description if you want to download them as well. These are definitely the best nighttime shaders that I've ever played with in Minecraft. I'm also putting the entire Anomalies playlist up on the screen now, if anyone's watched the series or wants to rewatch it. So thank you to everyone for watching this video, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. If you travel 371,000 blocks in the End Dimension, you may be surprised as to what you find, because there comes a point in Minecraft's terrain generation where the world simply stops. At these coordinates, there are no more End Islands. You'll find the largest empty expanse of void in Minecraft. This long void stretches for 150,000 blocks, and the strange thing is, this appears naturally in the same place in every world in Java Edition. This anomaly came to my attention when a Discord user called Cygnus Kerman messaged me about it. So I did some more research into it, and I found an old Antvenom video where he talked about this phenomenon. It turns out, this massive void hole is actually a ring that forms around the entire world, and what's even stranger is there are more rings like this that periodically appear the further you go out. As I said, this anomaly appears in every world on Java Edition, from 1.14 all the way to the current update, which is 1.21. This means that this anomaly has been in the game for over 6 years, and you can find it in your own world as well. But for anyone wanting to get here, it would take days of flying into Minecraft, so almost no one finds this naturally on their own. Now you might be wondering why this happens. Well, it has to do with the End's world generation. It turns out that at that distance, the numbers are too big for the world generator to handle, and so it makes nothing there. This is an anomaly because it was never intended to happen, and its distance makes it something that almost no one will find. Now that we've seen this strange phenomenon, tonight we're going to dive into some more rare anomalies in Minecraft. I did a lot of research for this video to find anomalies from every corner of the internet, and unlike the void anomaly that appears on every world, this next one is one of a kind. For almost 15 years, Minecraft usernames have had a restriction. They can only be up to 16 characters long, and there's absolutely no way to get a name that's longer than this. However, what if I told you that out of 100+ million Minecraft accounts, there's only one username that's over 16 characters long? That account is called Evander Shreklik, and it has the world record for the longest username in Minecraft, being 19 characters long. The story of this account is very strange and mysterious, and it's actually the last illegal username that survived Mojang's purge mergers over the last few years, and believe it or not, Mojang tried to fix this account at one point, but failed, which is the only time in history this has happened, but we'll talk about that in a second. So anyway, an interesting fact about this username is that because it's too long for Minecraft, it's unable to join multiplayer servers, and will instantly get kicked out if it tries. When I heard this, I wanted to see what would happen if this account was brought into single player. I don't actually have access to the account, but I use a mod called Carpet, which allows me to spawn a copy of any player into my world. As you can see, I'm able to spawn any player models just fine, but when I try and spawn Evander's account, my single player game crashes, which is insane if you think about it. This was something I didn't even know was possible, and it replicates what would happen if the account ever joined multiplayer, which goes to show how much of an anomaly this account is. One other cool fact about this account is that if you try and search his name on NameMC, it'll show up just fine, but if you enter it with even one less letter, it'll say that the name is too long to exist. So you may be wondering, how does this account exist, and how did it survive the illegal username removals that Mojang has done over the years? Well, the origins of this account date back all the way to 2010. In the alpha days of Minecraft, there was a very brief period of time where you could have anything as a username. There were no restrictions at all. Not many people made long usernames at that time, but Evander was one of them that did. However, no one knows who the original owner of this account actually was, but what we do know is that the account has been abandoned for a long time, as it was never migrated to a Microsoft account. And this story gets even crazier, because as I mentioned, Mojang actually tried to fix this account by changing its name. But as you can see, this username is still invalid to this day, which is the only time Mojang has done this, because every other username over 16 characters has had its name changed to something that's allowed. So originally, Evander's username was even longer than it is today, because it actually had spaces between the words as well, which brought its total character count to 22, making it the second longest name ever in Minecraft history. However, because spaces are illegal in Minecraft usernames because they could prevent people from being banned, Mojang went through every account with spaces in them and manually changed their usernames to either a temporary username, or sometimes they simply removed the spaces if the account name was available. So when a Mojang employee removed the spaces from Evander's username, the employee saw that no one else had the username Evander Shreklik without spaces, so it was given to Mojang, which of course no one could have that name because it's not valid. So Mojang ended up making this change without realizing that this account was still valid. As I said, Mojang has removed all other long usernames because they noticed that there were over 16 characters, but this was the only instance in which they didn't notice, and I can't blame them, because most people wouldn't even realize that they could have a name too long for Minecraft. But anyway, this account is completely unusable because of its name, and because it was never migrated to a Microsoft account, it means that one day, Microsoft will delete it along with every other unmigrated account. So this anomaly will be forever lost to history, but luckily it's still on NameMC as the last abnormally long username. And two last things to mention before we move on to the next anomaly. The first is that up until last year, there was one other account with an illegally long name. This was the 17-character name Crazy Biting Turtle, which was the only account in history that managed to migrate to a Microsoft account with a long username. However, this was brought to Mojang's attention, and this account had its name changed in June of 2023 to have one less character. And now the final thing. Do you remember how I said Evander's was the second longest name in Minecraft history? Well, believe it or not, there was once a username that was 112 characters long. This may seem insane, but it was once a reality. This account was called Timmy, 45 spaces before the name and 62 spaces after. However, this name was changed to Timmy2 in early 2015. This anomaly was mostly forgotten by history, as it's been a normal name for the past 10 years. But anyway, despite Evander's username being the last abnormally long name, there are a few more accounts that exist in Minecraft that are extremely rare and unusual in different ways, but we'll take a look at them later in this video. As for the next anomaly, it's something to do with a rare seed. Earlier this week, I received a message on Discord from DamnDuck, who's a seed finder that's found some insane anomalies featured in the previous part of the series. This time, DamnDuck told me about a phenomenon where a village generated inside of an ancient city. He found this strange occurrence in collaboration with the legendary seed finder Dylan DC14, who's found many famous seeds such as the naturally lit netherport. But finding a seed with a village inside an ancient city was thought to be impossible, because another well-known seed finder called Cracked Magnet tried to find it on Bedrock Edition, but concluded that it wasn't possible. But no one had yet tried on Java, so both Dylan and DamnDuck teamed up to take on the challenge. And after lots of searching, they finally found it. Not only did they find one seed with this, they used the code to find a few other ones as well. I'll put the seed of the one I'm on now on screen if you want to try it on 2021. And I'll also put a link to Dylan's video in the description, which shows the other seeds as well. DamnDuck said they also tried to find a seed with more than 10 houses inside the ancient city, but they realized it was much too rare to search for, because of the sheer amount of factors it takes to even generate a village village in the Deep Dark, much less a large one. But huge credit to Dylan and Damduck for finding this, because it's something most people don't even think is possible. And honestly, I wish there were natural underground villages in Minecraft, because the concept has a lot of potential. Have you ever wondered what's the best chest loot that can naturally generate in Minecraft? By that I mean, is there a chest out there with a loot sequence so rare that it becomes an anomaly? Well, each chest from every structure, mineshafts, villages, the Deep Dark, etc., draws upon a loot table which shows how rare it is for each item to generate inside that chest. The final items that do generate inside the chest are called a loot sequence, and you can use commands to load in certain loot sequences that exist within the game, and that's by using something called loot seeds. If that doesn't make sense, then don't worry, because you'll see what I mean. So anyway, what you find in a chest is a loot sequence that's basically a completely randomized draw from the loot table. But out of all possible loot sequences that can exist in Minecraft, there are some which have loot that is seemingly impossible to naturally generate. But to find these, you can't just go around opening chests and hoping you get lucky. To locate the true rarest chests in Minecraft, you have to use programs to simulate world generation. And of course, that brings up the legendary seed finding Discord server, Minecraft at Home. Recently, some users in the server have been pushing chest generation to the very limits to find the strangest chests that can naturally generate. And they created code that automatically searches through all possible loot seeds in Minecraft to find the strangest chests that can naturally generate. This anomaly is about 3 separate chests which were found that have some of the rarest loot ever in Minecraft. And I want to give credit before I go into this, because all of these following finds were made by a seed finder called Chris. So again, all credit for these chests goes to Chris, because no one would have found them otherwise. So this is the first chest. At first glance, it seems pretty normal, right? That is, until you hover the cursor over this book. This chest contains one of the rarest naturally generated items that's possible in Minecraft. An enchanted book with 11 enchantments on it. This is so rare you could search for multiple lifetimes and never find a book even close to how many enchantments this has. At first, I thought this should be impossible, and I'm guessing most players don't even believe such a thing exists. But to see it for yourself, go to any unopened Stronghold library chest in Spectator mode, and then type in this loot seed command, which is in the description as well. Then go back on creative mode and open the chest, and you'll find the book. Also, make sure you don't open the chest before entering the loot seed, otherwise this won't work. Now you might be thinking, alright Rovan, this is just a command. Surely there's no seed out there with this chest. But that's exactly what this command does. It pulls a loot sequence from an ancient city chest that exists somewhere in Minecraft. So yes, the hunt for a seed that generates one of these chests is still ongoing, because you need to search millions of blocks, trillions of seeds, to even find a single chest with this loot. So it hasn't been found as of yet, but this loot seed proves that it exists somewhere in Minecraft. In total, Chris's code found 24 loot seeds that load a loot sequence that has a book with 11 enchantments. These are the only 24 loot sequences in existence with books like this, because when Chris tried to find a sequence with 12 enchantments on a book, the odds were so low that it's practically impossible for it to exist. And if you're curious, here are the odds of you finding a book with 11 enchantments naturally in any Stronghold library chest. 2 out of 2 to the power of 48, which is a 0.0000000000085% chance, which is basically impossible for someone to randomly find. But despite these chests being almost impossible to find, there's a chest that's even more rare. This next loot seed is an ancient city chest that contains 10 music discs. There are exactly 18 loot seeds that generate a sequence with 10 music discs, but Chris says that this one is the only one that generates with 5 other side music discs. To see this, go to an unopened Deep Dark chest and enter this loot seed, which is also in the description. The chances of you finding an ancient city chest with 10 music discs is 18 out of 2 to the power of 48, again almost impossible for any normal player. Now, despite the rarity of a chest like that, this final loot sequence is possibly the rarest anomaly I've ever seen inside Minecraft. This is a one-of-a-kind chest that contains a loot sequence where every single slot of the chest is filled with a Regeneration 2 potion. Chris has done this, the medkit, and there's only one loot sequence like this in existence. So the chances of you finding this specific chest in an ancient city is a 1 out of 281 trillion, 474 billion, 976 million, 710,656 chance. 1 out of 2 to the power of 48. And after running programs to scour the entirety of Minecraft's loot seeds, Chris confirms that this is the only one in existence with this loot sequence. And to see it, type in this command over an unopened ancient city chest. From what I saw on the Minecraft home server, there are many other plans to find other strange chests. This is one that may generate 14 enchanted golden apples, but that one hasn't been found as of yet, so I'll update you all on any developments that happen. And while an actual world seed that contains these abnormal chests hasn't been identified yet, somewhere out there are chests with a very big world. One of these chests could even be in your Minecraft world, millions of blocks away, hidden in the depths of an ancient city. This next anomaly might be familiar to some of you, because I talked about it in a video called The Rarest Events in Minecraft History. But the reason I'm also including it in this video is because it's so rare and unusual that I feel it needs to be a part of the Anomaly series as well. This is by far the rarest random death that's ever been recorded in Minecraft. And it goes like this. In 2013, a player called Delkick was playing a game of Ultra Hardcore on his friend's server. Everything was going normally, but Delkick found himself in a hard situation because he realized he was cornered near the world border and he was on low health. So he waited for his teammate to catch up to him so they could travel together. But what Delkick didn't know was that as he waited for his teammate to arrive, a spectator of the game, who was in the Nether, was using the Nether portal to return to the overworld. However, when the spectator broke the portal, something very strange happened. When the spectator entered the overworld, Delkick was instantly killed by one of the obsidian pillars of the Nether portal, which just so happened to land on the exact same spot as him. And as I mentioned in my other video, this event is so extremely unlikely to happen to anyone that it's literally never happened again in Minecraft, even after 11 years, which goes to show anything is possible in this game. It's unknown who exactly has the oldest dog in Minecraft, because they would need to have it since early 2011, which was when wolves were first added to the game. And there are probably thousands of people who can claim they have the oldest dog. So what I'm going to be counting as the oldest for this anomaly is having a dog be alive for the longest time on a server that's continuously running. Because rediscovering a 13-year-old dog in an old world isn't the same as having the dog survive for that long on a server that's always online. And since there's only a handful of servers that have been continuously online since 2011, we can actually narrow this down pretty well. When I was doing research for this anomaly, I came across a video talking about the oldest dog on 2B2T. And since 2B is one of the oldest servers still around from late 2010, it would make sense that there's a chance the oldest dog is on there. So this dog was called Wolfie, and it was originally tamed in late 2011 by a player called Willy Roof. What's interesting is that Wolfie survived some crazy events throughout the server's history, such as multiple griefs and a journey over 1 million blocks. And I'd recommend watching the YouTube video talking about the life of Wolfie on the server. But anyway, Wolfie survived for almost 10 years on 2B, until he was eventually hidden by his owner in an unknown location for his own safety. However, one day, Wolfie mysteriously disappeared from the hidden location in March of 2020, and no one knows whether he was killed, or someone moved him, or if he was deleted by the server. Many believe the last option, because of a donkey dupe that was happening in the nearby area, which caused the server to delete a lot of entities. Whether Wolfie still exists on the server in some way is a mystery. However, if he was still around, he'd be 13 years old by this point. And as for whether there's another dog than this on 2B, or on another old server like Minecraft Online, we just don't know. And unfortunately, verifying who actually has the oldest living dog in Minecraft is extremely hard, because the person doesn't even know the dog is that old. Or maybe the dog has been forgotten entirely. But who knows, there may be a dog that's older than this, just sitting in a remote location on 2B2T. As you may know, the account of Minecraft's creator Notch is shrouded in mystery. At this point, no one even knows if he still plays the game anymore, as the last time he made a public appearance was when he played with Dream in a video 3 years ago. And it's also a mystery if he's even migrated to a Minecraft account, as he doesn't have the migrator cape on his NameMC page. But all of this is beside the point. The greatest anomaly associated with Notch's account is the Notch Apple. The story goes that upon death, Notch will always drop an apple as an Easter egg for whoever manages to kill him. This was hard-coded into the game, and will always happen no matter whether there's an apple in his inventory or not. This apple was meant to represent the old Mojang logo, which originally had an apple as branding. The reason this is an anomaly is because it's the only time in Minecraft history when a custom loot drop was coded in for killing a player. It only happened for one account and never again. So what might surprise you is that there's actually been a lot of debate on this anomaly, specifically on whether this apple is still in the game or not. The reason for this is that Notch's apple has never been mentioned in any patch note, and some say it's entirely possible it was removed when Notch left Mojang. Meanwhile, others point to Dream's video from a few years ago, where you can still see that the apple dropped when Notch died. Many see this as proof that the Easter egg still exists within the game, while others say that Dream coded a plugin so that the apple would drop as an Easter egg. So what's really the truth? Is Notch's apple still in the game? Well, I did my own research on this, and after a lot of digging, I finally uncovered what happened to this Easter egg. So this apple was added to Minecraft in February of 2010, and it wasn't removed immediately when Notch sold Mojang. Something that almost no one knows about is that Notch's account stopped dropping the apple since version 1.3.1 back in August of 2012. This was completely unintentional though, and Notch wasn't even aware that this was broken. The reason the apple mechanic broke in that update was because the server and client were merged. This means that before then, the apple code only worked on the client side of Minecraft, meaning that it would only drop in single player worlds. But when the client and server merged, it stopped working completely. There are videos out there of people using tools such as the Betacraft launcher to give themselves the username Notch to see if the Easter egg works, and the apple does drop before 1.3.1, but not afterwards. But eventually, the line of code for Notch's apple was completely removed from Minecraft in April of 2019 on update 1.14. However, there was no mention of it in the patch notes, so it's not surprising that people still thought it was in the game. So yes, while Notch's apple no longer exists, this was still a one-of-a-kind anomaly that was only there for one player. We've already seen the longest username in Minecraft, but now let's take a look at some of the shortest, because the Minecraft website says the minimum characters for a username should be 3, but some players have managed to get names that are shorter than this. So first, we have the 2-character names. Accounts with 2-character names are almost impossible to find, because there's not many players who still use these accounts. And as with the longest username, the only way you could get 2-character names was if you created your account in Alpha Minecraft back in 2010. However, unlike the illegally long usernames, Mojang has never tried to change the short ones, probably because they don't break the game, but that still doesn't mean that these accounts are safe. 2-character names are infamous for being targeted by hackers and account traders, and often sell for thousands of dollars, so Mojang has locked many of them because of illegal activities. Back in 2020, only 237 of these 2-character names remained, and 4 years later, there are even less that are usable. Despite these names being rare artifacts from a time long past, there are some usernames that are even more rare. These of course are the 1-character names. These names are so incredibly rare that most players don't even know they exist. There are even forum posts across the internet of people coming across these accounts in-game and being shocked that they exist. And the only known active accounts with 1-character names are G and 8. But despite these short names being anomalies, there are some accounts out there that are straight up illegal. Illegal usernames are names that have special characters in them that aren't normally allowed to be in usernames. These special characters include full stops, spaces, exclamation marks, and anything else that's not a number, letter, or underscore. And as with short and long usernames, these special characters could be registered as names during Alpha Minecraft. But what makes them illegal is the fact that they have the potential to wreak havoc in multiplayer. So these usernames could be used to evade bans, mutes, kicks, and any other punishments. Because of their illegal characters such as spaces, these accounts were impossible to ban with normal methods, which made it very annoying for server mods, because the only way to ban them was by finding their unique account ID and having an admin do the banning. I don't know whether anyone actually used these accounts to ban evade, or for any malicious purposes, but for some reason, Mojang's attention was turned to them a few years ago. Maybe because of the many viral videos talking about these names. So Mojang went through and manually changed every single illegal username, just as did with the long usernames. And so, in May of 2020, Mojang committed the largest account purge ever in Minecraft history. No one knows exactly how many of these accounts had their names changed, because their name history was also wiped from NameMC's database. Clearly, Mojang didn't like the fact that these usernames existed, so all of these rare anomalies were removed, including famous names such as $, awesomeness with 3 exclamation marks, and well-known accounts with spaces in their names. Mojang also locked some of these accounts due to trading and selling, which was popular at the time. And after the purge, all illegal usernames were changed. However, rumors spread within the community that not all of them were removed, and some players believed that there were some illegal accounts still in existence. And that was true. Mojang did forget to remove some accounts such as Daniel B with a space, which was discovered to have survived until a few years after the purge, but that was eventually changed as well. As I was researching for this video, I was wondering if there were any more of these illegal names that existed in the present day, but I couldn't find anything on the internet, and either no more of these accounts exist, or if they do, they're being kept a tight secret from the whole community for their own survival. As I was searching the internet for rare anomalies, I was wondering something. Is it possible for a player to get struck by lightning more than once in a row? Well, obviously it is possible, but I've never heard of it happening. Even being struck once is a 1 in 100,000 chance, so being struck more times consecutively should be extremely rare. But after doing some research, I came across a video with almost no views that claimed to have been struck by lightning twice. This player, who's called RTX Keros, was struck once and then twice within a few seconds while being AFK in the same spot, but luckily he had armor on so he didn't die. There's not much else to say about this anomaly, as it's only a short clip, but if you know of anyone who's experienced something like this, feel free to join the Discord server in the description and let me know, and I'll add it to the next part of the series. Many of you already know about Dinnerbone, the Minecraft developer who's responsible for many iconic features such as beacons, anvils, and name tags. Now the thing about Dinnerbone is that he has this running joke of being upside down on all his social medias. And you probably already know about the famous Easter egg he implemented, which is if you name any mob Dinnerbone, it'll turn upside down. But not many people talk about how insane it is that his actual in-game character is upside down as well. It's a unique anomaly because it's hard-coded into the game, and there are only 2 accounts in existence with this feature, being Dinnerbone and one of his fellow Mojang employees called Brown, who decided to adopt this Easter egg as well. This anomaly's been in the game for so long that people forget how rare it actually is, and honestly, I kinda miss the days when Mojang developers had their own Easter egg, because it's not something that happens anymore. Watching a CamMan18 video where he talked about an interesting section of the Minecraft wiki, which is the block distribution chart. Basically, this chart shows the height rarity for where any block can be found in Minecraft. CamMan used this chart to show that having a lily pad spawn anywhere other than sea level, which is Y63, was a 1 in 10 million chance. So I checked this wiki out for myself and entered some other blocks to see how rare they would be to generate at different heights. And I found something interesting when I put mob spawners. So they pick up Y level minus 42, which means they're most common around that height. But at the very top of the logarithmic scale, there's a small spike of Y equals 190, which means there's a minuscule chance that a dungeon spawner can generate that high up. But the rate in which this generates is 0.0001 out of 100,000, which equates to a 1 in a billion chance for a spawner to generate that high up. I'll link the wiki in the description if you want to type in your own blocks and see how rare they are to generate at different heights, because there are probably even rarer chances to generate at certain heights somewhere in the wiki. But sadly, the wiki doesn't actually show any seeds with these rare occurrences. This next anomaly is another famous one. This, of course, is the account of Deadmau5. Now, if you don't know, Deadmau5 is a musician who brought many of his fans to Minecraft and helped it grow in the early years. And he was also friends with Notch, and even made a fan-made soundtrack for Minecraft at one point. Not to mention he also made a Minecraft server for his fans. So during Beta 1.0, Notch created a completely custom skin with giant mouse ears and hard-coded it into the game to appear only for Deadmau5's account. But, as with many of these anomaly accounts, these special ears made Deadmau5 a target for hackers, and someone eventually did hack into his account, but luckily Deadmau5 regained access through Mojang. I'm not 100% sure what happened to the account afterwards, but I'm not sure if he still has his giant mouse ears. This is because NameMC doesn't display them on his account. Bringing his player model into single player with mods doesn't show them either, so either the code is broken, or it's been removed. The last time he was actually seen with the giant mouse ears was in 2020, after he recovered his account. And I couldn't find anything more recent, but they should still be on his account, because there was no mention of them being removed. But unless he logs on again, we can't know for sure. Duplicate accounts were anomalies that existed up until a few years ago. However, unlike the other strange accounts in this video, duplicate accounts were created in much more interesting ways. The first way a dupe account could be made was during May of 2018, when a problem with Minecraft's database caused some accounts to get deleted. During this time, for about a week, new players were allowed to claim names that already existed on old accounts. When Mojang finally restored the accounts that were deleted, they left the duplicate accounts that were made during this time. But because there were only 116 dupe accounts that were made at that time, it wasn't too much of an issue, because the chances would still be very slim for any of them to meet on the same servers, and so Mojang let it slide. Then came the next method of making dupes. This happened when account selling became mainstream in late 2010s, when 2 account snipers called MC Sniper and Cheerful Ninja were spamming the Minecraft name change website to try and claim rare usernames as soon as they became available. The reason the snipers did this was to sell the account names to players who wanted it. However, very rarely, snipers would claim the same name at the exact same time. told them both to get the name. But again, this was a very rare occurrence. Then came the final method of duping. This exploit was kept secret for a while, but if you spammed account creation with gift codes, you could create multiple Minecraft accounts with the same name, but with different IDs. These accounts could then be changed to different names as well, and basically it was a free Minecraft account generator, which led to a player called Daka having 74 accounts with the same name. And this was the most duplicated name in Minecraft history, but obviously this was patched when Mojang found out about it. And finally, some of you may even remember Dream's video about the duplicate accounts called Smidge, who were the most famous of the dupes. But of course, once this phenomenon went viral, Mojang took notice and changed all of these account names a few years ago during the account purges. But despite this anomaly being a thing of the past, it's still very interesting and rare, and only affected a very small amount of names. High win streaks are anomalies that people don't normally talk about. Being able to win hundreds, if not thousands of games in a row is the ultimate show of skill in any game, especially when there's hackers and snipers everywhere. So, here's the story of the highest win streaks ever in Hypixel Bed Wars history. In September of 2017, Technoblade set the world record for the highest Bed Wars win streak with 500 wins in a row, easily beating the previous record of 374. Then he reached 600, 800, 900, and then 1,000 wins in a row. Finally, with his skill and the help of his team, he reached 1,400 wins in October of that year. But then, Techno realized something. He was basically trapped by his own win streak, because he could only play when his teammates were online, and he wasn't having fun anymore after he reached 1,000 wins. So he threw it all away in a solo game by falling into the void in late October. But then, in January of 2018, a new Bed Wars record was emerging. This player who tried to get the highest streak was called Defone, and he was actually Techno's friend, so Techno decided to help him get the record by joining his team, alongside with some other great players. And finally, in March of 2018, they eventually passed Techno's record and reached a win streak of over 1,800. But at that point, Defone was getting bored of the win streak since the 1,500 mark, and so they decided to throw it away. They first played some Bed Wars games without weapons to see if they could lose, but then they kept winning, so they let another team break their bed and they all jumped into the void. Defone's final win streak was 1,818 and is still the highest win streak of all time. These two win streaks from Techno and Defone are anomalies because they'd be almost impossible to get today. The reason is that now there are entire groups of snipers who target players with high streaks, so it's hard for anyone to get such a large win streak again. Not to mention that the skill level of casual players has increased exponentially since the 2010s, and most players today have many years of experience and mastered techniques such as speed bridging. And ever since those two records were set by Techno and Defone, the entire community was inspired to become better players to see who can gain the biggest streaks. And while some have come close, they were still hundreds away from reaching Techno and Defone streaks. Some other players have used hacked clients to try and beat the record, but they use hacks like Vape Client, which is a ghost client, meaning that they use subtle hacks so it's not blatantly obvious that they are hacking, so they can bypass the anti-cheat. And a lot of other players have been straight up paying the sniper groups so they don't get targeted when they have a high win streak. But anyway, these two streaks by Techno and Defone remain the highest, and are anomalies because of how much skill is required to get to that point, especially nowadays. Those were all the anomalies for this video. Make sure to join the Discord server to share any anomalies you find. I'll see you all next time. Bye! Block in size. Iron bars become wider, and cacti start to look strange. But if we keep going and reach 2,097,152 blocks, movement speed becomes bumpy. At this point, items can fall through the world if they're being thrown at the edges of blocks, and you can no longer move while sneaking. After we double our distance again to 4,194,304 blocks, there's a high chance for us to fall through the world. This is because the floating point error has shrunk the player's hitbox nearly down to 0. But let's say we keep going and reach 8,388,608 blocks. This is when entities will start to fall through the world as well. And by now, most things in the game are completely broken. But let's keep going even further. Finally, we reach 16,777,216 blocks. This is where the stripe lands begin, a place where every second block is rendered. And this goes on until the end of the world, at 30 million blocks. However, on the corners, you can also find the sky grid, which is a combination of the X and Z stripe lands. So these issues happen because Bedrock Edition still uses 32-bit floats, which were optimized for the old Pocket Edition engine, which didn't have infinite worlds, unlike Java Edition, which uses 64-bit floats. These long-distance anomalies are why many don't recommend traveling far out on Bedrock Edition, but hopefully one day this gets fixed and works like Java, where the world works properly in all directions. The first part of this anomaly is about illegal NBT items. NBT data, also known as item components, are properties that can change the way items work. I will send a creative hotbar full of these illegal items from a user on Discord called The Real Jesus, and I'll show you all just a few examples of these illegal items. So here we have left and right chests, powered redstone, and petrified slabs. These items weren't intended to be used in the game, and are extremely interesting because you can even bring them to servers through saved hotbars in the creative menu. But illegal NBT items aside, there are also other types of illegal items. These ones can be obtained in survival, and usually involve illegal enchantments. Having illegal items naturally generate in the game is incredibly rare, and usually these get patched when Mojang notices. However, even on the latest version of Bedrock Edition, we can still find illegal items in chests. For example, a Reddit user called TanOfficial found this seed, which has a Woodland Mansion chest that contains boots enchanted with efficiency 1, which shouldn't be possible, and this still works in 1.21. There are also other illegal items which existed in the past, specifically on Java Edition, such as helmets with incompatible enchantments, or crossbows with duplicate enchantments that could be dropped by mobs. There were also ways to get petrified slabs in survival, which are also known as alpha slabs. These can be obtained by crafting them in extremely old versions, and then updating the game. These petrified slabs look like oak slabs, however, they're fireproof and need a pickaxe to be mined. There's currently no way to get any of these illegal items on survival in the latest update, so you'd have to go back to old versions or use commands to get them. And finally, there's also illegal items that can only be made through commands, such as swords with abnormally strong enchantments. However, we won't get into them here because they're not as strange as the other illegal items which could be obtained in survival. And speaking of strange occurrences, let's move on to the next anomaly. What if you created a Minecraft world and found a naturally generated stack of chests? You may find it weird, and you'd probably be concerned about how it could have even happened, because there's no structure that generates stacked chests. So it's very interesting that across the internet, there are multiple instances of people encountering this rare phenomenon while playing in their worlds. Sightings of natural chest stacks go back several years and have confused many players, and most of these stacked chests occur underwater because ocean ruins can collide with buried treasure chests. However, this one is even more interesting because it's the only one I could find that generated completely on land. This seed was found by a Reddit user called Art the Beast, and at these coordinates, by digging into this hill, you can find 3 stacked chests. If you randomly dug and found this by chance, you'd probably think this was a player-made structure, or a secret base, which is why it's so uncanny that it's naturally generated. I couldn't find the chances of this happening, so if you have any info on how rare this is, let us all know in the comments. People have also found 2 chests stacked on top of each other. So that raises the question, is it possible to find 4 or more stacked chests? Well, theoretically, if another structure like a shipwreck was to generate in the same location, there could be a stack of 4 or even 5 chests. So who knows, maybe this does exist somewhere in Minecraft. The Valentine Cape is possibly the strangest cape in Minecraft, because no one knows its true purpose, and it's only ever been owned by 2 people, and both times it was taken away from them. So, let's look at the strange story behind this anomaly. It all started in August of 2022, when players noticed a new cape had appeared on the NameMC website, and since there were no news of a new cape, many people became interested about how a player by the name of LolFoxy2 had obtained it. So after some people messaged Foxy on Discord, he revealed that he was given the cape as compensation because his account had issues with migration. The employee that gave LolFoxy this cape worked on Minecraft Dungeons, where capes are extremely common, so the employee thought that giving Foxy the Valentine cape would be completely fine. But on Java, this was a one-of-a-kind cape that some people would spend thousands of dollars for. However, not long after Foxy started using the cape publicly, it was taken away from his account, after the Mojang employee realized how rare it actually was. And after it was taken away, Foxy himself said that the cape would be releasing publicly on Valentine's Day of 2023. But that turned out to be a rumor, because since then, the cape still hasn't been released to the public. So for a while, while, Foxy was the only one in Minecraft who ever had this cape. But then things got interesting when one day, people noticed a second owner of this cape appeared on NameMC. The only other known player with the Valentine cape is called Joingrave. Allegedly, Mojang support was helping Joingrave with an issue concerning the vanilla cape on his account. However, the Mojang employee misclicked and added the Valentine cape to his account instead. And again, once Joingrave wore this cape, it became registered in the NameMC database, meaning hundreds of thousands of players could see there was a new owner with a Valentine cape. So Mojang removed it once again. This means that 2 years after this cape was first leaked, it still hasn't been released to the public, and at this point, it's unknown whether anything will ever happen with this cape at all. But what's more interesting is that there could currently be a few more players with this cape. If another Mojang employee made a mistake in a support ticket by accidentally giving someone the Valentine cape, no one would know if the account owner didn't wear it, because it won't be logged in the NameMC database. So there could still be people out there that secretly have this cape, but won't reveal it so it doesn't get removed. On my search for anomalies, I came across a very interesting Reddit post from a few years ago, claiming to have found an abnormal dungeon. The screenshot was posted by a user named It's Franklin My Dudes, and this image shows a dungeon that shouldn't be possible. The spawner is surrounded on all sides by bedrock, and there are no chests in sight. This means that this dungeon has somehow generated at the very bottom of the world. When I went to try this for myself though, there was nothing there, so I was skeptical on whether this was even real or not, until I remembered something about previous seed anomalies. Sometimes the anomaly wouldn't generate if you loaded it in a certain way, and because this dungeon was near spawn and I had a high render distance, it means that I was loading it in straight away when I entered the seed. So I turned down my render distance to 2 and then teleported to the location, and there it was, proving that this dungeon was real. The seed for this anomaly is now on screen, and make sure to turn down your render distance when you load it, or it won't work. As for why this happened, the only thing I can think of is that this mineshaft, which is at bedrock level, made the world generation think there was a valid area to generate the dungeon. What makes this interesting is that this instance is the only mention of this anomaly that I could find online, and this is no longer possible in modern versions, because the world has become so much deeper since 1.17. Throughout the years, there's always been creepypastas about cursed seeds in Minecraft. But everyone knows seeds can't have paranormal activities within them. So don't worry, this anomaly isn't about creepypastas, but about a couple of seeds which have some very strange landmarks. So the first one was posted by a Reddit user called Demiki1, where they found a creepy smiley face in their world. This face was naturally generated by a ravine and 2 small lakes, and even though it's not harmful in any way, it is quite unnerving to look at. If you want to see this anomaly for yourself, the seed is on screen now, and you can find the creepy face right next to spawn. Next, we have a seed that was found by another Reddit user called I Am the Sacred Pot, which allegedly contains a naturally generated mountain monster. And by mountain monster, I don't mean an entity of some kind, but that this mountain looks eerily like a monster's face when viewed from a distance. And if you want to see this one for yourself, the seed is on screen now, and this is also located at spawn. So while there definitely aren't any Minecraft seeds that are haunted, things like this are probably the closest we'll ever get to real horror seeds. And since these landmarks are completely random, that means there may even be some in your worlds as well. So if you've seen strange things like this, make sure to join the Discord and post them there to be featured in the next video. Links in the description. And those were all the anomalies for this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
When 2 great things combine, it's a wonderful world. Nerds Gummy Clusters. Unleash your senses.
Hey, Dr. Fresh? My girl's upset with me because I watched the newest episode of our show without her. Now the energy between us is just off.
Look, I know how to get things back on track. With Febreze, romance, and desire. Do you need help staying in the mood? Give Dr. Fresh a call.
When you play Minecraft for long enough, you start to notice the same things over and over again. Whether that's villages, forests, or mine shafts. Nothing stands out anymore because you know what to expect. But because of Minecraft's random world generation, in rare circumstances, these everyday things can become abnormal. So join me in this video as we take a look at some of the rarest anomalies that players have ever found in Minecraft. Also, feel free to subscribe because my goal is to hit 100,000 subs by the end of 2025. Only 74,196 to go. Now, let's get into the video. On the 17th of November 2021, a seed finder named Mooing Cow Milk uploaded a video to his YouTube channel showing a seed with a very abnormal stronghold. For those who don't know, Mooing Cow Milk is famous for finding strange seeds, such as the infamous unbeatable lava seed, which spawns you in an underground lava pool that's impossible to escape. This time, Mooing Cow Milk found a seed which is even weirder than that. If we enter this seed on 1.16 and teleport to this location, you can see that we're inside the stronghold. Not much stands out at first, but you'll notice that there's water dripping everywhere, and that's because this stronghold is almost completely submerged underwater. But by itself, that's not too weird, except for some areas that are glitched with the water. But all of this is nothing compared to the end portal room. When we enter this room, the first thing that immediately stands out is that this end portal is glitched. That's because this portal generated on the border of a chunk, but this still isn't what makes this seed an anomaly. If I enter this portal right now, I'll find a naturally spawned Elder Guardian in the end with me. And if you're in survival, this is basically a death trap. So you're probably wondering how this can even happen. Well, as you can tell by zooming out, an ocean monument intersects with this stronghold, and the Elder Guardian spawn point just happened to perfectly align with this glitched end portal, which means that it creates this near impossible scenario where the Elder Guardian spawns directly inside the end. Finding this legendary seed was Mooing Cow Milk's idea, but it also took the effort of a few other seed finders to make it happen, and they're all credited in the description as well. And something else to note about this seed is that the Elder Guardian has a chance to spawn a few blocks away from the portal. So if you're trying this by yourself, you might need to reload the seed a few times before it actually spawns inside the portal. If you've watched episode 7 of this series, you might remember that I showed some of the best chests that can theoretically generate in Minecraft. One of them was this stronghold chest that generated with a book that has 11 enchantments on it, and the other was an ancient city chest that generates with every slot in it being a regeneration potion. These rare chests were all found by a seed finder named Chris, and he found them by using code to search through every single possible combination of the loot tables that exist in Minecraft. And these combinations are called loot seeds. So you can enter a command to fill an unopened chest with a specific loot seed that exists in the game, and that chest will generate the items from the loot seed. A loot seed existing basically confirms that a chest with these items can be found somewhere in Minecraft, but it could be millions of blocks away on a random seed. So the chances of someone finding a chest with such rare things are almost impossible. Now you might be wondering, why am I mentioning this anomaly again? Because I went through it in detail in episode 7 already. Well, as I mentioned, these chests could only be generated by entering a command to fill an existing chest with a loot seed, which only proves that these chests exist theoretically somewhere in Minecraft. And in that video, I also mentioned that Chris had an ongoing search for an ancient city chest with 14 enchanted golden apples in it, but it wasn't found yet. Okay, now that we're all caught up with the context, on December 30th, 2024, Chris ended up making a huge discovery. He, alongside 2 others, created an algorithm that was able to find real-world seeds from these theoretical loot seeds. Behind me is one of the real chests that Chris discovered with his algorithm, and it's located in this seed on version 1.21.4. But this isn't something that you can just randomly come across, because this chest is located at 9.5 million blocks away on the x-axis, and over 1 million blocks on the z-axis. So you might be wondering, what's inside this legendary chest? Well, take a look. This is the only known chest in all of Minecraft that generates with 14 enchanted golden apples. This makes this chest one of the greatest anomalies that's ever been discovered in Minecraft. Because without Chris's algorithm, no one would ever travel to such a distance, let alone open this specific chest and find this. And this is so rare that to my knowledge, no one's even found half as many gapples in a single chest before. The most I could find online from a normal person were 6 gapples in a single chest. Now you might think it ends here, but there's actually another legendary chest that Chris found with his algorithm. This is the same chest from episode 7 that has every slot filled with regen potions. But instead of just a theoretical loot seed, Chris now has an actual world seed with this one-of-a-kind chest. To see it, we have to go on version 1.21.4 and enter this seed. Then we need to teleport to these coordinates, which are over 16.5 million blocks away on the x-axis and over 10 million blocks on the z-axis. And when we open this chest, you can see that all the regeneration potions are there, which makes this chest no longer theoretical, but a real thing in the game. And again, the immense distance from spawn of these anomalies means that without Chris's algorithm, no one in history would have ever discovered these chests by chance. And who knows what else is out there. There could be other legendary chests millions of blocks away in the overworld, nether, or even in the end, on any seed in Minecraft. But without seed finders like Chris, it would be near impossible to find them. Have you ever wondered what's the tallest grass in Minecraft? This may sound like the kind of thing you'd see on a Canman 18 short at 3 AM, but there's actually a certain grass that someone found which is taller than all other grass in Minecraft. But how is that even possible? We all know that grass can either be 1 or 2 blocks tall, so most people don't even think the tallest grass can exist. Well, believe it or not, somehow someone managed to find a grass that's too tall to exist and shouldn't even be possible. It all started on October 25th, 2024, when a Discord user by the name of TTHBage sent a message on my server with a screenshot showing an abnormally tall grass in his world. As you can see, the image he posted shows a naturally generated grass that's 4 blocks tall. So to take a closer look at this, we need to load this seed on version 1.13, and we can see that the tall grass is located right next to the nearest lake at spawn. And if I clear this area to see it properly, you can see just how weird its height is. As for what's happening here, we can see that this 4 block grass is actually made up of 2 double tall grasses, rather than being a single long grass. And you might be wondering why 2 grasses even generated on top of each other in the first place. Well, this happened because on 1.13, there was a glitch that sometimes made it possible for floating grass to grow next to lakes, which means that a double tall grass grew on this bottom layer, and then on top of it, a second double grass generated floating in the air, which makes it a 4 block grass. Now, as you can probably tell, this isn't a one-of-a-kind anomaly, or even as rare as the previous ones, because if seed finders really wanted to, I'm sure they'd be able to find another one like this with enough searching on 1.13. But right now, this is technically the tallest grass that's ever been found in Minecraft. And you might be wondering whether taller grasses are theoretically possible in this version, like a 5 or 6 block grass. Honestly, no one knows, but if multiple lakes were able to stack on top of each other somehow, a 5 or 6 block grass might be possible. But if this does exist somewhere, no one's shown any interest in looking for it, so I highly doubt something like this will ever be found. On the 12th of November 2024, Dylan DC14, who's a famous seed finder, uploaded a video on his YouTube channel showing a seed with something that's never been seen before. If we type in this seed on version 1.21.3, we'll enter a fairly normal world. But wait, what's this? We've got an achievement. I Spy. The achievement that you're only supposed to get after playing for hours and finding the stronghold. So what happened here? Well, as you can see, part of this stronghold is exposed in a ravine, which is a bit uncommon, but not too crazy. What makes this seed one of a kind has to do with the fact that you spawn here. Because on Java Edition, strongholds are supposed to generate thousands of blocks away in a ring pattern. So the reason we spawn here is because at the coordinates 0, 0, this seed has a giant mushroom island, which is a biome that you can't normally spawn in. So instead, the game spawns you thousands of blocks away and directly on top of this stronghold. And this is the only known seed that gives you this achievement right when you spawn. But as a side note, there's a bit of variance with the spawn location. So you won't always get the achievement right when you spawn, meaning you may need to reload the seed a couple of times for this to happen. In episode 5 of this series, I showed the biggest diamond vein that had ever been discovered in Minecraft, which was a 30 block vein found by the seed finder 19MrX98 on his YouTube channel back in 2021. This held the record as the biggest diamond vein until 1.18 changed diamond generation, which made it possible for larger veins to exist. To test out this new generation, 19MrX98 used a data pack on 1.17 that simulated 1.18's world generation, and within that, he found a 44 diamond vein that was possible. However, no one had yet to find it on 1.18, and ever since then, seed finders have been running programs to try and find the largest vein in these new versions. Until finally, on January of 2025, a seed finder named Scriptline posted an image in the Minecraft at Home Discord server showing a diamond vein with 44 diamonds on the latest version. This vein can be found by entering this seed on version 1.21 and teleporting to these coordinates, which are almost 14 million blocks away on the x-axis and over 22 million blocks away on the z-axis, showing just how improbable finding something like this is. This 44 block vein is currently the biggest diamond vein that's ever been found, and after finding it, Scriptline issued an official challenge to all seed finders to find one that's larger than this, but so far, no one's found one. On October 31st, 2024, a Discord user by the name of Unassumed discovered a very unusual anomaly on an old version of Minecraft. By entering this seed from version 1.7.2 to 1.7.10, everything seems normal at first. But if we teleport to these coordinates, we can see that we're inside a stronghold. While walking around, there's nothing crazy yet. There's no Elder Guardian or anything out of place. And even the end portal room isn't that rare, except for a weird little passageway on the side. What makes this stronghold unique is that if we enter the library room, you'll notice that there's a glitched dungeon and a whole bunch of items that are thrown on the floor. Dropped items aren't intended to naturally generate in Minecraft and can only be found in rare circumstances. The reason these are here is because a dungeon generated at the same location as a stronghold library chest, which caused the wall of the dungeon to override the chest and drop all of its loot on the ground. But what's interesting is that these aren't the items of a normal chest. This specific stronghold chest happened to generate on a 4-chunk border when the dungeon generated next to it, which caused the contents of the chest to be duplicated 4 times. As you can see, there's 16 pieces of paper, 4 fire aspect and sharpness books on the ground. It looks like Herobrine went on this seed, dropped his inventory and left. This happening is only possible on these old versions, and this was actually discovered by sheer coincidence, as Unassumed was seed finding for something else entirely when he found this. He was probably searching for a full end portal, which is why the portal in this stronghold is nearly complete. Unassumed also said that if this duplication glitch had happened to a different stronghold chest that had ender pearls in it, it may be possible for a single chest to duplicate and drop 12 ender pearls, which would be enough to light a whole end portal. But because this glitch is so obscure, there's no effort being made by anyone to find a chest like this. So it's likely that a glitched chest on this version will never be found again, without seed finders looking for it.
Dear non-stick surface, you're great for scrambling eggs, but to drive on? Good thing we have amazing traction. Let's bond. Toyota all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota. Let's go places.
That's what you need. A good break.
Sister's birthday. She's an adult. Please help me. I'm so lost.
Gotcha. Follow me.
I knew it. I'm hot. Thank you, Rick.
What? I mean,
On the 26th of August 2024, a seed finder by the name of Kima sent 2 screenshots to the Minecraft at Home Discord server. These screenshots showed an old version of Minecraft and what appears to be the ruins of a stronghold all across the ground. There are even bookshelves that generated in the middle of the forest, along with cobblestone and stone bricks everywhere. As you can tell, somehow this stronghold managed to generate abnormally close to the surface, with entire sections of it being above ground level. Something else that's weird about this is that this seed is on version 1.0, which was released in 2011. But as I mentioned, the actual find of this seed was in August of 2024, so Kima was searching for the seed on this ancient version in the modern day. And to see this anomaly, we have to type in this seed. You can't teleport to coordinates in this update, so you'll have to make your way to this location to see it. I'm not sure whether stronghold generation was different back in this update to make this possible, but strongholds look exactly the same since version 1.0, so I don't think there's something specific about this version that makes this more likely to happen, and I haven't seen any other strongholds from old versions that generate like this. But there have been other strongholds in modern versions that are above ground, but usually it's only a small section of the stronghold, rather than most of it like this one. Just imagine if you were a noob back in the day and came across this. You'd probably think these were some ancient ruins or a new structure that can be found above ground. What's even crazier is that the end portal room is completely exposed, which usually never happens, even in these weird seeds. And we can't ignore the fact that this is on version 1.0, which gives the seed a certain charm since it's got the old textures and world generation. And if you're wondering why this is on version 1.0, that's because Kima is known for seed finding in extremely old versions, and they've also found some other weird seeds like an 11eye end portal in version 1.0. Personally, this seed has the most interesting stronghold generation that I've ever seen, and that's including other stronghold anomalies that I've covered in the past. It has a very mysterious atmosphere to it. But let me know what you think, and if you've seen a stronghold that's more interesting than this. Alright, let's see what the next anomaly is. Wait a minute, what is this? Oh yeah, it's a subscribe button. Which reminds me, if you're still watching and haven't subscribed, I recommend you do, since as I mentioned, my goal is to get 100,000 by the end of the year. Now since we're at 25,804 subs, by my calculation we need approximately 6,740 subs every month to get to 100k by the end of this year. But what if this video gets 75,000 views and everyone chooses to subscribe? Well, that would actually be a rare anomaly if the channel could get to 100k subs from this one video. I mean, if it did happen, I'd have to include it in the next part of this series. But anyway, subscribe. And let's move on to the next anomaly. Have you ever wondered what the rarest mob drop in Minecraft is? Like how when you kill a zombie, there's a 2.5% chance for it to drop an iron ingot. Or how sometimes mobs will rarely drop armor. Compared to anomalies, even these rare drops are common, because most of us have played the game for so long that we've gotten them many times before. But what if I told you that in some cases, certain mob drops can be so rare that they can become anomalies? On October 3rd of 2023, a deleted Reddit user made a post on the Minecraft subreddit showing potentially one of the rarest mob drops that has ever been recorded in Minecraft. In their post, the Reddit user explained that they had killed a single skeleton and it dropped its entire set of chainmail armor, its bow, 2 arrows, and a bone. This is the type of loot you'd expect by killing many skeletons. So for a single skeleton to drop so many items, it's so rare that to my knowledge, no one has ever reported it before. It's not known exactly how rare this mob drop is, but someone in the comments of the post claimed that it was a 1 in 2 million chance, which isn't one of a kind, but it's still incredibly rare. But it's possible for a skeleton drop to be even rarer than this, if it dropped 2 bones instead of 1, or if its armor and bow were enchanted. But right now, this is likely the rarest skeleton drop that's ever been reported in Minecraft. And yes, I know that we can't verify that this actually happened, because the original poster said that they had issues rendering their video, which is why they only posted a screenshot of the loot on Reddit. And since the account is deleted now, we can't even know who posted this to get the video, if they even still have it. But despite that, I actually do believe that this is real, because first of all, you can't craft chainmail armor, and the durability of the bow and armor look legitimately from a mob drop. And yeah, these things can easily be faked, but I doubt anyone would randomly make a fake post about this, since it didn't even get much attention on Reddit. And it's such a random thing to happen that almost no one would even think of faking something like this. But anyway, that's all for this anomaly. Now let's move on to the next one, which has to do with a very unusual location. On September 25th, 2024, a Reddit user called YeetMeToTheVoid made a post showing a very strange landmark that he discovered in his world. In this seed, at these coordinates, you can see that some warm ocean ruins managed to generate inside a sparse jungle biome. And while it's not that rare for ocean ruins to generate on land, somehow at this location, the ruins fit very well into the landscape and look almost like ancient jungle ruins. Imagine you're a noob and you came across this. You'd definitely think this was some sort of jungle exclusive structure, rather than anything to do with the ocean. It feels like an ancient civilization lived here, and now all that's left is ruins. Something else about this location is that the ocean that these ruins were supposed to generate in is almost 100 blocks below the jungle, which gives this spot some of the most insane cliffs I've seen in Minecraft. And this location was found by a normal person and not a seed finder, which shows that anyone can randomly come across rare anomalies in their worlds, even without knowing code. In the very first episode of the Rare Anomaly series, I talked about the first naturally completed end portal that was discovered in 2015 by a player named Azalef. This portal generated with 12 eyes, but it wasn't activated because of a bug on all versions pre 1.9. So after this bug was fixed, all portals that are filled with 12 eyes are now automatically activated in modern versions. Or so you'd think, because every portal that generates with 12 eyes since 1.9 has been found to be activated, all except for one. This was commented by one of my viewers named Mikelis over 10 months ago in an old Rare Anomalies video, but I didn't see the comment until recently, and after doing some more research, it turns out that this portal was shown in a video by a YouTuber called the Mr. Epic back in March of 2024. But even before then, it was found by 3 seed finders from Minecraft at Home called Matt, Philip D, and Hypers. And when you first look at it, this portal seems completely normal. There doesn't seem to be a reason why it isn't activated, because there's nothing physically broken about it. So why did this happen? Well, I asked some seed finders on Minecraft at Home's Discord server, and they said that this happened because of something known as a population chunk border. A population chunk isn't like a normal chunk, and you can't directly see it by turning chunk borders on. Each population chunk is offset by 8 blocks from normal chunks, and they're responsible for certain parts of terrain generation, in this case the end portal eyes. So what happened here was that 3 of the end portal frames on one population chunk all generated with Eyes of Ender in them, and then the 9 other frames on the other chunk all generated with Eyes of Ender as well. So the game doesn't view this as a single full portal, but as 2 separate ones because of the population chunk border. Seed finders said that this technically isn't much rarer than a normal 12-eye portal, but it's harder to seed find, which is why to my knowledge this is the only seed that's ever been found where the population chunk made it impossible for an end portal to light. So this technically is rarer than normal 12-eye portals, because it's only seed finders that can even find normal 12-eye portals. So if it's harder for them to find one like this, then it technically is more rare. Now let's move on to the next anomaly, which was again found by Dylan DC14. On the 28th of October 2022, Dylan uploaded a video showing some very strange nether fortresses that he found. A lot of them were very interesting, like the smallest nether fortress, which I covered in episode 5 of this series. But one which I didn't talk about is the nether fortress that has dual spawners glitched in the same location. This anomaly is convenient because it's located right at spawn if you place a nether portal in this seed. But if you came across something like this on your own, you'd probably have a hard time defeating all the blazes that spawn from it. It's unknown just how rare this is, but by searching the internet, I haven't been able to find another double spawner stacked like this in a fortress. So this may be a one-of-a-kind anomaly as far as I know. And again, huge credit to Dylan for finding this, and make sure to check out his channel to see other cool seeds as well. On November 29th of 2024, a Reddit user by the name of Open10 Networks came across a strange woodland mansion in his world. From the outside, nothing seems wrong, and even when entering it, there isn't anything immediately off. But if we break through this wall, you can see that there's a fake end portal room, which isn't too rare by itself, right? Well, if we break the next wall, we find another fake end portal. And if we break the third wall, there's another fake end portal room. So this mansion generated with 3 fake end portals, all next to each other. And on top of that, there's 2 different obsidian rooms on different floors, making this an incredibly rare mansion. But there's a mansion that's even rarer than this, which was featured in a video on the 30th of July 2022 by a Bedrock seed finder called Cracked Magnet. This mansion has 4 fake portal rooms, which makes this the seed with the most known portals within a mansion. And surprisingly, this still works on the latest version of Bedrock Edition, which is 1.21.51. This makes me wonder though, what would be the theoretical limit of fake end portals in a mansion? If you know anything about that, let us all know in the comments below or in the Discord. On the 23rd of November 2024, a Discord user named Swux sent me a message about a weird outpost that he found in his world. To my knowledge, this outpost currently holds the record for the most scarecrows, with 9 pairs, making a total of 18 scarecrows. And this also holds the record for the most surrounding structures, as it has 15 surrounding structures in total, which beats a previous anomaly outpost that I talked about in episode 6, which had 12 surrounding structures. And believe it or not, Swux found this by manually searching and without any seed finding tools. I don't know what these pillagers were trying to scare with all these scarecrows, but it's insane to look at. And this outpost is almost as big of an anomaly as me having 23 followers on Twitter. How is this possible? So follow me for some banger tweets, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Stop dreaming, start booking. Your next trip is just a deal away on Priceline. Priceline.
Over the course of my career, you guys have sent me thousands and thousands of terrible ideas for features to add into the game, and I managed to get a grand total of about 237 of those into the game. I don't know that number for sure. It was a completely wild guess. Today, I want to put together a full stack of terrible ideas. That's, That's 65. You don't need to worry about that one. I'm sure it wasn't worth watching. A full stack of 64 terrible ideas. And make one video to show you just how insane those ideas can be. These features you're about to see are the weirdest and most entertaining ideas from you guys that I've ever added to Minecraft. If I told you the number of people that have directly told me how confused they were by something I've coded into the game, you probably wouldn't believe me. But a number I can directly tell you is that your ideas for features have amassed over 16 million views. And that's a pretty low estimate. From coding terrible foods to solving problems that didn't really need to be solved, and even trapping a group of my fans in a deadly escape room with spike walls and a sheep, I for one am terrified of what you're capable of. In fact, just because of that, I won't be making another single video for the rest of the year. Haha, take that. You'll have to wait for, oh, shoot, wait, the year is over. One of these videos even became my most popular video of all time, so I'm not complaining. With all that being said, it's time to delve into the wildest and most entertaining combination of things you'll probably ever see. Suggested by people, I can only hope, are real humans. Like, really though, someone should probably check on that. Who's first? Pigron Bacon. From its Terraria inspiration, it could make players turn invisible and slide through walls for a limited amount of time. I'm not entirely sure that's how Pigron Bacon works in Terraria, but hey, I'm just here to add the comments. So naturally, as I'm feeling a bit peckish, I must say, and if I take a bite of this bacon, I'm in spectator mode. Yeah! Uh-oh. Yeah, so Pigron Bacon allows you to eat it and then slide through walls. I could just go down here, you know, no big deal, but you switch back after a while. Let me eat another one. This one may be a little bit dangerous, but it's totally fine, right? It fills my hunger nicely. This is indeed a fine addition to the first course of the meal. But with that being said, let's move on to the second one, because food that gives you every achievement. And what better way to get every achievement than an overachiever's checkmark? That's right, you can eat a checkmark and you get every single one. It doesn't stop, you can't like clear it at all, it just keeps making that sound over and over and over again. Why would you do this to me? I'm just gonna wait. Still waiting. Oh, good, more. Ugh. Pain. Suffering. Oh my gosh, they stopped. Oh, peace, tranquility. Let's move on to the next one. Uranium just fills your bar and gives infinite saturation with absolutely no downside whatsoever. Look at it glow. It's so glowy. Oh, this must be radioactive, right? There's no way this is safe to eat. Haha, just kidding. Of course it's safe to eat. Why wouldn't it be safe to eat? Haha, ha ha ha. There are zero downsides to this. Legitimately, like, it doesn't do anything to you other than give you, like, saturation for infinity. Because of course my audience would have a comment like this. Of course there's something that's completely insane that does absolutely nothing. Honestly though, I kind of love it. This is why I go to you for ideas. They are dumb. And that's why I love you. Banana pepper that somehow changes your skin into a tiny little banana man. Oh no. Oh, this is weird. I don't like it here. This is weird. Red Bull, but it actually gives you wings. Oh yeah. Here we go. This right here is a can of Red Bull that literally gives you wings. As you can see if I drink it, I've got wings now. And that means I can fly away and fly. This is the most effective advertisement for Red Bull they've ever had. Whee! I guess they are still dangerous. That's right. Red Bull actually gives you wings now. And you can actually fly with them. They're actually, like, pretty effective. Like, this is actually a really, really cool mod. These wings are part of the Icarus mod. And if you're interested, all the mods are linked in the description. I guess this makes Red Bull the most powerful item in the game now, huh? And it pairs very nicely with the banana pepper, because now I'm just a little guy with wings. Backflip. Whoa. Yeah. Skulkberry. It spawns 10 wardens when you eat it. Oh yeah. This is sure to add an element of chaos to the final Thanksgiving party. Because if I eat this skulkberry, oh boy. Hey guys, how's it? Hey, okay. We can call. Wait. Oh jeez. Oh no, they're still here. Okay, I gotta go. I need to give myself Red Bull. Fly away! Fly away! Oh great, I can't see anything. Oh jeez, this is fine. What do I do? Where do I go? Nothing bad would happen if I ate just a ton of these. I am totally fine. Rage and Cage update, and here's what the comment includes. We have the cage structure, Nicolas Cage as a boss, the cage ingot, and the cage block. Oh yeah, this is gonna be weird. We'll start with the all-new cage structure. As you can see, it spawns pretty consistently throughout the world, like kinda all over the place. It includes some diamond ore, it includes some soul lanterns, you've got this button that throws strength potions on the ceiling, I don't know, it felt nice. And naturally, you've got the Nicolas Cage boss. Here we go, I'm heading in to take him on. Let's go, Nicolas Cage, let's go. Take me down, let's just do this. He's wandering away. Come here, you. Come here, boy. Come here. Oh my gosh, he dealt some damage. Uh-oh. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my gosh, I forgot how fast this guy is. That's not a Ravager effect. Uh-oh. What do I do? I can't do anything. I can't deal any damage. Oh, jeez. Oh, on the plus side, the comment actually said that he's not aggressive until he's attacked, so this is actually great. This is a perfect thing. I'm gonna eat a golden apple right off the bat, and I'm gonna take him down. Come here, boy. Almost. Yes! That was way more difficult than I actually thought it was gonna be. But he dropped this. I need to swim. Get it. This is, hold on. This is the Nicolas Cage ingot. Look, it's got his eyes. He can see you. But I only have one. I need to defeat more Nicolas Cages. It's time for a battle montage. Got one. Come here, Nicholas. Come on, almost there. Yes. Can I keep him pinned? Keep him pinned to the corner. He's back inside. Got him. Move quick. Got him. He's gotta hop in here. Hold on. Yep. Okay. Got him. All right. 7. I need 2 more. Okay, we've got our 9 Nick Cage ingots, which means we can make our Nicolas Cage block. And now we have the Nicolas Cage block. Yay! Yay! It doesn't do anything. You can't even make like armor out of the ingots or anything. It's literally just the Nicolas Cage block. It just sits here. And it looks like Nick. It's also really squishy, I guess. I don't know if I like that. Yup, that's the mod. I mean, that's the Minecraft update, baby. That's the one, Rage and Cage. Anyways, that's the first update. What do we have next? The Days and Grays update. This update includes gray mobs that are incredibly difficult to kill, and dirt is overpowered. And I'll explain how dirt works in a moment, but first you can see I am kitted out. Look at this armor. It's absolutely insane. And yet it probably won't be enough to stop me from dying, so let me just show you what's going on here. So this update brings new mobs called gray mobs, and you'll very clearly be able to tell what they look like because they're gray. That's the mob. Only certain mobs can be gray mobs. Oh, well, you're gray, but you're not a gray mob. These mobs are incredibly difficult to kill, and they deal a lot of damage. I know we'll find some stuff at night, but I really wanted to find stuff during the day too. Oh no, they're so fast. Oh, they're so, okay, so I'm not going back to ice. Just note to self. Oh, the sun's going down. Actually, that's important. That means the scary mobs are going to spawn, and that could be a problem. Oh, there's gray witches. These ones are a little bit easier because they throw potions, but they're still not easy to defeat. The gray witches spawn way more often than I thought they would, so that's fun. Oh, skeleton. Oh, more witches. Oh no, there's gray creepers. Oh no, this is so bad. They can come out of nowhere and just spontaneously explode like crazy. No. Oh, not today, thank you. Yoink. You witch. No. Deny. Sometimes they're gray spiders and sometimes they're not, and you can just never tell because they're already gray. Oh, the creepers. Oh, that's a gray spider. If you find a gray creeper, you're just dead. Oh my gosh, they're so fast and so small. I thought it would be interesting to try to find gray chickens, and then I just immediately died. Great, love that. One of them that can spawn is the Gray Steve, and he's a little spooky. They all hit like a truck and are, oh my gosh. Look it, I have full protection 4 armor on, and he still destroys me. Come here. I hit him. Oh my gosh, I actually defeated him. They're insanely hard to kill, but you may have noticed something else about this update that I didn't mention yet. Overpowered dirt. If we just spawn this guy in again, and I'm gonna try to get the jump on one of them. Come here. Got him. Dirt, when you right-click on a gray mob, it just poofs him out of existence. Hey, buddy. We've also got things like the ocelot, the gray chicken, which we saw, the cow, we've got the pig, all of them with their spooky glowing red eyes. The piglet is kind of fun. I like this one a lot. The gray slime is a little odd, but, you know, he's all right. The gray cod and the salmon don't really know what to do on the land, but they're trying. They're trying their best. And naturally, the dirt just makes them all poof out of existence. Love to see it. Very Minecrafty. It's so crazy that they added this in the update. Man, you know what's cool though is you can vote for it if you really want to. Update. It adds update signs. And I interpreted this one, interestingly, I think. But let's take a walk, because randomly around the world, we will find update signs. What's this? This item is a work in progress. Please do not break it. This tree? Another one. New features have been added to this area. Enjoy. Oh my gosh, new features? Where?
Taste buds tingling? For sure. It's Hillshire.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
3, 2, 1. Madam President, we have a situation.
If you want to live, you'll follow my lead. My campaign advisors kept telling me to lean into my military background. This is not what they meant.
G20, rated R.
A free night in the Cayman Islands is enticing, but use caution. You'll forget how clocks work and never wear shoes again. Book now and get a 7th night free. You're in for a trip.
Update complete. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy. What update? Oh, an underwater one. Amazing. Fixed a game-breaking bug from this area. Oh, cool. Yup. Another work in progress, huh? Wow. Look at that item that's in progress. So cool. This region has been updated. What? Like, all it really does is add signs to the world that just tells people that something might have changed, could have changed, something was updated, but we just don't know what it was. Even the end isn't safe from updates. Update complete. This area will never be the same. Ender Dragon, did they change you? Look how they massacred my boy. Are we sure these signs are accurate? Is anyone fact-checking this? Maybe I should be fact-checking it. This is my mod, after all. I mean, this is a new, completely original Mojang Minecraft update. Nothing to be concerned about. Nope. It's so funny. Comedy genius over here. This entire video is so much updating. Updating the updates, really. What if we didn't update and then decided to update later and then updated that update? The Barnes & Nobles update, including the new barn structure with variations of pigs and cows, as well as a manager house or mansion structure with the new noble boss type that drops a Gall of Wand. And to start with Barnes & Nobles, we're gonna start with the barns. This is the all-new barn structure that spawns out in the wilderness. It was supposed to spawn in villages, but then I couldn't figure out how to do that, so I just spawned it in the middle of nowhere. Wow, so much village. Included in the barn structure is a bunch of new cow and pig types. As you can see here, they also all have their own unique names. We got the Aberdeen, the Duroc pig, the British white cow, the Pie Train pig, the Iberian pig, the Hereford cow. I literally Googled a bunch of cow and pig names, and this is what came up, and I wanted to do them, and they look so good. I'm so happy with this. Also included in the barn, you can see there's a little bit of a hay bale and bamboo situation up here. It's kind of fun, and that's it. That's all there is to the barn. But it's cute, it's pretty, it looks nice. Where it really gets fun is with the second half of Barnes & Nobles. This is the Nobles Mansion. These spawn either close to villages or, just kind of out wherever, because the Nobles don't need no land. They don't need to be specific about where they live in. We've got a little friend in there. We've actually got a couple little friends in there. Egg. The Noble is a new boss type that spawns exclusively here in the mansions. As you can see, he's wearing a nice little gold helmet, has a diamond sword, and this thing, which we'll talk about in a moment. But first, I need to defeat him, so I'm gonna gear up again. I can't close the door. Gear up time. This time, though, I'm in just full iron, because I want to see if I can actually take this guy out legitimately. Hey, buddy. How's it going in there? I'm coming to take over your mansion. Okay, calm down. Oh, he's gonna get me. No, please. Can I get away? I'm gonna hide in here. Got him. Okay, I got this. First, let's take a look at the area. This is our new home that I just claimed. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's got an iron golem in it. Oh, hi, chickens. How's it going? It's got a chandelier and a pig on the wall. And the star of the show, a vault, which is very easy to get to. That's not important. What is important is what's inside. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. It's so powerful. There's also, like, little areas here, like an iron golem build building layer or something like that. And then, of course, we have the Fungin. And this, yeah, he's in here. I built this structure on a live stream. Fundy dropped in and said I should add something to him, so I put him in the corner. Anyways, Fundy, I hope you enjoy your Fungin. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my mansion, because now I have power over iron golems. And by power, I mean it literally just lets you activate self-destruct. Hey, buddy, catch! But now I have this mansion. So that's cool. So to recap, we got a barn structure with new cows and pigs. We got a mansion with the nobles in it, and the iron golem one that explodes things. And also Fundy is here. So that's cool. Oh no. I'm just gonna... You guys enjoy your stay. A potion that makes a Skulk Shrieker scream and gives you the darkness effect. Drink 3 of them and you summon a warden. Alright, starting with the Potion of Shrieking. If I go ahead and just drink this... Spooky. I'm gonna drink it a second time. Alright, that's 2, okay. And third time... Just give it a second and there it is. This one's pretty simple. I mean, at least you would think this one's pretty simple. But then you take into account that there's a Splash Potion variant, and that this also works on other mobs. So that's 1, that's 2, and that's 3. Look, another warden. Oh man, there's no way this could go wrong, right? No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. No possible way that this could exponentially grow as this affects more and more creatures. Everything is totally... I'm gonna stop throwing them because, oh no. Yeah, that gets out of hand real quick. This is way too much fun. I'm just gonna throw a few more down. No big deal or anything. Yeah, that's insane. What is it with these videos and a ton of wardens spawning? You know, what's up with that? This happens in like every video. Alright, okay, too loud. They're 238 entities. You know, at least it's an easy way to farm wardens, right? But this just gets ridiculous really quickly, so, you know, maybe it's not a good idea. Good potion idea. I'm gonna get out of here. Who's next? Make a potion effect called Shapeshifting that turns you into a random mob for a couple minutes. This affects your health, saturation, and abilities.
You brought me here for a glass bottle? Hey, next time something crazy's gonna happen, you oughta tell somebody about it. It's like the joke is that you oughta tell, but it's Ciabatta. I'm changing again. Oh my god. Hello. Okay, wait, hang on.
I'm tiny.
I want to be Narfi. Hey, subscribe to Narfi. Oh, good lord.
Catch.
Oh god. Wait. Oh, good lord. I gotta beat the Squitter Dragon. No, you can't beat me. I'm good at swimming.
I'm also a squid now.
Let's go. We have squid things to do. My fist feels awfully squiddy. Hang on, I gotta look up more bread puns. Hang on. Wait, ask me any question.
What do you think of this mod?
None. Sorry, it's like no. Let me think of it. Hang on. Let me. Don't be so cornbreadish. Oh, try and come towards me.
Okay.
Sorry, but do you get it? I am the guardian of the sea.
I'm changing back. You just have nothing.
Hey.
Hey is for... Wait, hold on, wait. Hey is for...
I feel like I've taken medicine and not read the side effects. I'm gonna die. Wait, this is fishy.
Hold for pun. Holding...
The pig man. I'm drowning here. I'm glowing.
Hay is for horses. I got there in the end.
You got hay? Oh, hello?
Hey.
Hey, I bet you seem like you ask a lot of questions.
Hey, get back here.
What am I now? Why?
I like this potion.
I don't. Stop. It's not fun. Let me see what's in here. I missed. Narfi, something's not right here. We need to try and get back to normal. Nope, this isn't right. Nope. Something's fishy here. Oh, darn it. Nope. Darn it. Oh, shoot.
Oh, you're not tall anymore.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Move. Yeah, we have a random rogue Enderman throwing random potions of shape-shifting potions on random citizens. He's an absolute menace to society. But we gotta go get gas. The helicopter is gonna crash. Oh, no!
a potion of corruption that crashes your game when you drink it. And I, adapted this a little bit. Since I'm going to use this with a bunch of people, I didn't want it to fully crash the game because that would just make life, awful when we're recording that. But what it does do is it, your game has been corrupted. It, kicks you from the server. It's great. It's so fun. I love it. And of course, there's also the splash potion, which you can just... But this actually also works on mobs, so check it out. It just corrupts their game too. Ah, look, a sheep. Hello, sheep. How are you? Yeet! Gone. Oh, what's that? The Wither is corrupting your world and destroying everything? Not anymore. Oh, Ender Dragon! Take the potion! Take it! Yeah! This does it. This didn't. I think I'm stuck here. Oh. So yeah, ever just want to corrupt your friend's game or your own game? Just, you know, throw this potion and, easy. Totally something we needed in Minecraft, for sure. Yup. Anyways, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, the Bird Potion. It will allow the player to see invisible, extremely strong creatures and fight with them. Other players can hear the noises, but can't see the creatures without the potion effect, and once the effect ends, everything just goes back to normal. This is a fascinating concept, and I ended up naming it the Revealing Potion, because I just felt like that made a little more sense. This took a lot of work, but look at watch this. If I go ahead and drink this, oh boy, there they are. This one is really cool because obviously when I have this effect applied, I can see these creatures. But if I apply this to another player, I guess I can still see them. Here you go. Boom, they're gone. I can't see them, but he probably so yeah, the Bird Potion, also called the Revealing Potion. Also, just really scary. That'll be fun for people to experience for the first time. That's gonna be a good time. I'm pretty excited about that. But in the meantime, let's move on to the next one. The Despawn Potion. When you drink it, you despawn. The player is transported into an abyss. Potion of despawn. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. If I drink this, I am despawned. This is what happens when mobs are despawned, is they're put here, in this empty void. Only way to get out is either wait this out, or jump off. Nothing you can do. Even when this ends, you just, But hey, we've respawned. We're back in the real world. And you guessed it, this works on other entities too. Hey there, Mr. Creeper, despawn. And if we also follow him in there, you'll see he's actually here. Hey, little creeper guy, how's it going? How's it going, man? How are you? Just be warned that once you despawn all of them, there's no way to get them back. So, they're just kind of stuck here forever. Or at least until the effects of this wear off, because in that case, yeah, it doesn't end super well. This is totally what happens when something despawns. This is where they go. They go into this space. Oh, I do love how this works, though. It's just it's so satisfying, because then you just like, oh, yep, pocket dimension now, apparently. You just apply this in here, and they just get, this is just, oh no, that's unfortunate. This will also be really fun for people for the first time. It's gonna be a party. Anyways, let's go to the next one. A potion that gives every single effect as XVII, also known as 17 in Roman numerals. So we have a potion of 17, which for some reason lasts for 18 seconds. I didn't mean to do that. But if I drink this, you'll see it applies everything at level 17. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. You can also see that little XVII in the top right. That means, you know, you're in XVII mode. And since everything is applied at level 17, it gets a little bit weird when everything wears off, because I'm now a little bit high up in the sky. Oh, no. So the Furious Cocktail is the best way to get those advancements done. You can drink it, it applies all the effects to you for like a couple seconds at level 1, or you could use the Potion of 17 and get all of them level 17. The Potion of 17 is just the Furious Cocktail on hard mode. As per usual, it applies to these guys too. Here he comes. Bye. A potion that has a 25% chance to make you literally invincible with every good potion effect, 25% that it just kills you, 25% that it explodes everything around you with TNT and creepers except for yourself, and the last 25% gives you every bad effect. But not bad effects that kill you, more so bad effects that are annoying, like mining fatigue. This
at Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
I am an American soldier. I'm a warrior and a member of a team. never accept defeat.
I am American soldier.
Hilton is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton, for the stay.
This one's great. I'm not going to show you all of what this does, but I will show you one sip of it. Sip, 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 sip. That's all bad effects. Oh no. Sip, 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 sip. And that's all you get to see for now. Rocks. When you hit something, it gives you cobblestone. Starting off simple. Love to see it. Let's see if I can get it on my sword here. Nope, this might take a second.
1 hour later.
Rocks 3. Let's go. Ooh, and sharpness 3. So this is pretty simple. If you hit a mob, it gives you cobblestone. That's what the comment said, so that's what we're doing. Conveniently, there's also a witch right here. Hi-ya! Ooh, this is a whole new cobblestone generator. That's crazy. But it doesn't just stop at rocks 3. No, if I search rocks here in the creative inventory, you'll see all the way up to level 20. Which I don't know if you can get that in the enchantment table, but I'm just gonna apply it anyways. Hi-ya! Oh my gosh, let's see how many exactly it gives me. Yeah. Oh my gosh, 64 and 16. That's insane. I'm sure you can imagine this gets very overwhelming very quickly. Let's say, for example, you've got a skeleton farm somewhere, right? And you just decide to start taking them down. This is the most amazing cobblestone farm ever. I think I enchant this with Sweeping Edge. She's sweeping 3 and oh jeez. Look at all that cobblestone. Yup. I sure do love me some rocks. Oh my gosh. Yup. So that's rocks. Quite simple, but quite effective. Since this enchantment is pretty simple, we're placing it in the level 1 category for these enchantments, and as the video goes on, we'll build up all the way to level 3 with some absolutely wild enchantments. Like, look at this one. Yay! Those level 3 ideas are so wild, I actually ended up hiring a developer, the Taciturn one, to help me with this video. She added all your wildest ideas into the game with way better quality than I could have done myself, so huge thanks to her, and I'll link her channel in the description. In the meantime, though, let's continue with level 1, moving on to eco-friendly. Killing an enemy summons a tree in its place. Eco-friendly! This is a pretty straightforward one. This is exactly what the comment says. When you kill a mob, it, now I tried to spawn a tree in a wall. It spawns a tree! Unless the mob is like in a wall, then it's like, nope, can't place it there. Now you don't even need to replant trees, you could just kill mobs. What happens if I do it on stone? It grows on stone. What happens if I kill it in the swamp? Oh, yep, swamp tree. What happens if I kill it in the water? Oh, floating tree. What about the savannah? That's not a savannah. The savannah. Okay. Acacia tree. Spruce biome. Spruce. No tree. Spruce tree. Jungle. Jungle tree. Mushroom field. Oh, okay, that's fine. I guess these aren't trees, so that does kind of make sense. Beautiful nature. Oh man, yep, that definitely wouldn't be annoying at all for like a farm, just trying to get some beef or something, and it's just like, oh, just kidding, tree. Wow. You'll never run out of wood though, so that's nice. Anyways, I'm gonna stop destroying this ecosystem and move on to the next. An extremely rare enchantment that goes on a hoe, and if you put it on a netherite hoe, you get the achievement Seriously Serious Dedication. The enchantment does absolutely nothing and exists only for you to get that achievement. Love the idea, super great, but I also took it one step further. For context, by the way, if you make yourself a netherite hoe, it gives you an advancement. Boom! Serious Dedication. Use a netherite ingot to upgrade a hoe, and then reevaluate your life choices. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do that. But in the form of more advancements. See, we didn't just do one advancement for this guy, we did a few more. Hold on.
70 years.
Serious dedication. There it is. How much free time do you have? But that's not where it stops. If you grab a wooden hoe and enchant it with dedication, you get the not very dedicated advancement, the first step to greatness. I'm sure you can see where this is going. Stone hoe. Some dedication. You're getting there. Iron hoe with with dedication, dedicated. The halfway point. Gold hoe with dedication, dedicated but fancy. King Midas would be proud. Diamond toe, getting seriously dedicated. Wait, you're still going? Every single hoe has its own advancement now. And that's all it does. Have fun collecting all of those. Take a look at this helmet. It's got Curse of Binding, Curse of Vanishing, and wait, what? Curse of Small?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Now I can't take it off. Wait, help! I have a video to record. Wait, I can't get rid of it. I can't take it off. Well, I guess, today I'm adding your terrible enchanting ideas into Minecraft and submitting them to the council.
The council has spoken!
Oh, shoot. Uh-oh.
Does anybody else smell burning flesh?
This poor map. I feel so bad.
Ow. You guys always have some insane ideas for features, so I asked you on my community tab for your best ideas for custom enchantments. You guys never cease to amaze me with the features you come up with, and so that's why I'm small now. Oh, hey man. Thanks a lot, Steve Locks. Also, I'm just gonna take this helmet off in creative
mode because apparently you could do that. Oh, hey. Also, it doesn't actually do that to your voice. I just thought it would be funny. I'm just gonna put this helmet on this armor stand here. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. The Curse of Small is great. It makes you tiny, and if you run, it's a little bit slower, and if you fall off things, it deals fall damage, and also, you can't get back up. If I have a slab here and I try to jump up, I still can't. It makes life a little bit more difficult, you know? This is a fantastic feature that couldn't possibly go wrong. But you know what it can do? Also go on other mobs. Tiny zombies. Tiny zombies. Look at them all. Look at them all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh. This is... Steve Lux, this was a great idea. This is so good. This does work on any armor piece, so it doesn't have to be a helmet, but the helmet was the easiest one I could think of, so that's what we're doing. Oh, who knew curses would be just this much fun? Instability has a 50-50 chance of spontaneously combusting. 50-50, huh? That's it? Don't worry, I've got you covered. I don't have anything in my inventory. Curse of Instability 3. We took this one step further, and we actually adjusted the instability level based on the actual enchantment level. So I think this is the only curse that has, like, levels to it, which is kind of cool. So this is Instability 3, which means that it actually has around a 30-ish% chance of it combusting, I think. Yeah, so it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, back, you know, once every 4, kind of a 30% chance. But then, as we go up, it gets a little bit more insane. Naturally, Curse of Instability 1 is fine. It's just, you know, once... Oh, that was way faster. Okay, alright. About once every 10 hits, it'll explode. And you'll also notice that that explosion is kind of... It's fine. But Instability 3 here has a much larger hole. I'm sure you see where this is going. Curse of Instability 5. Originally, I think this is supposed to be a 50%, but it kind of ended up just being 100%. So, bam! A giant hole in the ground. This, of course, does also work on things like bosses, and it takes out bosses super quickly. So why do 50-50 when you can just do 100%, you know? You know, it's a curse. It's a curse. It's supposed to be bad. Unless it's the Curse of Small, in which it's just funny. So, you know, there's that. Anyways, enchantment idea, yeet, can be applied to swords, axes, pickaxes, shovels, and hoes.
Now, let me ask you something. You ever just get so annoyed about something that you just want to yeet? Well, now you can with this maybe possible enchantment. What does it do? Well, it's simple. It grants you the ability to charge up and throw your chosen weapon or tool dancing on a mob or block. It hits. Sounds fun, right? I hope it does.
It sure does, random 1960s announcer. That was weird. And as you can see, that idea was suggested by Ferrebolt95, who we're gonna test this with. Hey, welcome to my server with cool things on it. Let me just get rid of these villagers real quick. Anyways.
I am in danger. The sea.
Today we're covering your enchantments.
Editor, blow up Narfi.
Oh, no. If you check this chest, you've got all the enchanted books.
What do I do with it? Hold on. It says yeet. So
Yep.
do I just go,
Yeet! Nope. It's an enchantment.
Right?
Nope, that's not how enchantments work. Alright, in this chest there's a bunch of stuff. You can grab one of the swords, I think, to start with.
I'm coming up with a dumb name for it as well.
All you gotta do with that is right click.
Nafi catch.
Oh, what are you doing here? Get out of here! To catch. I missed. Yeet, yeah!
That's my sword.
It's
my sword.
right there. Yeah. Oh, jeez. So So this not only applies to swords and such and items, but you can also put it on blocks. Oh, gee. Yeah, eat the flower. Bamboo! I missed. Wait. TNT.
I was the one that came up with it.
I bet you can't hit me when I'm tiny. See ya! Oh, he's tiny! Yeah! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where did he go? Oh! That's so absurd.
What are you throwing? Oh, those cakes!
Cakes, yeah. Yep, so this is your enchantment. What do you think? You like it?
I hate the fact it's used against me constantly. Here, here's a piece of it. Wow!
Next up, we've got Disloyalty. Works on bows, tridents, crossbows, anything that shoots a projectile. When a projectile is launched, it'll curve back at the user with a speed level affected by the enchantment level. I'm not gonna lie to you. We couldn't quite figure out how to do that. So what we did do is create the Curse of Disloyalty specifically for tridents. As you can see, if I throw this trident, it'll just it comes back. But you can't pick it up, so it just kind of These sounds are in game, by the way. This isn't edited in. This is actually what it sounds like. Broski daddaloo. In order to actually pick this back up, you have to kind of force it to land. So I have to like kind of jump. I gotta like, come on. Boom, there we go. It lands that way. But yeah, it just curves around. It just, yep. Oh, and my game crashed. This trident gets really fun though when, I can't pick it up. I guess it's stuck here. Okay, you just sit right down there. You just vibe. Alright, when you add Loyalty and Curse of Disloyalty to the same trident, you can now throw it, it'll betray you, and then you can just pick it up from the air. Which is kind of nice. If by nice you mean it still attacks you. So now I can just repeatedly throw this over and over, and it'll hit me, and then I'll die again. You can still hit other mobs normally, and it won't betray you. But if you don't manage to hit the mob, it does come back and hurt you. So, you know, it's a win-lose-win. It's a situation, that's for sure. Love to see it. Bubble enchantment for the bow. When mobs are hit by the arrow, they'll be encased in a bubble that damages them as they levitate, but has a chance of making their head swell and explode. Oh yeah. This one's fun. I might not have done every piece of this, but the actual bubble aspect of this is pretty fun. Let's just grab ourselves a fun little pig and launch with an arrow. There he goes. up and away. And then when it pops, boop, and he lands. Where's that zombie? Oh, bubble. And I missed. Oh, bubble. Oh, bubble. Get bubbled. I do love bubble. It's pretty cool. As part of this, we didn't actually add the damaging as they levitate because they actually fall from a high place and take fall damage, so it felt like more balanced that way. And then also the head swelling and exploding is cool, but we already got instability, so like, you know, explosion. But I do also know that it does work on players, and when they're encased in the bubble, you can't leave the bubble. I'm spamming my shift button right now. You can't leave it. So even without the explosions, it's still quite overpowered. Something about this comment feels oddly suspicious, though. I feel like it was inspired by something, maybe. What do you place it? Oh, I didn't mean to. Wait, no, I'm just...
Have you seen my liquids video? It reminds me of the bubbles that I did in that one.
I don't know, though. Just a hunch. Just a hunch, maybe. Maybe it is. Anyways, that all being said, who's next? Shield Uno Reverse. Yeah, literally an Uno Reverse card, but not only does it reflect damage and knockback, but every time your opponent hits the shield, there's going to be an Uno jump scare, similar to the totem. I like this one a lot. But you can't enchant things in the enchantment tip. You can't put shields.
Thousands of tears later.
Alright, we're going to give this to me over here, and then me over here is going to block with it. And if I hit escape while I'm blocking, I can stay blocking, which means I can see what happens here. Hi-ya! Oh my gosh, the Uno Reverse card! Also, that's a lot of knockback. Oh my god. What happens if I hit it with a fire aspect sword? Oh my gosh, so much damage. It doesn't do any extra fire. Okay. So this is a fun one. This is another good PvP option. It's really fun. It's really cool. Giants are too small. Oh yeah, for sure. They're definitely not called giants for any reason. No, of course not. So I did something a little wild. I made them bigger and gave them AI. Oh gosh, here it comes. Oh no. And by gave them AI, I mean, I just kind of swapped them out with a zombie. It's the same thing, right? This guy now is insanely powerful. Oh, that was half my health. Great. I'm gonna take him down. I'm gonna take him. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get him. Oh, you can't even, like, fit him on the screen. That's insane. Oh, wait. Oh, he's invisible. Where did he go? Where did he go? It's just gone. Where did he... Ah, there he is. This is the new giant. They're really powerful and really tall. And this is kind of insane looking. Look at this guy. Regular giants are about a third of the size here. This is ridiculous. All right, buddy, come on, bring it on. You definitely don't have 100 hit points. You definitely don't have that. He does have that. I lied. Oh gosh, he's gone. Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Why did he keep turning invisible? He can still hit me. Where did he go? No, please. He appeared just as I died. Yeah, this was a good idea. Now we're invisible zombies. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna run. We're just gonna leave. We're just gonna... Oh gosh. I'm just gonna go. I'm out. Peace. See ya. Did I solve your problem? Was that a good enough solution? I think it was. I can't even, like, zoom in with that. It just doesn't fit. You're too tall. All right. Who's next? Netherite upgrades are too rare. Make them well done. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a good play on words. Yeah, you know, I always find it really difficult to find netherite upgrades in the world. First, you gotta figure out how to go to the nether, and then that also requires a flint and steel. And then when you're there, you just gotta wander through all this ridiculous terrain. Oh man, okay, this is just a pain, man. And then you gotta find a bastion, fight your way through all these just insane mobs, and then just hope you're lucky enough to find a chest that has one in it. I'm just gonna take that one. That was actually quite convenient. I didn't know I would find that. See, brutes, painful, and they're just so rare. They're just so rare, man. I think we need to cook them more. Just gonna... Cool. Yup. Well done smithing template. And as you can see, it says no longer a rare item because it's cooked. You see, it got burnt. It's well done now. Do you get it? Do you get it? Because now it's not rare anymore. Because now it's well done. Anyways, now you can also use it in a smoker, and because it's still kind of like a stone thing, you can also use it in the blast furnace. I'm just gonna do that. We're just gonna let those cook. And then because we're just insane, I also made it so you can put them on the campfire. Yep, nice and well done. Some well done smithing templates. Did we solve your problem? Did I do it? Did I solve your problem? They still work. See, they still work. Did I solve it? Oh, it's delicious too. Oh, I forgot about that part. Yeah, that's right. Netherite upgrades are now edible. I don't think these are rare anymore. I think these are really well done. Yeah, this is weird. Anyways, let's move on to the next one. Oh, and you can still use regular netherite smithing templates if you want, but like the well done side is funny, okay? It's funnier. It's funnier, and it's more delicious. Alright, well now we're actually moving. The fact that when goats headbutt you, it doesn't send you absolutely flying into the distance. Yeah, I think that would make sense, right? Just like they just Smash Bros launch you into the distance. I think that's a great idea, and you know what does that just intrinsically? This guy, Minecraft's new mob, the Breeze. Hey buddy, these guys fire wind charges at you that launch you into the distance. So I figured, why not apply this logic to goats too? Wind charges are cool, right? Well, like more mobs should be able to use them. I think they're cool. I think it's great. What could possibly go wrong? I'm just gonna spawn a bunch of these guys, and we're just gonna wait for one of them to hit me. Come on, guys. I know you want to. I know I'm annoying. I know. Yeah. I'm here. I'm just here to bug you all. I'm here to bug you. All of you are dumb, and your horns are weird. Yup, that's right. I said it. Your horns are weird. Yup. Anyone gonna take a shot at me, huh? Anyone up for it? All right. Come on, guys. Come on. I know you can do it. That's what you sound like. You sound like that. That was an in-game sound effect for the record. That was insane. What? One of them is a screaming goat. Where is he? Oh! I guess we'll never know. Wow! Oh my god! That was a big baby goat. I didn't even realize they could do that. Yeah, so that works really well. Oh, there goes another one. Yep. Oh, and you can also see it launches the goat as well. Rip goat. Yep. At least I don't take fall damage because wind charges. This is awesome. This is one of my favorite things ever. I love that it just flings you like crazy. Come on, one of ya. Oh, jeez, I was not expecting that. Oh my gosh. Oh no, the goats, man. They just die when they fall. It's so sad. It's so sad. Goats are crazy, man. Yeah, goats are insane, but I'd say this fixed your problem, right? That's fix your goats. Oh, creepers aren't explosive enough. Oh yeah, that's an easy fix. This right here is a very normal creeper. And if I go into survival mode, you'll notice that their heads aren't good at turning anymore, which is a side effect of them, instantly exploding. Woo! Yup. Was that enough of an explosion for you? Creepers, they got a little downgraded, not being able to look around, but that's all. That's the only downgrade there. That's wow. I didn't really like this island anyways. Oh look, it's my well done smithing templates. I'm gonna go grab those. Oh jeez, yum, delicious. Yeah, I think I solved your problem. Yeah, these are kind of gross actually. I'm just gonna get rid of those. We got one more. Darn, finding a stronghold takes a lot of work. If only there was a way to simplify it. Yeah, let me just walk you through the steps of finding a stronghold real quick, just to refresh your.
Dying to dig in? For sure, it's Hillshire.
You can't spell apartments without me.
Brunch. 90s brunch. In our 90s brunch. Get everything for every party on Amazon.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
A toast to Tina's new business.
Oh, I thought it was a hobby. Essential oils are my thing.
Your memory. We start by going to the Nether and finding a fortress. Then you find a blaze and kill it for the blaze rods. Don't forget to get an absolutely insane amount of them. Perfect, that's enough. Then you have to find this blue place and kill a bunch of endermen for the ender pearls. And they don't drop 100% of the time. Don't forget to get an absolutely insane amount of these too. It's gonna take longer than the blazes, I think. Perfect, that's probably enough, right? Then you gotta craft an absolutely insane amount of blaze powder. An absolutely insane amount of eyes of ender. Yeah, that should be enough, I think. Okay. Then you gotta throw it, you gotta figure out where it's going, and then you gotta follow them that way. This is painful. This is painful. If only there was an easier way to do this. And then sometimes it's just in the ocean, and you have to go under the ocean. And then finally you make it, and then you have to run around the stronghold and figure out where you're going. Because, oh no, it doesn't lead right to the portal. No, why would it do that? And then when you make it there, I give up. I'm doing an easier option. Remember those Endermen from earlier? Well, something these guys are known to do is pick up blocks and then teleport around with them, which can get really annoying for building things, but I think we can harness this for good. Instead of them just teleporting other things, they can teleport you. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Sweet! And now I can just go right to the end, and all my problems are... Oh, I guess you probably should have a pickaxe. And also the Ender Dragon. I get. Yeah. But I wasn't trying to solve those problems. All I needed to solve was getting this stronghold. That's it. That's all I needed. Oh, hey man. Oh, right. How do you get out of the stronghold? You just go into you just end up in the end. You teleport it. Sometimes you die though, but then you have to get teleported back. Oh man. Oh, okay. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. What? Oh, hey man. How's it going? All right, back to the end I go, I guess. Oh boy, man, I love this. This is so fun. Man, what a great solution to this problem, wasn't it? Huh? Oh, hey guys, I think a spike wall that closes in on you might be cool. Definitely, they just walk through this wall. Oh, they just. Oh, yeah, fine. They just walk through this door into this first room, and then the walls start to close in on you. That would be sick. But I don't know how to do that. So I hopped in a call with my plugin developer friend Laugh to figure out how we can make this happen.
Yay, coding time!
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, there we go, yeah.
Now we're making something called progress. Let's see if this is gonna work.
Oh, nope. Oh!
All right, we're getting there,
We're getting there. It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Ooh!
You know that the tiny bit is called a frustum?
A what?
It's called a frustum. Alright, theoretically.
Nice.
They took a vacation.
Oh, they don't belong there.
Is it really not comfortable with the frustum thing?
It just does not want to. It doesn't want to do it.
Went to Driftstum frustum.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know the thickness equals frustum sentence definitely was messing with me too. So I get it.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no. The frustum is still too strong. I'm just gonna Google script frustum.
3:28 a.m.
All right. The frustum was not too strong. Whoa, that's sick. Whoa. Oh, all your spikes are up there. I believe in you. This is why I have you do all the hard work and not me. Ooh.
Oh, that's so scary, bro.
Right? That's
oh my
god.
Oh, also, not to mention.
Oh. Wow. Alright, I'm in survival now. Take me! Alright, okay. These spikes are awfully comfortable. Oh my gosh, it's so menacing.
One. Oh my
But
god.
if I'm running and I'm like able to just beat, oh my gosh, no!
Sneak.
Bye. Oh no, I didn't hit it.
No.
Well, we're stuck in here.
No, we got this.
And after all that, along with a complete rewrite of the door system, we've got this. The door goes down, the walls are in. Oh my gosh, that's so menacing. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. Yes, I did it. Yes. Woo. Yeah, so this is crazy, and these walls just immediately kill you. These walls are completely created with display entities and some beautiful plugin magic. This thing is awesome. I'm so excited about this. And I think this room is going to be really funny to watch all my friends struggle through. And also the group of players struggle through. But let's watch my friends struggle through it first. In this escape room, you will be going through 9 different rooms, different challenges, and each room has a different solution. It's gonna be a blast. I'm very excited to see your reactions to this. It's very crazy, as is an
This
arcade
sounds
video.
ominous.
That being said, let's go to room 1.
Oh.
Yes, this is ominous.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, guys.
No! They all died again.
Go. Press the button.
Get it. Cam got through, but now the button is... So I have a problem. I have a problem for you guys. You do need to press the button. That is kind of a very important thing. So the walls are being reset again. Press the button. Yeah!
We did it!
A secret bookcase door, except each different book pulled out does something different. For example, killing you, screaming something Narfy, rickrolling you, and only one reveals the exit. Alright, I took this one and ran with it a little bit. Here's what we're working with. As you can see, we've got a massive library. It's 2 stories, and there's a lot of books. It's a little claustrophobic, but it's fine. The goal here is to find some chiseled bookshelves, which conveniently there's one right here. If I just right-click this, one of like 6 different things will happen, and one of those 6 things is absolutely nothing. But it is... Hey! That's the good ending, because, it also just kills you. That one summons lightning, that one launches you back, that one also still launches you. Subscribe! Yeah! And, of course, don't look too closely to these bookshelves, because, jump scare. So this is great. This is great. I also need to like. Oh, wait, hold on.
Moments later.
Perfect. Those books look a little bit suspicious, don't they? Yes, they sure do. And that is going to lead them on a wild goose chase to try to find what they need to find. Because in actuality, it doesn't really have anything to do with these regular bookcases at all. You'll see here in this corner, we've got a single spruce block, and if I walk on this, you'll see, find the double-stacked chiseled shelves. Ooh. And if we walk around a little bit, there's only one place in this entire area where the double-stacked chiseled shelves exist. And that place, only you guys will know this, something important is close, is right here. You can see 2 double-stacked bookshelves here, and if I right-click this, you found the right place. Find a way on top of these shelves. And then, the only way to get on top of those shelves is this one ladder, which is right here, and then you gotta run across here a little bit, you got bottom weave, and then there's the button. So this room is just a lot, and I didn't want to rickroll people, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of a neat concept of like different bookshelves doing different things, and then just
Those books look a bit suspicious, don't they?
Suspicious?
No, they don't really.
Oh, there's ladders, there's
No way, is that a suspicious
ow,
bookshelf?
Ow.
Craig looked too deep into a bookshelf. Oh gosh.
I don't know what's happening.
I'm scared.
Subscribe!
Oh, wait, was that one safe? Oh,
the
there's
bookshelves
letters.
definitely hold secrets.
Jump scare? That wasn't really much of a jump scare.
Keep an eye on things that might show up in the action blog.
Something important is close. Something important is close.
Guys, I have a text that says find the double stacked chisel shelves.
I think Cam knows the solution, so...
Cam, how did you get up there? How did you get up there? Wait, Lagundo, do you see
No,
that where you sit there?
this is where I've been. The something important is close. Oh, I found the right place. Find a way on top of these shelves.
Okay, we're gonna get on top of there.
Punch me.
There was a ladder. Hold on.
Ooh, I'm actually kind of interested to see if that works.
Punch me.
PvP's off, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
Cam got it. A room that looks innocent and gives a free clue is actually filled with lasers, so it's almost impossible to move, but when you get to the end, the clue is completely useless. Ah, yes, a room full of lasers. Good classic escape room things. Let me just show you what happens if I step on one of these. Yup, that makes sense. These lasers are deadly, and they're everywhere. So that's really cool. I didn't really want to make them invisible, because that's horrible. But there is a hint in here, which I need to actually lead players to.
A few moments later.
Hint this way! I like this. I like this a lot. Don't forget the hint! Hints are awesome. You should totally get this one over here. And then the arrow is just... It's just both ways. Someday you'll get to the hint. It'll be the best day ever. This isn't a corner with the hint. SMH, it's over there. Hint this way. Oh, no, not that way. Okay, over here. Don't forget the hint. Okay, all right. Yep. Okay. Hints are awesome. You should get this one. Yeah. Oh, you can't go that way. Almost there. Oh my gosh, it's the hint, guys. It's the hint. Don't touch the lasers, they hurt. Yeah, that's completely useless. Got him. Great. So how do you get out of here? What do you... Oh. I am a cape. How do you get out of here? Yeah, you just run around a little bit until you just die and then you make it somehow? No. The button is right here. Yep, they'll be searching the entire thing for the hint and they will not realize that the button was right next to them all along. It's a great time. It's so much fun. Just don't hit any walls. Oh, I forgot I could sneak through those. And here we are. We made it. Surely this isn't rage-inducing, right?
Hint this way.
Nope, that's not that way.
It's this way.
Yeah, those are lasers. Okay, good to know.
Okay, you know what they say is keep going right until you make it to the exit.
Oh, Lagundo's gonna make it! Lagundo's gonna make it! Oh, I'm gonna make them get here.
Can't see it from the back. Oh! Ah!
Thanks, Narfi.
Anytime!
Yeah, I mean, I found the door.
Yep.
It's just, we need to get around. Yep, by nature.
Yes, how do you open the door? What would I do as a creator that is in this space? What exactly would I do to open this door?
You'd put a button in a really stupid place.
Yes.
Yes,
I would.
Really check your inventory.
Yes, I would.
I know what he did.
No, I did that would have been smart too, but no, that's not no.
Narvi, I'm committing.
I'm going to go through that again. That is not where.
You can't stop me.
Is it just at the beginning? Is it like
Oh my god, is it?
Why is there a K in the sky? What?
They're discovering
Go to the beginning.
They're discovering things.
Wait a minute. If I hit click that K, that means
I'm back.
Yeah, what do you think of that button, Lagundo? What do you think?
It was a very buttony. I liked it.
Hold on, let me see the K real quick.
I'm just I'm kind of astounded at the moment. Yeah!
I just saw it.
A sheep named Dave with a moral decision set upon its life. Ah, yes. Welcome to the most beautiful museum ever created, with some of the most prestigious artworks like Skull on Fire and Apple and Melon or Spider or whatever this one is. Here we have Dave in his nice red glass prison. What Dave did to deserve this, I have no idea. But Dave is here with a moral decision on his life. Let's go ahead and press this button here. This is Dave. Dave has committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. You will now choose his fate. If you choose to release Dave, you'll be unleashing unknowable chaos upon the entire world. If you choose not to release Dave, you will be hunted down by his relentless Dave gremlins. Choose wisely. Well, I'm gonna be wise and release Dave, because that feels like a good idea, right? Right? You've chosen to release Dave. What crimes will you commit now? Enjoy the rest of the escape room. Dave, what are you gonna... Dave, what are you gonna do, huh? What are you... I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. What happens if you choose not to release Dave? Well... I'm not sure, but this is sure to be a wild scenario for my friends to play into. We'll find out what happens.
Dave! There's a button.
Hello, Dave. Oh. This is Dave. Dave has committed an unspeakable crime. You did not release Dave. Find the button to escape.
Okay, well,
I didn't have time to read.
I'm just gonna walk out of here. I'm not gonna
didn't even get time to read the prompt.
Press every button you can.
Hey, Narvi, how's your day?
You know, it's pretty good, actually.
Smart cat.
Hey!
You've chosen to release Dave. What crimes will you commit now?
Dave is free.
Bring Dave.
Take Dave. Come on.
Bring
Dave's
Dave
coming with us.
A final room which requires a password, combined letters and numbers from the previous rooms. Let's hope whoever passed through remembers it. Oh yeah, here we go. The final room. This, definitely didn't take me multiple hours. Let's read the instructions. The final room. Everything you have done has led up to this room. Every previous room has a specific letter or number hidden somewhere. Your task is to locate those characters and press the correct buttons via the panels in this room. Submit the correct code and you can reach freedom. I'll get you started. This room's letter is F, so I'll just head on up here and just boop, and we've got the letter F up on the board. The way this room works is that in each previous room, there's a letter hidden somewhere. I won't show you where they all are. We'll have to figure that out as they go through it. But once they find the letter, each room's letter corresponds to a panel here in the final room. If you press one of the buttons, that will change on the board up here. Submit the incorrect answer, and it'll just tell you that's the incorrect combination. But if you submit the correct answer, you'll be able to escape. But I'm not going to show you that, because we have to actually have the people go through the room for that. And yes, this does also mean that they have to go through every previous room to find the combination, including the spiderweb room, which would be rough. Good thing I'm not doing the escape rooms. All that being said, let's hope it goes well. I'm kind of excited to see their response to this. This is going to be great.
Okay, this room's letter is F. Room 2 was U. Room 3 was K. The last room we were just in was R.
R, F.
What was room 1?
Let's just try them all.
I'll be back. Oh, but the cobwebs, no.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going on an adventure.
Wait, what do you mean room 6, 7? Wait, how many rooms have we been through? Oh, wait,
Oh, subscribe.
It's subscribe. It's gonna be subscribe.
This is room F, and room 9 is F.
Sub-riff.
That would be crazy.
I'm going on an expedition to locate all the numbers.
Sub-Farf.
Or sub-Narfy.
Sub-to-Narf. Sub-to-Narf. Sub-to-Narf.
Yes.
Sub-to-Narf.
Oh, for pity's sake, of course it is.
Ow.
That's definitely an N. That's definitely an N. Come on.
Try again. Reset.
Yeah!
No, I need to figure out the answer.
And now you can get to freedom! Freedom!
I feel like this isn't freedom.
This doesn't feel like freedom.
There's always a catch.
There's always a catch with Darfy. Don't trust it.
Oh, no.
Freedom!
Take me, void!
Yeah! Weird weird broken mob dislocated body parts glitch. Yeah, so in one of the most recent versions of Minecraft, we have some very strange bugs. If you spawn a polar bear and then spawn a baby polar bear, yeah, that's not supposed to happen. They changed some of the ways that babies render because they're adding new ones. So this is a side effect. But it's not just these guys. You'll also see it with the mushroom. You'll really be able to see it when they run. Oh, yep. Speedy legs. Yep. If I punch here, you'll notice the hitbox is way smaller because it's a baby. So, yeah, that makes sense. And then I think probably the funniest one is the baby zombie. As you can see, everything looks pretty normal right now. You know, his head's just turned because he was looking this way. So all of this, pretty normal. Just gonna get rid of that guy. So I've set the tick rate really low so you can see exactly what happens here. As this guy runs and attacks a villager or attacks really any mob, you're gonna see the chaos that ensues. When the zombie catches up and attacks the villager, oh, they get wide for some reason. I don't know why that happens. That's so weird. So anyways, things are broken, and that would be a problem, but I think it's funny. So in order to fix this, I think I'm just gonna do it to more mobs. Polar bears. Oh yeah. What about the villager? Hi buddy, how's it going? Iron golem. Oh jeez. Oh yeah. Yep. Flat B. Oh my gosh, guys, look, it's B flat, like the note. You know, like. Oh my. Hello there, sir. How are you? Oh my gosh. Zombie. Oh no. Oh, they're so short. Spider. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yep. This is fine. Oh my gosh, the squid. No, you know, that's normal, right? That's fine. Creeper. Oh man. Here, buddy, take that. Yup. What are you angry at, huh? Oh yeah. Oh no, that's completely normal. What about your buddy the breeze, huh? Oh yeah. Moo. Pod. Yeah, no, that's just not even together. Chicken. Oh, I forgot about the chicken. Oh, jeez. Oh, the Vexes look totally fine. Hold on, I can fix that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where is any... How does this is... Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Dolphin. That is crazy looking. That's insane. Oh, the squids. Oh, the turtles. The swimming turtles are so funny. Oh, see, look, that fish is normal, but that one is... No, I think they're fine. Oh, jeez, hello. There's so many mobs that I've changed. There's so many that just are completely broken now. That's one of my favorites. Mushroom. I love this one. And the thing doesn't close all the way. He just looks through. Now listen, I may not have done every single mob. There are a couple that, you know, slip through the cracks. But I did most of them. And it's very funny to look through. In fact, if you want to try this out yourself, if you want to download the resource pack, you absolutely can. There is a link in the description. Oh gosh, just make sure you check the required mods list because it does require a couple things for rendering. Look at these piglins, bro. Look at them. No, that's normal. Yeah, no, I think that's normal. The donkey is the broken one. Yeah. Cat. Oh no. Good times, right, buddy? Oh, Fundy, what have they done to you? Terrible. Terrible. If you want to try it out, there's a link in the description to this resource pack. It's super broken. Enjoy. I'm not. Make villagers very buff because iron golems bully the villagers. Yeah, you know, I feel like the village dynamic of the iron golem being really big and the villagers being really small, kind of, I mean, you know, makes sense. They might be bullying each other. Who knows? So why don't we flip that on its head, right? I think that solves the problem. Let's make the villagers iron golems and the iron golems villagers. Hey, big guy, how's it going? How are you doing? Oh, yeah, you're strange. You're a strange one. High five! No, that makes sense. And would you look at that? We've got a couple of iron golems in here. This guy is sleeping, but it's the middle of the day. Hey, man, you got something to trade with me here? 2 emeralds for 18 gray wool for a single emerald? You guys still rip me off even though you're iron golems? What is happening here? I will not stand for these prices. 1 emerald for 6 bread? I will not stand for it. Anyways, I think these guys, I think this makes a lot of sense, you know? This makes a lot of sense. Now these guys won't be bullied by the iron golems. Wait, hold on. This is already confusing. The iron golems will now be bullied by the villagers. So we just swapped they're still being bullied, but it's the villagers that are the iron golems and the iron golems that are the villagers, and so the villagers are just bullying. I feel like we solved your problem? I can't decide if we solved your problem or not. I'm gonna pretend we did. Let's move on, right? Did we solve the problem? Let's move. We're moving on. I'm out of here. All right. Oh, jeez. Oh, the trident should be fixed. You can eat any mob with the fork now. Oh, yeah. It's fork time. It's, by fork, I mean the trident. Yeah, I missed. You're lucky I missed. Naturally, the trident, looking like a fork, is going to make people want to eat everything, so I decided to make that work. Yup, you can eat entities now. Specifically villagers, you can eat horses. Yeah, this is weird. But I'm also picky, so anything like a cat, I can't eat that. Iron Golem, villager, can't eat that either. But Iron Golem, munch. Oh, you know the classic saying of how do you eat an elephant? This is how do you eat a camel? All in one go. Oh, I was riding the camel for a second. Got him. But see, Steve is picky, like I said. So things like the cow, you don't get eaten. Nope. Sheep? Nope. Pig? Nope. But if I just grab myself some salt and pepper here, you actually can eat the pig. I just needed the seasoning on it. That's all I needed. Oh, I dropped salt and pepper. Nice. What's pork without a little salt and pepper, right? You know, it's delicious that way. It's so much better. It's not cursed at all. Did we fix the trident? I'm not sure. But now it's a fork, so... food. Yay. I definitely needed this in my life, for sure. Anyways... I'm stuffed. Villagers. Why are they gray? No explanation. Actually, there absolutely is an explanation, and I don't think you're gonna like it. I went ahead and found a new village that has normal villagers. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Because what we're about to do is dye villagers. I just go ahead and grab myself some gray dye here and just wander on over to this guy. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Yeah, he's a Vindicator now. You can dye villagers! Oh boy, that's not good. Wait, we can assimilate you into the team. Now you are also a Vindicator. Hoopa! 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 Oh, you grew up. I don't know how that worked. Awesome. Now we have a village of just Vindicators. But what about the other Illagers, you know? What about, like, the Evoker and that's it. Well, that comes from the Wandering Trader. What do you got, buddy? You got some moss. You got slime. No, I think you just need... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Evoker. Yeah, dyeable villagers. That's where they came from. They're not fallen entities at all. You know, this is very... Oh, no. Oh, that could be a problem. Yep. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Well, this village has really fallen to ruin. Not really sure why, though. You know, weird. No, please. The villager police, they're after me. Come with me, brethren. They're coming. They're gonna get us. They're gonna get us, guys. They're gonna get us. I've transformed this village into Vindicators. What will they say? Nothing, because I'll just transform them into Vindicators too. Because the police are clearly villagers too, right? This is a foolproof plan. I'm moving on. Copper block names are not long enough. Really? They weren't long enough. Waxed, weathered, cut copper stairs wasn't long enough for you? What do you want from this kid? What? Bro, these names are so long. But don't worry, I got you. We'll fix this. I went ahead and sent ChatGPT every single name of every single copper block, and then told it to add a bunch of unnecessary descriptors. And oh boy, did it deliver. Let me show you. Check this out. Rustic gleaming solid copper block of the vibrant dawn. Gleaming time-aged exposed copper grate of the guarded gate. Heavily oxidized, anciently verdant, oxidized copper door of the mystic keep. Brilliantly sealed waxed copper bulb of the unfading light. Oh, then of course we just got chiseled copper, so that's pretty cool. Timelessly weather-beaten, moss-adorned, weathered cut copper slab of the lost kingdom. Weather-protected, wax-sealed, weather-cup copper stairs of the ancient steps. Elegantly aged, waxed, weathered copper bowl above the preserved luminescence. Yeah, this is crazy. This is insane. Permanently sealed, wax exposed copper trapdoor of the guarded passage. What in the world, man? Intricately sealed, waxed copper trapdoor of the hidden portal. Is it long enough now? Did we fix it? I think it counted. I think it works. Good job, ChatGPT. You did it. You succeeded. We made block names longer than they ever have to be, to a point where they're pushing against the left side of my screen. I do love the fact that it adds things like of the unchanging horizon, or of the eternal legacy, or waxed weathered chiseled copper, because it didn't do the chiseled copper for some reason. Anyways, good change. I like this. We should just make every single block name in the entire game like ridiculous. That'd be great. That'd be cool. Unlike this next comment, make the polar bear have the face of Narfi. Oh yeah, because we definitely needed that in life, you know. I definitely feel like we needed that. You know, in making this happen, I realized that polar bears have like a weirdly off number of pixels for their face, so it doesn't quite match up correctly. So I did my best. They also do have a nose, but I don't have a nose that like sticks out like a polar bear's does. So I hate everything about this. I also don't think we needed this. You know, I don't feel like this was a problem at all. I think you just wanted this because it's weird. I think you just decided to throw this out there because it would look funny. And to be honest, it absolutely does. It absolutely does look funny. But like why? But like why though? But like, you know? Oh my gosh, there's a tiny me. Hey buddy, how's it going? How are you? Oh man, I never want to see this pack again, I'm not gonna lie. This is terrible. This is terrible. This is just the worst. Why did I spawn more? Solved your problem that wasn't actually a problem. I don't think this was a problem in the slightest. I think this is just... I'm moving on. I'm out. The comically large baseball bat. Whenever you hit something, it goes flying as the Wii Sports home run sound effect plays. I love this idea because it launches things really far, and I think that's really funny. So that's exactly what we did. We've got the comically large baseball bat. If I just go ahead and right-click over here, it swings the baseball bat and launches things off into the distance. Just like you said, it goes flying. Hey buddy, how's it going? Goodbye. Oh, he died. How many iron golems can I hit in one go? Can I get 2 at the same time? Got him. I'm being attacked. Get freaking. I think I still launched him. Oh, is it this guy? Where'd my baseball bat go? Oh no, where's my baseball bat? Where did it go? It's gone. My baseball bat is gone. Oh, Dark Narfi. Oh, just kidding. It's right there. I think if I hit 3 in a row... Nice shot. Oh, I actually don't know if it does it. There's a way to get a home run, and I need to figure out how to do that. If I just summon 1 billion chickens and then just launch a bunch of them. Home run! There it is. Nice shot. But it's just nice shot if you hit one thing. You'll also notice that if I completely miss... Strike! I get a strike. You'll also see in chat that it has a strike 1 out of 3. And if I strike out 3 times... Nice shot! I didn't strike out that time. And if I strike out 3 times... Nice shot! I'm just too good with this thing, I guess. I don't know. Strike! Yeah, I die. You die. That seems balanced. That seems fair. We had to add every facet of this comically large baseball bat. So not only does it launch, it does the home run sound effects, and it has a strike system. And you can actually attack things with it. It's great. It's great. It's awesome. It's great. It's awesome. How about a big red subscribe button that you can throw at people, which if it hits them, it makes them subscribe. Well... I got the subscribe button for you. But I'm not gonna lie, we may have had a little fun with this implementation. This is actually going to be my weapon of choice during the final battle, and this thing is kind of awesome. If I just go ahead and right-click here, you can see you can pull it back like a trident, and then I can yeet it into the air. But the fun comes when it hits the ground. Yup, it explodes. This thing explodes and says subscribe. That's just so insane. This might be one of the most insane features I've ever coded for just a simple subscribe plug, really. This launches players like crazy. It launches, obviously you can see it's launching mobs, but this does the same thing in the event, and this means that I will be able to throw this into the mix, break little groups up, get people launched into the air. It actually launches people high enough that they take enough fall damage to die. This thing is awesome, and I'm really excited to use this live on the server because literally everyone gets to see this mushroom cloud. Oh, how far is it going? Where is it going? Yup, did it land? Where did it? Oh! But also, yeah, you should do what it says. Help us hit 1 million. We're incredibly close to 1 million subscribers. I'm so hyped about it, and this thing is just another reason why you should. We're just gonna do more crazy stuff like this. Woohoo! And explosion. The Lemoninator instantly smites the target with lemon-flavored wrath. Like, what is that? What does that mean? We really sat there and kind of scratched our heads for a bit of like, what do we even make this thing look like? Like, do we make it a giant lemon and it shoots like lemon juice, or do we make it like a sword, or like what do we make it? And ultimately, we decided on making lemons and a lemon minigun. So this shoots lemons now. This is the Lemoninator. As you can see, while I have this in my inventory, I passively gain lemons over time, and this is actually pretty useful because these lemons are their ammo, basically. Whenever the Lemoninator is ready and you right-click and hold, it'll fire a bunch of them in sequence, dealing a bunch of damage to players and blocks. Yep, it breaks blocks. That's actually kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. These lemons are also edible, and when you eat them, it gives you speed and regen. Kinda nice. Not for very long, obviously. We gotta keep it pretty balanced, but it's a handy little side effect. Lemons are neat. Also, did I mention, this is a custom food item in vanilla Minecraft. Yep, that's just what we're dealing with now. Absolutely insane. All of this is still vanilla Minecraft. And look at that damage. Look at that damage go. Yeah, this thing lasts for a while. Hey, buddy. How you doing down there? So overall, I think we did a pretty good job with this. I think the design is great. I think the feature set is great. I think it has good functionality. We did the best with what we had with that comment, you know? The comment was very confusing. But thank goodness the next one was much more straightforward. Next, we have the Light Sword. Literally a lightsaber, but named differently to make people angry. What? No, we didn't make a lightsaber. We made a light sword. That's a light sword. Yep, this light sword, not a lightsaber, because it's not a lightsaber, is literally a lightsaber. Yep, it deals damage. I really shouldn't hit the villagers. I want to trade with them, you know? Iron Golem. You attack things like this. You can attack things. It deals melee damage. It's very cool. It's very cool. But also, it's got some bonus functionality. You know how most of the weapons we've seen so far are projectile-based? Yeah, like most of them have just things they fling at you. Well, this has a feature to combat that. This is the lightsaber in its defense mode, which makes it block projectiles. And to show you this, I need to find an outpost. Here we are. Face me. Face me. Shoot. Yeah, and it gets blocked. It gets blocked. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, it's working. It's working. Ooh. Bob and weave. Uh-oh. It ran out. Ha-ja. Take, no. Light sword, go. Yeah, that's right. Take that. I can just take on this entire pillager outpost myself. Oh, look at the allays, actually. Yes. Oh, hey guys. Hey, don't worry about me. I'm not doing anything. Take that. Yes. I can succeed. I will succeed in this. Oh boy. Oh, yep. Yep. Yeah, you guys can't. Oh, you can. Oh, yep. Block that. Yep, that's right. Yep. Oh, we shot the alley. Oh, they're shooting the allays. Uh-oh. I'm going up here. I'm going up. I'm going in. I'm stealing blast protection 4. Very needed for sure. Bottles of enchanting. Amazing. Hey, pal. Oh, jeez. I can still do this. I can still make it. Oh, bad omen. Nice. So that's the light sword, not a lightsaber. Great melee damage and some bonus projectile protection. It's pretty great. Definitely not infringing on any IP. Don't worry about it. It's not important. Nobody tell Disney. I'm gonna be attacked by the mouse. All right, the mouse is gonna get me. Ow. A book that shoots very sharp pieces of paper. Add knowledge. Like ninja stars, giving the opponents the worst paper cuts. For extra damage, add the multi-shot enchantment. We didn't do that because we forgot. But what we did do is make it shoot freaking ninja stars. Yup. It shoots the pieces of paper out of the book. As you can see by this model, each of these pages has a sharp blade edge, which makes it perfect for flinging those sharp pieces of paper at your enemies. This thing is so cool. Like, it's just so fun to run around and mess with. Ow. It's so fun to shoot because it's got no, like, arrow fallback, and it pushes things back. It's so cool. Pew! Hitcha. Oh, that guy's dead. This also allows you to melee with it, and each time you hit, it deals extra damage and takes away a page. It's really cool. So you have 3 shots, and then you gotta restock. You gotta let it cool down, and then it gives you more pages back, and pages show up again. Boom, more pages ready to go. And it just looks so good. Where'd that final out? There you are. Come here. You, sir, come here. Where are you going? Don't go. No, I didn't mean to shoot him twice. Bro, I just want to give you the book. Can I give you the book? Come here, take the book. Yes! This weapon truly takes knowledge's power to a whole new level. Look at it. Look at him go. Look at how beautiful it is. And then I can just steal it and then shoot. It's amazing. It's beautiful. Now he has 2 pages. Jeff mentioned that they'll be dropping more feature nuggets more frequently.
And the ambition is to continue to drop more feature nuggets.
And so I decided to add those to Minecraft. Come here, boy. Feature nugget. Dum, 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 dum. Whoa, feature nugget. New feature nugget just dropped. No way, that's crazy. A new feature? What could it be? Perhaps the all-new Pale Garden? That's right, I've already added the Pale Garden to Minecraft, and I'm about to show you what Minecraft Live should have added. And it's definitely not gonna be completely cursed. You're just not ready. We did start, of course, with the feature nugget, but that's just a goofy joke. It's not like it does anything, right? Oh my gosh, it's so loud. This is the source of most people's excitement. This is the Pale Gardens with the new Pale Oak wood type. And that adds a white wood variant, which actually looks incredible. Look at this stuff. This is probably not what the final version is going to look like because I just desaturated oak textures. But the trees look fantastic, and they actually come along with this new hanging moss. The pale hanging moss spawns naturally on these trees, and it grows over time, at least in my version of it. And you can climb up them because I felt like that made sense. These trees also have a chance to spawn with these, the Creaking Heart, which adds the creaking. These, of course, are tied to... Oh, I broke it. These, of course, spawn in the creaking when they're added to between 2 logs like this, and as you can see, they sure do be creaking. This is problematic that I can't hurt them. I can't do anything. Ah, there's a zombie, too. This is the problem. This is the guy that's the problem. What a great way to introduce our next feature nugget. Yep, that's right. We still got feature nuggets, baby. This is the other mob that you can now find in the Creaky Forest. I'm gonna keep calling it that. I think that's funny. And you want to know what it's called? You want to know its name? Well, check out this clip.
Did anybody hear that? Hear what? The creaking. I'd say it was more of a crunching. And I shall now name the crunching. It's called a creaking. You literally just said its name.
That's right, we added the crunching to Minecraft. This guy is basically just a giant mouth with tiny legs. Look at those teeth. Look at those crunchy teeth. The crunching also has a chance to spawn from one of these, the Creaking Heart. And you can see he died. They're the same, but these ones you can actually attack. They're a little bit less overpowered, and they get completely flattened when they die. I don't know. I thought it was just funny. It's just goofy. We need more weird death animations in Minecraft, right? We just need that in my life. Flattened. So now we have the creaking and we have the crunching. Both, I would say, are excellent additions to the game and totally make a lot of sense. This thing has so much attack power. It's just one bite. It just, hello. Please, sir, please, we can talk about this, please. The fun fact, too, you can actually ride it. Boom, I'm in creative mode now. Yep, that's right, you can ride the crunching. It doesn't do much when you're in survival because you just get crunched. But it's a fun feature, right? It's fun, it's cool. Door, night vision. Now I'm invincible to your powers. Flattened. Because of villager news, the crunching also chases down villagers. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the villagers just don't stand a chance. They just get attacked and they just die. We also added potentially the most famous puppet of all time. I'm sure you can see where this is going. Here we are in the mangrove swamp looking for one thing in particular. Somewhere in this forest lies the Croaking Heart. That's right, we're looking for another heart. We've got the Creaking Heart, and now we've also got the Croaking Heart. These Minecraft updates are crazy. Oh, look, a pale garden. Oh, there it is. The Croaking Heart. Yeah, that's right. We added one of the most famous puppets of all time.
Okay, everybody, let's go take down Miss Piggy. Oh, wait, no, I love Miss Piggy.
Hiya, Kermit. How is it going?
Let's go take down Miss Piggy.
That's not the only thing you say.
Oh, wait,
Stop.
Let's do our best here, okay? Let's do the Muppet Show.
Yeah, guys, it's Kermit the Frog. Aww. That's right. We added Kermit the Frog to Minecraft, and Kermit the Frog is one of the most hysterical creatures I've ever seen in this game. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going, buddy? Here, I'll help you out. There you go. Hey, buddy.
Let's do our best here, okay?
Okay. I spent far too much time making these animations just absolutely perfect.
Okay.
These voice lines were done by none other than Wisp, who is way too good at this impression. I may or may not have stolen the voice lines from the previous video that he was in, and they just happened
Okay, everybody.
to just fit.
Let's go take down this piggy.
Naturally, though, also we had to add one of the most iconic things that Kermit does, his flailing and chaotic nature thing. But he. Yeah, this is a wild feature. That's the croaking heart. Insane. An insane feature. I also genuinely don't know where he went. You know how we have the Pale Gardens, right? We got the Pale Gardens. They're looking pretty undersaturated and pale and you know. That definitely implies the existence of the oversaturated gardens, right? Yeah, definitely, for sure. Yep, that makes total sense and isn't a leap in logic in any way. So I keep saying we. This was all me. This is my fault. So we added the oversaturated gardens. Yep, this is it. This is the oversaturated gardens. Oh my gosh, it's just painful to look at, man. It's just so painful. Yeah, the oversaturated gardens not only has the oversaturated oak set of wood, this does have planks and everything. It's just so painful to look at. Not only does it have these, but it also has oversaturated moss, and also this biome has purple grass and every structure in the game. Yep, there's an end city in this biome. In the overworld, that's right. Yeah, because that makes sense. The water is green, the sky is orange. There's a desert temple down there. Oh look, you can get elytra in the oversaturated gardens. Yeah, this makes total sense, right? This is a feature that Minecraft should add. That's a shipwreck. Oh, yep, there's a fortress. Yeah, this makes total sense, right? This is how the gardens. This is a Minecraft feature now. Sour Patch Kids that scream violently when eaten. What could possibly go wrong with this? This one, I'm just gonna let you witness. Oh boy. I may have coded a grand total of about, 15 different screams into the game. So if I just take this stack of blue Sour Patch Kids... For the record, this isn't my fault, right? This is the comments' fault. I have no part in this. It's completely. This is horrible. This is It was so horrible my game crashed. Something else unique about these guys is that you can actually dye the blue Sour Patch Kids. There are 5 unique flavors, I guess you could say. Nice. Yep, all the Sour Patch Kids. And all of them do the exact same thing. Yeah, why am I still eating them? What is going on? Jeez, this is horrible. This is awful. That one was especially horrible. Rocket Dragon 3818, I entirely blame you for this one. All of these are entirely your fault. How dare you? Yeah, and that's not even the worst of what we've got today. This next one might be one of the most complex and completely absurd features that I've ever coded in a Minecraft. Prison Sludge, smiley face, contains 2 teaspoons of cyanide, 3 cups of nitric acid, 2 mutated ghost peppers, and the soul of a Minecraft hater. Side effects include combustion, nausea, explosion, glowing body, and bad attitude towards others. Alright. 2 teaspoons of cyanide, 2 mutated ghost peppers, 3 cups of nitric acid, and I actually do not remember the recipe. They said a soul of a Minecraft hater, huh? The soul of a Minecraft... Oh, he despawned! No!
Why can't they just add all the mobs from the vote? Why aren't there any circles?
This is the Minecraft hater, and this is the only mob that I think I coded into this mod today. Everything else is like a food, but he basically
this game is so bad.
He just complains. That's all he does. And he punches you. He just complains and he punches you.
Why aren't there any circles?
Why aren't there any circles? Well, because it's Minecraft, you annoying hater.
Minecraft sucks.
Minecraft sucks. No, it doesn't. That's just your name.
Can you up me, please? That's the only way I can have fun.
Oh, no. That's the only way you can have fun. Get over here.
This game.
Yep, that's right. Yep, I got the soul of a Minecraft hater. This is such a ridiculous feature. This is so ridiculous. Funnily enough, I actually need another one.
Come here. I don't like this game anymore.
You don't like that game anymore? Well, too bad. I have your soul, so... What is this game, man? The soul of a Minecraft hater is cool, but you can actually release it if you want to. So if you're holding it and you right-click... you let the soul go. But that's not the point. I want to use this to create the most insane feature of all time. And I actually need a bucket for this too. So I need that. I need to figure out how I How do I freaking... Is it like this? That's how it works. Prison sludge. This right here is a bucket of prison sludge, and it actually has 4 unique effects. I based this entirely on the comment because the side effects included 5 different things, and I chose 4 of them because the bad attitude towards others is just inherent, so that's cool. Let me just drink this real quick. Oh no. Oh, there's the nausea. Oh, hey, how's it going? I'm back. But now I need more prison sludge because there's more side effects, such as glowing and spontaneous combustion and Narfi drank the worst thing they could. Prison sludge. What an insane mod this is. This is my, can I just take a second to just appreciate that this is my job. This is my job right now. I coded a Minecraft hater into the game and then killed it to get its soul. And then I crafted prison sludge with a bucket and mutated ghost peppers and... What is my job? Okay, I gotta immensely prepare myself for this one. Extra large, iced, salted caramel cafe mocha with 2 pumps of vanilla, 4 pumps hazelnut, extra mocha sauce, chips, chocolate drizzle, extra purple drizzle, a scoop of vanilla bean powder, and extra whip. Obtained from the new Barista Villager. Gives the player instant diabetes upon consumption. Player did not want coffee with their sugar. Wow, so I'm not coding diabetes into the game. But I did find a solution that isn't just diabetes. Because I felt like it was a little mean. I felt like it was a little insensitive. But we got something. All right, we got something cool. This right here is a coffee cup. Yup, you can craft coffee cups now. And this is great and all, but like we need something for the barista, right? If we take this coffee cup and we surround it with planks, we get the coffee table, which by itself is pretty cool, I will say. It's a pretty nice block. This is the new Starbucks employee villager type. And as you can see here, we've got a new item. We've got the extra large iced salted caramel cafe mocha with 2 pumps of vanilla, 4 pumps of hazelnut, extra mocha sauce, chips, chocolate drizzle, extra drop of caramel drizzle, scoop of vanilla bean powder, and extra whip. Woo! The low price of just 49 emeralds. All right, here's my entire life savings. Oh my gosh, look at him holding it! I forgot that he did that! That's awesome! Hey, come here. Give me that extra large iced salted caramel coffee mocha with 2 pumps of vanilla, 4 pumps of hazelnut, extra mocha sauce, chips, chocolate drizzle, extra caramel drizzle, scoop of vanilla powder, and extra whip. I am not saying that every single time. Oh my gosh, look at it in the hot bar. And you know that this is someone's actual coffee order. And the cup and all is cool. It's really funny, but the real fun comes when you take a sip. Or eat the whole thing. Okay, all right. I've got a new effect called caffeinated. This takes bouncing off the walls to the next level. You literally bounce off of the walls. Uh-oh. Woo! Okay, I know I spent my entire life savings on one already, but I just need another. I just need more caffeine. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Essentially, all that caffeinated does is it just overrides the motion of the player every single tick. So you just go flying, you just go ballistic. Oh, I didn't die. This is amazing. That means I can have even more caffeine if I want, but I can't. I shouldn't. Oh my gosh. And the beauty of it is it's completely random. It's completely random. Your motion is entirely random. So sometimes you can end up 100 blocks in the air. Sometimes you're just already on the ground. Uh-oh, this feels like a lot more fun and a lot more chaotic than diabetes. I really hope you agree. Oh man, this is wild. Remember guys, be careful with your caffeine consumption because you could end up like me. It's anyone's guess as to where I'll end up. Nobody knows. Nobody knows where I'll be. Nobody... Uh-oh, that's a problem. Exploding hot dog. Yeah, I expect nothing less from my viewers. And to be completely honest, that is all that was going to be. But then I read this next comment. Adding onto the Worcestershire sauce from last time, add ketchup, mustard, and relish, which are the same as honey when you eat them on their own, but if you put them all on a crafting table with a hot dog, it gives you every effect an enchanted golden apple would. So that's exactly what we did. We've got ketchup, we've got mustard, and we've got relish, all going with the exploding hot dog to give us the delicious explosive hot dog. And oh yeah, is it delicious. It sure does taste great. Delicious, but still exploding. Yep. It gives you an advancement, and then it still blows you up. And you'll also notice that, yes, it does give you every effect that a golden apple does, but it doesn't matter, because you still blow up. It's just explosive, so, yep. Hey, barista, don't stand too close. Oh, rest in peace. Anyways, let's move on to the next comment, I think. Hear me out, Dino Nuggies. Hold on a minute. You work for me. You just wanted Dino Nuggies in the game. Oh my god. Oh, you're just eating
Dino
dino.
Nugget.
I would love a Dino Nuggie. All right, let's dig into the inspiration behind these. What did you want Dino Nuggies for?
Because they're the best type of nuggies.
You know what? That's fair. I agree with this. Do they do anything? They just
No,
kind of.
they just simply exist for happiness and sunshine and joy and life.
Oh, hey, can you eat that real quick for me? Can you just eat that for me?
Sure. Are you sure this is safe?
Yep, totally.
All right.
Dragon fruit, but if you eat it, you catch fire and shoot out fireballs. That makes total sense. That's how that works. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's crazy. Imagine if it did that in real life. That would be something else. What happens if I just keep eating them? Does it shoot out more fireballs and just keep shooting out fireballs? It sure does. This is fine. This is fine. I'm thriving. I'm thriving right now. This is fine. Oh my gosh. Narfi was blown up by Narfi. Never in my life have I seen a more accurate sentence than that. Bacon, but it's actually a cookie. Along with a cookie, but it's actually bacon. Oh boy. Buckle up. So, naturally, you know, we've got raw pork chops that drop from pigs. Well, if we go ahead and put this right here in the smoker, we'll get ourselves some cooked pork chop. And if we just take that cooked pork chop and we put it right back into the smoker, because you can totally do that naturally, you just get yourself some bacon. Awesome. We love to see it. Well, this is where it gets confusing. So, a cookie bacon is where you bake a cookie, you bake a cookie and you cook a bacon. So baking a cookie, so I have to bake a cookie, right? So if I bake a cookie, then I take that and then I get cookie bacon, right? But if I cook bacon, then I get myself then I get a bacon cookie. So a bacon cookie is baked cookie. Wait, no, hold on. So a bacon cookie is a cooked piece of bacon, and a cookie bacon is a baked piece of cookie. What? Huh? What? How does? What? They're both edible. They're both. It's a bacon cookie and a. Why do I hate the idea of both of these? But especially the bacon cookie. Cookie bacon, bacon cookie, cookie bacon. Do I? This hurts my brain. And I don't want to be here anymore. We're just gonna leave these here overnight. Maybe some of the monsters can take it. I'm just gonna have a snack real quick. Gummy bears that when you bite them, they bite you. Yum, delicious, ow, 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 ow. Red Bull doesn't give you wings and just drops you from the sky. Have fun! Oh boy, I sure will. Wait, doesn't this one usually give you wings? Not anymore. A bowl of rocks that makes an absurdly loud crunching noise. Nice. Delicious! Bottle of water, and there's a scream of a British saying, bottle water. Oh, don't worry, we got you covered. Yep. Just gotta let it play through. Oh, what a beautiful thing. What a beautiful anthem. Oh, it brings a tear to your eye. The beautiful country of the United Kingdom. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I don't even live there. I'm an American. Yellow snow. Just yellow snow. Oh, I don't know if I want to eat. Tide Pod. No, man, please, no. I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good, man. I think I ate too many Tide Pods. Do not use this on a world that you actually enjoy or want to use in the future. And it's
everybody.
I'll just warn you right now, it's painful. I'd say I successfully ruined Minecraft Live. What do you think? Let me know in the comments and Rip Kermit. Not me. No, please.
I created Minecraft World. A Minecraft world where I, along with a team of 20 players, can implement the biggest projects in all of Minecraft. We fulfilled our dream of the largest survival base in all of
feel that Israel might be overextending itself to aid other areas where Israelis are living. Some people do share that sentiment this morning. Could you break that down? Is Israel doing enough for their own people in Israel to get those remaining hostages home, or do you think they're doing what they need to do to aid Syria in this fight?
Well, Netanyahu has once again stated that he sees the destruction of Hamas as the priority over the remaining hostages. So while the new rounds of talks with Hamas seems to have stalled somewhat as far as trying to once again break the logjam here of getting hostages back to Israel, that nonetheless that Israeli forces are once again spread throughout the entire Gaza Strip, where they are fighting Hamas in different areas. Hamas has no capabilities at all what they had at the beginning of the conflict here. So Israel has really hurt them, but nonetheless, they are once again playing whack-a-mole, where they're popping up in different neighborhoods, and Israel is having to once again go into these neighborhoods to fight Hamas or to launch airstrikes against them. And so by no means is the conflict in the Gaza Strip over. They are still fighting against Hamas there, even though a greatly reduced capable Hamas.
Been great, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the detailed overview and your perspective and expertise on all things Middle East conflict, specifically this breaking news alert we are following as it relates to Israel and Syria. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you. As we further discuss the Middle East, I want to transition to give you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border. You can still see plumes of smoke there in the distance as we're keeping a close eye on those wildfires that continue to rage in the Israeli communities. We are awaiting more updates from our content partners over at the Associated Press and Reuters. And of course, when we get them, we'll share them right here with you on Live Now from Fox. Getting back to our megaphone poll bright and early this Friday morning, two events underway at the same time. We have the International Court of Justice holding a final hearing on this Friday morning related to allegations against Israel. And then the United Nations, they are holding a briefing on Gaza funding. Let us know which event you would rather see. Scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. I'll give you a few seconds to type that in on your computer or to scan that QR code with your cellular device. All right, we're going to go ahead and step aside for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
At Walden University, we get the W.
We step up when everything is on the line.
We leave our mark on this world because we want to have impact.
And Walden University prepares us with the skills to make it happen.
You can make it happen too.
Get the W.
Walden University. Set a course for change.
You know what's smart? Treating yourself without cheating your goals. Indulge responsibly with Factor. All of the flavor, none of the guilt. Ready in 2 minutes. Eat smart with Factor. For the times when cooking just isn't in the cards, try brand new ready-made meals from HelloFresh. No prepping, no cooking. Just heat up and dig in to delicious. New from HelloFresh. Make food this good in a flash with new 15-minute recipes from HelloFresh that go from fridge to fork in 3 simple steps. HelloFresh. Easy, delicious, homemade.
At Chuck and Dots, money paws are always welcome. Stop by for grooming, baths, nail trims, and facials. Plus, personalized wellness solutions. Visit your local store today.
and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue with your breaking news alerts on this Friday morning. Learning from the Times of Israel this Friday that, quote, U.S. President Donald Trump has tapped Martin Marks as the administration's liaison to the country's Jewish community. This coming from a Jewish Insider report, but citing a White House spokesperson. President Trump did not appoint anyone to that position in his previous term, though Jared Kushner de facto filled some of its roles alongside Elon Carr, who was a special envoy on combating anti-Semitism. We do have a quote this morning, courtesy of the Times of Israel, that comes from White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers. It says, quote, President Trump is committed to restoring peace through strength, bringing the hostages home, and combating anti-Semitism at home and abroad. The White House Faith Office is delivering on the president's promise to protect religious freedom for Americans of all faiths, including Jewish Americans, end quote. Marks previously led President Trump's efforts to attract Jewish voters in last year's election. His bio on his personal X account now reads, quote, Director of Jewish Outreach, Trump 2024, end quote. So this is a breaking news alert we are following bright and early this Friday morning here on Live Now from Fox. If you're just now tuning in, this report saying, quote, President Donald Trump to appoint Martin Marks. Marks will serve as the White House liaison to the Jewish community. As we get more information in on this breaking news alert, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. And as we are talking about Jewish-American relations, I do want to transition to give you another live look at the Middle East. That's southern Israel looking into Gaza. And again, we are keeping a close eye on those wildfires that continue to burn there this Friday morning. Also bringing you back stateside as we're discussing the Trump administration to give you a live look at the White House here at 6:13 on the East Coast. Getting back to this megaphone poll that we are conducting on this Friday, what would you like to watch next? We have two events going on at the same time. The International Court of Justice holding their final hearing on this Friday on allegations against Israel as relates to the conflict in Gaza and the humanitarian crisis. We also have the United Nations holding a funding briefing on Gaza. Again, scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. It does look like these events are about to begin, so when we come back, we will share the final results and get to the live event.
My skin, she gets thirsty. And Venus gets it. So when I shave, it's the new Venus Moisture Glide. It's got 5 blades and bars with a touch of argan oil that lock in moisture. Feel the power of smooth. My skin, my way. Venus.
Food this good? Easier than you think. With brand new, easier than ever recipes from HelloFresh. We're talking barely lift a finger easy and done in a flash fast. Now, get all the flavor with way less work. All week long. HelloFresh. Easy, delicious, homemade.
I'm Brian Boitano, and this is the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum. 60,000 square feet of inspiration. A complete collection of torches and medals. Fun for the kids. Opening ceremony. Summer Games. Winter Games. Miracle on Ice. It's a museum that sets the gold standard. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. That's what I do.
You know what's smart? Enjoying a fresh gourmet meal at home that you didn't have to cook. Upgrade your plate with Factor. Chef crafted, dietitian approved, ready in 2 minutes. Eat smart with Factor. For the times when cooking just isn't in the cards, try brand new ready-made meals from HelloFresh. No prepping, no cooking. Just heat up and dig in to delicious. New from HelloFresh.
'Cause it feels right.
6:15 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Chime Francine. All right, let's go ahead and take a final look at this poll we are conducting this Friday morning. 2 live events beginning at the same time. During the 6 o'clock hour, we have the International Court of Justice holding that final hearing on accusations against Israel as it relates to the conflict with the Gaza war. Also, with the humanitarian crisis that looms there in Gaza related to the Palestinian people. We also have the United Nations holding a briefing this Friday morning on Gaza funding. Well, the results are there in plain sight. You all decided you all would rather see the ICJ hearing on Israel. Let's go ahead and head there live.
The sitting is resumed. I now invite the next participating delegation, Sudan, to address the court, and I call Her Excellency Ambassador Humaima Al-Sharif to the podium. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the court, it is indeed an honor to appear before you today on behalf of the Republic of the Sudan. The government of the Republic of the Sudan acknowledges the importance of the advisory proceedings requested by the General Assembly Resolution number 79/323 concerning Israel's obligation in relation to the presence and activities of the United Nations, other international organizations, and third states in occupied Palestinian territory. Sudan addresses this distinguished court in the spirit of the UN Charter, guided by its purposes and principles, including the fundamental prohibition against the acquisition of territory by force. These principles resonate with urgency in light of developments that have obstructed the work of the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East, the Relief and Works Agency, and the operations of third states in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, as mandated by the UN General Assembly. We are deeply concerned by respective legislations imposed by the occupying state, Israel, that has effectively terminated the operations of the Relief and Works Agency in the occupied Palestinian territory, leading to the collapse of the severely needed UN humanitarian response. This outcome is deeply troubling and carries grave implications, not only for the humanitarian response, but also for the broader regime of UN privileges and immunities. Mr. President, the deteriorating conditions in the occupied Palestinian territory further diminish the already vanishing prospects for a peaceful, just, and durable resolution for the Palestinian question. The absence of a viable political horizon has led to catastrophic levels of suffering among the Palestinian people. There is now an urgent and compelling need for humanitarian relief. In these dire conditions, the Relief and Works Agency remains a vital lifeline for Palestinian refugees, particularly amidst the collapse of health and education systems and the destruction of essential infrastructure. Its work spans beyond Gaza to include the West Bank and neighboring countries such as Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Mr. President, Sudan recalls that the Relief and Work Agency, as a UN entity, symbolizes the international community's recognition of the plight of the Palestinian refugees and expresses a spirit of global solidarity. Since 1949, it has shown itself to be effective, efficient, and indispensable. There is at present no viable alternative to its operations, nor can its responsibilities be transferred until a comprehensive and lasting resolution of the Palestinian question is achieved. Mr. President, I respectfully ask that you grant the floor to Professor Raimondo, who will continue the presentation of our oral statement. Professor Raimondo will address three core elements. First, whether the court should render the requested advisory opinion. Second, the Israel's obligation to respect the sovereign rights of the state of Palestine to engage with third states and international organizations. And third, the Israel's obligation to respect the UN privileges and immunities. His remarks will be succinct yet comprehensive in outlining Sudan's position. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished members of the court.
I thank Ambassador Al-Sharif. I now invite Professor Fabian Raimondo to address the court.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is an honor to once again stand before this court to address the issues outlined by Ambassador Al-Sharif. Objections to the admissibility of requests for advisory opinions from the United Nations General Assembly are neither novel nor uncommon. Yet, the court has consistently and rightly dismissed such objections. I begin by recalling the court's jurisprudence on this matter, which forms the foundation for addressing the current objections. As stated in the court's advisory opinion of 19 July 2024, when a request is submitted, the court must determine first whether it has jurisdiction, and second, whether there exist compelling reasons to decline to exercise that jurisdiction. In the present proceedings, no participant has challenged the court's jurisdiction. Accordingly, I will not address this aspect and will proceed directly to the issue of admissibility. As noted in the 2024 advisory opinion, the existence of jurisdiction does not compel the court to exercise it in every instance. The court retains discretion to decline to render an opinion, but it has emphasized that it should do so only in the presence of compelling reasons. Israel and another participant raised 4 objections. First, that an advisory opinion would prejudge the ongoing contentious case between South Africa and Israel. Second, that the question presented is prejudicial and one-sided. Third, that the court has already addressed similar issues. And fourth, that rendering the opinion would require extensive factual investigations. The first objection is misplaced. The South Africa versus Israel case concerns alleged violations of the Genocide Convention, whereas the present proceedings concern distinct legal obligations relating to the conduct of an occupying power and its treatment of international actors. Moreover, advisory opinions are by their nature non-binding and serve to assist the requesting United Nations body in its functions. Therefore, the risk of prejudicing the contentious case is unfounded and does not meet the threshold of a compelling reason. With respect to the second objection, Sudan recalls that the court has the power to interpret and, where necessary, reformulate the questions put to it. It is for the court to assess the formulation, scope, and meaning of the questions submitted. Accordingly, this objection cannot stand. I now turn to the third objection, namely, the argument that the question before the court allegedly involves matters already dealt with in previous advisory opinions. Although the court has earlier found that Israel violated international law and has an obligation to end the occupation, the current request presents distinct and unresolved issues, especially considering the ongoing humanitarian crisis. It specifically examines Israel's duties as an occupying power and as a member of the United Nations, as well as the role and activities of the United Nations, other international organizations, and third states within and regarding the occupied Palestinian territory. In addition, the reference to the need to ensure and facilitate the unhindered provision of urgently needed supplies highlights the main focus, while also allowing the court to consider related legal obligations. There is no legal barrier preventing the court from giving an opinion in these circumstances, and the short time elapsed since the previous advisory proceedings does not constitute a valid reason to decline. Accordingly, Sudan submits that this objection should be rejected. I now turn to the fourth objection, namely, that the court will need to make significant factual findings not suited to advisory proceedings. The court has already dismissed a similar argument in the previous advisory proceedings concerning the occupied Palestinian territory. It is well established that the court may rely on public information, including from United Nations organs and specialized agencies. In these proceedings, the court has before it extensive materials submitted by the Secretary General. it is for the court to assess the sufficiency of that information, and there appears to be enough to answer the General Assembly's question consistently with the judicial function of the court. Accordingly, Sudan submits that there is no basis for declining the request. Let me now turn to Israel's obligation to respect the sovereign prerogative of Palestine to establish and maintain relations with other states and international organizations, the United Nations among them. In its 2024 advisory opinion, the court confirmed that Israel, as the occupying power, must not obstruct the Palestinian people in exercising their right to self-determination, which includes the right to an independent and sovereign state across the entirety of the occupied Palestinian territory. As a core element of statehood, Palestine's right includes, and indeed requires, the capacity to participate in relations with other states and international organizations. This is not merely a technical attribute. Without the ability to engage internationally, statehood will be a hollow concept. Denial of this right strikes at the heart of what it means to be a sovereign people entitled to self-determination. Therefore, Palestine is entitled, through its recognized representatives, to develop and maintain relations with other states, the United Nations, and other international organizations. Conversely, other states, including Israel, are obliged to respect that right. This includes diplomatic and consular relations, engagement with international organizations, and the conclusion of treaties, among other sovereign rights. Where such relations are pursued freely by the Palestinian authorities, any effort to hinder them constitutes a breach of the right to self-determination. Likewise, deliberate efforts to obstruct the presence of diplomatic or consular actors in the occupied Palestinian territory infringe upon that right. I shall now turn briefly to Israel's obligation to respect the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. One participant in these proceedings presents 5 claims aimed at justifying Israel's actions regarding the Relief and Works Agency. Each of these claims is flawed in law and in principle. Sudan respectfully contests these claims, drawing upon the Charter of the United Nations, the 1946 Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, and settled United Nations practice. First, functional necessity. It is indeed true that Article 105 of the Charter of the United Nations refers to privileges and immunities, I quote, as are necessary, unquote, for the fulfillment of the purposes of the United Nations. But the interpretation of what is necessary is not left to the discretion of individual states. That interpretation was codified by the General Assembly in the 1946 Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, a treaty in force for Israel. That convention grants the United Nations absolute immunity from legal process unless it has expressly waived that immunity. It follows that the doctrine of functional necessity defines the scope of immunity, but it does not empower states to make unilateral determinations of when that scope has been exceeded. Second, alleged violations of neutrality. That participant claims that the Relief and Works Agency's privileges and immunities can be forfeited due to alleged neutrality violations. This proposition is legally unsustainable. In fact, the United Nations Secretary General is the competent authority to assess whether acts fall within the official functions of United Nations personnel and to determine whether immunity should be upheld. Moreover, the 1946 Convention provides that United Nations property and assets shall be immune from any form of interference, whether by executive, administrative, judicial, or legislative action. That protection is not conditional on the perceived behavior of staff members. Even in cases involving serious allegations, any recourse must be sought through United Nations channels, not through unilateral action that undermines the United Nations independence and inviolability. This interpretation is confirmed by the Court's advisory opinion of 29 April 1999. Third, substitutability of the Relief and Works Agency. Whether other agencies could, in theory, fulfill the role of the Relief and Works Agency is irrelevant to the question at hand. The legal test is not about indispensability. The Relief and Works Agency is a subsidiary organ of the General Assembly and, as such, falls squarely within the protective scope of the 1946 Convention. Its privileges and immunities do not depend on how replaceable it may be. They derive from its institutional status. Moreover, the General Assembly has repeatedly reaffirmed the mandate of the Relief and Works Agency, most notably in Resolution 64/89, which calls on Israel to cease obstruction of the agency's operations in Gaza. Fourth, state party discretion. Israel cannot lawfully revoke or restrict immunities on its own initiative. The 1946 Convention confers absolute inviolability upon United Nations premises and archives. It further obliges state parties to actively protect these premises from interference, including by third parties. This inviolability includes immunity from physical searches of United Nations vehicles and materials, a point reaffirmed by the United Nations own interpretation. Any obstruction of movement, searches, or disruption of operations, even if based on security justifications, must conform with Israel's duty of non-interference. Fifth, the Comey-Mitchell-Moore Agreement. The same participant invokes this bilateral agreement to justify Israel's actions. However, the hierarchy of norms under Article 103 of the Charter of the United Nations is clear. In case of conflict, obligations under the Charter prevail over any other international agreement. Furthermore, the Comey-Mitchell-Moore Agreement cannot displace the binding obligations under the 1946 Convention, which Israel accepted in full. As such, no bilateral understanding can lawfully be interpreted to override the core principles of inviolability, immunity, and independence. Mr. President, members of the Court, the framework established under Article 105 of the Charter of the United Nations, the 1946 Convention, and United Nations practice is clear and coherent. The privileges and immunities of the United Nations are not optional. They are not revocable based on allegations or political disagreements. They are the legal foundation that enables the United Nations and its agencies, including the Relief and Wars Agency, to operate independently and effectively. Allegations of misconduct, if substantiated, must be addressed through the mechanisms of the United Nations itself. To permit states parties to the Convention to act unilaterally would be to undermine the very integrity of the international legal system and to erode the independence of the United Nations as a whole. Your Honors, I express my sincere gratitude for your attentive consideration. In times like this, when the authority of international institutions is questioned and the principles of international cooperation are at stake, we must confront the harsh reality that the pursuit of international justice is rarely straightforward, and that the ideals we uphold often face formidable challenges. Yet, it is precisely in these moments of trial that our unwavering commitment to the Charter of the United Nations and the fundamental principles of international law must not only endure, but strengthen. Mr. President, I respectfully invite you to request Ambassador Al-Sharif to deliver the concluding remarks of the oral statement on behalf of Sudan.
I thank Professor Raimundo. I now give the floor back to Her Excellency, Ambassador Umaima Al-Sharif. You have the floor, ma'am.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, in light of the foregoing, Sudan concludes as follows. First, that the Court has jurisdiction to issue the requested advisory opinion and that no compelling reason exists to exercise its discretion to decline it. Second, that Israel, as an occupying power and a United Nations member, has obligation regarding the presence and activities of the United Nations, international organizations, and third states in the occupied Palestinian territory, which include the obligation to respect the sovereign right of Palestine to enter into relations with other states and international organizations. And finally, that Israel is also bound to uphold the privileges and immunities of the United Nations and its entities, including the Relief and Works Agency, and that its recent actions constitute a serious breach.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. We continue to watch this live event on the left side of your screen. It takes us out to The Hague, Netherlands. The International Court of Justice holding their final day of hearings related to accusations against Israel. These accusations include the Gaza conflict and the humanitarian crisis against the Palestinian people. Some active boxes on the right side of your screen. That top right box, a live look out in Israel, looking into Gaza as wildfires continue to burn in that area on this Friday morning. And then that bottom box, a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. As we know today, President Donald Trump will present his fiscal year 2026 budget. Of course, if we are allowed a camera inside to get that live feed and audio, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and headlines when we return.
I'm Brian Boitano, and this is the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum. 60,000 square feet of inspiration. A complete collection of torches and medals. Fun for the kids. Opening ceremony. Summer Games. Winter Games. Miracle on Ice. It's a museum that sets the gold standard. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. That's what I do.
You are my whole wide world. You'll never know how much I love you. When you're gone, I just think of you. Dying.
Mom, what?
Every time you leave my sight when you drive to school or stay out at night, this is where I go. To the million ways inside my brain in which you could die at any given time.
Mom, Life 360. No more creepy songs.
Family proof your family with Life 360.
If you feel like you're on the wrong road with your finances, Credit Karma can help you push through to a better place. Because that's how you gain the power to reach your horizons, wherever they may take you. Find your way to money with personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
My skin, she gets thirsty. And Venus gets it. So when I shave, it's the new Venus Moisture Glide. It's got 5 blades and bars with a touch of argan oil that lock in moisture. Feel the power of smooth. My skin, my way. Venus.
Mommy, why is that woman in our yard?
Can I help you?
Today's the day.
Here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanette Francine as we continue with your top stories and headlines. This Friday morning, it takes us out to Washington, D.C., giving you a live look at the White House. As we turn to a news alert this morning, President Donald Trump signs another executive order making cuts to federal funding. NPR and PBS funding slashed due to what the president is calling bias in reporters broadcasting. Right now, we're going to check in with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwit. She joins us live this morning at NPR headquarters with what else we know about this order. Melanie, good morning to you.
Good morning. So in the executive order, which was signed after 11 p.m. last night, the White House says that government funding of the news media is outdated, unnecessary, and corrosive to the appearance of journalistic independence. NPR and PBS have been bracing for these cuts as a continuation of the Trump administration cutting funding for programs that the president dislikes. But they don't just produce news programming. Generations of kids grew up on Sesame Street, Clifford the Big Red Dog, and Bill Nye the Science Guy. Programs like Masterpiece Theater and Antiques Roadshow have become cultural icons. But disdain for the organizations and their news divisions was evident during a hearing in March on Capitol Hill. Republicans and the president have criticized the outlets, claiming on social media they, quote, spread radical woke propaganda. NPR and PBS leaders defended their bipartisanship.
For far too long, federal taxpayers have been forced to fund biased news. This needs to come to an end, and it needs to come to an end now.
PBS programming and the services that local stations provide
bring Americans together. It is valued, needed, and trusted by the American people.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting was created in 1967. It provides $500 million federal dollars to National Public Radio and the Public Broadcasting Service. Federal dollars are not the only source of funding. PBS and NPR say the majority of their funding comes from corporate sponsorships, grants, and viewer donations. And most of those funds actually go to the local stations in communities across the country. PBS's CEO said the cuts will be disruptive to its mission of preparing millions of children for success in school and life. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has filed suit against the Trump administration, saying that the president does not have the authority to fire its board members. He fired 3 recently, and we can expect there may be also some legal action trying to fight against this latest round of cuts.
Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, always a stellar breakdown. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day and a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you. And as we further discuss the Trump presidency, taking you back out to the White House, giving you a live look there here at 6:51 on the East Coast, we are going to take our final break of the hour. We'll be right back.
I'm Brian Boitano, and this is the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum. 60,000 square feet of inspiration. A complete collection of torches and medals. Fun for the kids. Opening ceremony. Summer games. Winter games. Miracle on Ice. It's a museum that sets the gold standard. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. That's what I do.
At Walden University, we get the W.
We step up when everything is on the line.
We leave our mark on this world because we want to have impact.
And Walden University prepares us with the skills to make it happen. You can make it happen too.
Get the W.
Walden University. Set a course for change.
Safe Flight Repair.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, man.
Safe Flight Replace.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Go to safelight.com and we can come to you.
Sick.
Our highly trained techs can replace your windshield where you are, even if that's right in your driveway.
Have a good day. I love you.
SafeLight makes it easy. Go to safelight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Safe Flight Repair. Safe Flight Replace.
Custom Ink helps us celebrate and drive our students' achievements with custom gear. They love Custom Ink's different styles and designs. We love how Custom Ink makes the process simple with their easy-to-use design lab, expert artists ready to help, and unbeatable customer service. Custom Ink allows our kids to show everyone their accomplishments and the pride they have in our school. When we place an order, I know they got our back, so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at CustomInk.com.
6:54 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine as we are approaching the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We do want to continue with your top stories and headlines as it relates to the Trump presidency. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This just in from our content partners over at Reuters Business. As we know, U.S. President Donald Trump plans to unveil his budget proposal for the 2026 fiscal year today. From there, he will send it to Congress, according to a White House official. The annual White House budget request includes economic forecasts, as well as detailed proposals about how much money should be spent by every government agency for the year, which does begin October 1st. However, it is the responsibility of Congress to craft spending legislation, and what lawmakers ultimately adopt typically differs dramatically from the White House request. A lot to discuss and dissect this morning on this topic, so we want to bring into the conversation the expert associate professor of accounting and taxation at the University of New Haven, James Mose. James, a pleasure having you on the show. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
A pleasure to have you on this Friday. So let's break this down, James, for those unfamiliar about what this budget represents for the fiscal year of 2026. Set the stage for us, please.
Okay, the budget is basically President's plans to, for the next year. It quantifies his goals and objectives, what he wants to get through. Deep cuts in spending, tax cuts, just a lot of things. Right now, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of details on it. It's going to be released today. But when you look at a budget, you look at the top part lines, you look at the revenue sources, and we'll talk about those. We're talking about tax cuts, tariffs, other types of things that are going to increase it, expanding the economy by more foreign direct investment, more jobs and the like, expanding the tax base that way. On the top side, on the bottom, it's going to be cuts, tax cuts to the individuals, which is great. And you'll see that three of the bigger tax cuts, I think, that he's talking about are no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. Now, those are all baked into the revenue piece. So when we look at a budget, we're looking at inflows and outflows. There are going to be serious cuts, or he's going to propose serious cuts. Department of Education, Environmental Protection, just to name a few. Increasing spending for defense, national security, and the like. What we really need to do is see the details. You know, they say the devil's in the details. That should be released later on today, according to the White House.
James, so many great points you bring up. Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. One of the great points that you brought up is the economic forecast, the everyday American wanting to know, okay, from this, obviously, President Donald Trump will present his proposal for the budget, and then it goes to Congress, and then they'll debate it out and figure out what's best for the American people. But there are concerns about the things that you mentioned, tax cuts, maybe the budget for different governmental agencies. The viewers wanting to know this morning, based on the decision, obviously you don't have a crystal ball, we don't know what that decision will be, but based on that decision, what is best for them to do? Could you give the pros and cons of that?
Well, pros and cons is don't overreact too soon until we know what the details are. I've seen reports where people are starting to go hoarding, and they're going and buying everything. They think inflation is going to run rampant, all this. And what we need to do is sit back, take a deep breath, and let this develop. There will be cuts to programs. What the cuts they're looking for is primarily waste. Right? Even with the Medicare and the Medicaid and those, they're looking for non-qualifiers, right, to be eliminated. They don't want to take the safety nets away from everyone, but they just want to make them more efficient. Because as we see, or as we're hearing, at any rate, there are a lot of waste, there's a lot of fat in a lot of these departments, a lot of budgets, and a lot of duplication. That's what I think this budget is going to try to remove.
Yeah, and the everyday person concerned about how this will impact their bottom dollar. Will this impact groceries, how they feed their families? We keep hearing about the price of eggs. We're now looking at the latest of tariffs and trade wars, wanting to know if the price of the next iPhone might go up. There are so many unknowns. When it comes to this, even with stocks and bonds, those type of things, people also have questions about investing or their current investments.
Yeah, I mean, markets don't react well to chaos, right? And what we're having is when there's no sense of certainty, we're seeing a lot of great fluctuations. Yeah, I mean, this budget and the economy and the way it's going right now with the tariffs and the like, there could be some inflation. I don't believe it's going to be long run. I believe it's going to be short run because it appears, even as we speak, last night, it appears that the China has come to the table saying we want to negotiate. So, was this a threat? Did it work? Yes, no. I don't think it's going to be any inflation to be long range. And the good news on eggs is the eggs price are coming down.
Absolutely. Transitioning the screen to give you and the viewers a live look at Capitol Hill this Friday morning. And we do know that as President Trump unveils this federal budget proposal, ultimately it'll be the responsibility of Congress to craft that spending legislation. And we know typically what lawmakers adopt, James, is sometimes dramatically different from the White House request. But it is important to note that President Donald Trump does have a large Republican presence there in Congress. How do you see that playing out?
Well, the way I see it playing out is you're absolutely right. there's going to be a lot of discussion. There's going to be a lot of give and take as they go through the reconciliation process, where they are right now. Even different Republicans are going to want different things depending upon their constituents and their states. Yes, you're right. What he's going to release today may not be 100% of what they actually sign into law, but it'll be somewhere close, somewhere that everybody can live with, and that will work out well for all Americans. So, it's really hard to say. One of the big items is salt. In Connecticut here, salt deduction is a big item. When they limited us to $10,000, that hurt. Same thing with California, New York, and any of the high income tax states, the property tax states. If that is a negotiating tool, it's going to be really hard to say. What we do know, and you're absolutely right, is Congress will come together, and they will present a bill. They have to. Anything relating to money or taxes has to come through Congress. And again, President Trump's budget is his wish list.
James, one final question before we let you go. So much valuable information you have shared with myself and the viewers this morning. We do want to thank you for that. Some of the viewers wanting to know, is now the right time to make big investments, but also is now the right time to make big purchases, such as homes and vehicles? Obviously, a lot of eyes are on the economy and interest rates. So I do want to ask you that valuable question before you go.
Okay, yeah, that's an excellent question. I would not postpone any big purchase just because there's some uncertainty in the markets at this point. If you're looking for your first house, now might be the time to buy it. Remember, when price of houses is a function of the interest rate and principal. The interest rate goes down, the principal goes up. So there's going to be like an equilibrium. I would not postpone any purchases that you really need. We are going to have some inflationary trends at the moment. I think it's going to be short-lived. I wouldn't postpone indefinitely anything. I might keep a vigilant eye on pricing that's going on, but I can't. Personally, if you need it, buy it.
All right, well, there you have it from the expert, James Mose. A pleasure having you join us here on Live Now for Fox. Thank you so much for the valuable information as we are looking ahead to President Donald Trump unveiling that fiscal year 2026 budget. Have a great rest of your day and a great weekend, James.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And as we further discuss the latest of the Trump presidency, taking you back out to Washington, D.C., and giving you a live look at the White House, we do know this Friday morning a shakeup at the White House is there as President Donald Trump eases out his national security advisor. The White House denies that Michael Waltz was fired, but as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, it may be delayed fallout from the controversial text exchange that landed him in hot water.
The White House describes this as a promotion, but the knives have been out for Michael Waltz, even if he isn't really leaving the administration. Goodbye, White House. Hello, United Nations. That's the transition plan for now former National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. Was he fired?
So was it let go?
Vice President J.D. Vance says no. He was just reassigned, tapped to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on to do some serious reforms of the National Security Council. He has done that.
But what else Waltz did as National Security Advisor was set up that now infamous group chat on the messaging app Signal that included top administration officials discussing an upcoming attack on Houthi targets in Yemen. Also inadvertently invited a journalist, Jeffrey Goldberg.
I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person.
Back in March, when this was all revealed, President Trump backed Waltz, even as some big Trump supporters wanted him out. And Democrats say this latest move should be just the start.
Oh, I hope that there's more people who will be fired next.
Well, let's remind everybody, this is not our war.
For now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be taking on Waltz's duties as National Security Advisor while also keeping his current job. Waltz heads to the UN, assuming he's confirmed by the Senate, and Democrats see a battle brewing.
I think it would be pretty brutal. And let's see what happens.
It's not clear yet when that confirmation hearing will happen, but expect a grilling for Waltz and a very narrow vote if he makes it through. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. We're going to go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break at the 7 o'clock hour. More top stories, headlines, and of course your live events when we return.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need the protection of Batman.
Easy, Batemobile, not too fast, baby. Any last words?
Just one. So long, dermatologist. That's why you need the real deal.
Go home, Bateman. Do a podcast or something. That's hurtful.
So don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm.
Today I'm going to be trying the new Dave's Hot Chicken Mini Sliders. These are actually fire.
Dave's Mini Sliders?
So cute, look at that. I didn't know they had mini sliders. I'm so excited.
I'm Brian Boitano, and this is the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum. 60,000 square feet of inspiration. A complete collection of torches and medals. Fun for the kids. Opening ceremony. Summer Games. Winter Games. Miracle on Ice. It's a museum that sets the gold standard. Visit the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. That's what I do.
The Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant helps me compare 2 different versions of the same document for key changes. It makes me feel very confident that nothing's missing and everything's accurate. With AI Assistant, we're able to focus on finding new ways to reach soccer fans.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
7:08 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories, headlines, and of course your live events of your Friday morning, taking you out to Brussels, Belgium for the Friday morning European Commission briefing.
Bonjour, bienvenue à notre réunion de midi. Et je vais commencer avec l'agenda de la présidente von der Leyen. Donc nous avons quelques mises à jour à vous communiquer pour la semaine prochaine et pour aujourd'hui. Donc aujourd'hui, la présidente va recevoir Maria Leptin, qui est la présidente du Conseil européen de la recherche. Lundi, présidente von der Leyen se rendra à Paris pour rencontrer le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron. Elle va prononcer également le discours de clôture de l'événement Choisir l'Europe pour la science, qui aura lieu à la Sorbonne, aux côtés du président Macron. Plus tard dans la journée, la présidente se rendra à Strasbourg. Mardi, elle y présidera la réunion du collège. Et elle participera également au débat en plénière du Parlement sur le soutien de l'Union européenne à une paix juste, durable et globale en Ukraine. Et enfin, jeudi, de retour à Bruxelles, présidente von der Leyen recevra Michael Martin, Premier ministre d'Irlande. Voilà pour l'agenda de la présidente. Je voudrais maintenant donner la parole à Maciej pour quelques bonnes nouvelles pour la Grèce. Maciej.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Paula. So today the European Commission has disbursed 3.13 billion to Greece as part of the Recovery and Resilience Facility following Greece's 5th payment request. Greece has made remarkable progress, achieving 28 key milestones and 4 significant targets. This financial support will be instrumental in enhancing country's infrastructure and services. Greece has already upgraded its electricity network, streamlined administrative processes, and expanded digital services, just to name a few improvements. Overall, the Recovery and Resilience Facility has been instrumental in helping member states achieve sustainable growth and resilience. So far, we have disbursed more than 300 billion euro to member states out of this program. You can find more details about this information in our daily news. Thank you.
Thank you, Maciej. And last but not least, as you know well, tomorrow is the World Press Freedom Day. This is an important day, and even more so now. The ability of journalists like you to carry out their work safely and securely is crucial for media freedom and pluralism, which is part of the EU principles that underpin a functioning democracy. President von der Leyen made a priority of media freedom and pluralism in her political guidelines, and the Commission continues to support and protect independent media and journalists, cracking down on pressure and unethical behavior that threatens their work. I invite you to check our daily news, where we have published a statement on this, including the measures and legislation that we have put forward to protect free journalism and journalists. I would also like to draw your attention to the statement that HRVP Kallas will issue later today on behalf of the EU on this very same topic. And this is it for the announcements today. We can move to your questions. Yes, Diego.
Many thanks, Diego Velasquez with the Luxembourger Wort. It's with great interest that I read Maroš Šefčovič's comment in the Financial Times. I wanted to ask if that's not giving in to Donald Trump's blackmail and legitimizing this negotiating method by the United States President. Thank you.
This is a question for Olaf.
Thanks for your question. Look, sometimes a headline can be a little misleading, and we need to be very clear about this fact. There has been no formal offer to the US of anything at present. What has happened to date is that we have discussed the areas that, from our side, we believe we could potentially find agreements in. And so we need to really stress that we're fully engaged in our discussions with the US. A negotiated solution remains our clear and preferred outcome. We're not going to give blow-by-blow commentary on the negotiations that are happening, but we absolutely are committed to finding agreements with the US that benefits both sides. And that's really all we can say for the moment.
Yes, Diego, you would like to follow up on this?
So, to be clear, there is no such offer like the one that was in the Financial Times?
I would encourage you to read the rest of the article, because what Commissioner Šefčovič clearly says is that there are areas where we could, not will, but could look at greater cooperation with the US. And by the way, this is entirely consistent with what the European Commission has been saying since President Trump won the election. As early as November, President von der Leyen said that we could look at areas such as energy, notably LNG, some agricultural products, soybeans, for example, where there could be good potential to increase EU imports from the US. So there's nothing new here. We're simply reiterating that there are areas where we believe we can potentially increase our imports from the US, and that would also have the additional benefit, let's say, of reducing to some extent the trade in goods surplus that we enjoy, and which seems to be such a fixation on the other side of the Atlantic.
Okay, still to Olaf? Yes, please.
Yeah, it's also on tariffs. So in the article in the FT, Commissioner Šefčovič said that there's some progress was made, but can you tell us where exactly this progress was made and how concretely? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we don't go into details about the negotiations that are happening at either technical or political level. There will be opportunities for us as things progress to communicate in a more detailed and structured way, and when that moment arrives, we will certainly do so.
Indeed. Yes, please.
Could you explain, I mean, previously as well, and maybe this is more for Anna Geyser, but in terms of buying more US goods, you've explained before from this podium that, ultimately it's the free market that decides. It's demand, it's the price that determines how much and where do we buy these goods from, as well in LNG. So I'm just wondering what's in the realm of possibility for the Commission to actually do to buy more US goods if that's on the table?
And that's precisely a part of all the options that are being looked into in order to really then have a discussion on very concrete scenarios, options, what can be offered, what can be expected in exchange. What has been said already very, very clearly is that we're ready to offer 0 for 0 on industrial goods. And colleagues are looking into all the options, all the scenarios as we go, as we explore options to be presented to our counterparts in the US. Yes, David.
Thank you, David Carretta, Radio Radicale. To avoid to be misleaded by headlines and so on, there is another part which is quite interesting of the interview, which is where Commissioner Šefčovič, or the Financial Times is saying that Commissioner Šefčovič refused the 10% base tariff. I would like to know if this is a red line. So if this 10% stay, the EU will react. Thank you.
Grazie, David. We've been very clear from the start that we don't believe that tariffs do any good. Not for us, not for the US, not for the global economy. That is precisely why, as Paolo mentioned, we took the strong initiative to, in fact, look at areas where we can not just reduce but eliminate tariffs. That's the logic of the 0 for 0 offer. So we're not going to go into more detail beyond that, which is to say, there's a great offer on the table. Let's talk about that.
Any other question to Olaf? Yes, Vitaly.
Thank you. It's on sanction. It's okay. Vitaly Sizov, UATV. Yesterday, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of France made a statement that he is going to synchronize 17th package of sanction against Russia with United States partners. And this week, Ukrainian president, he made a statement as well that he is going to synchronize sanction process with EU. Do you know what it means, synchronize, and have you started some negotiation on this synchronization and how this synchronization could be different from previous packages of sanction? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I think it's too early to go into any detail on what those issues you're mentioning could look like when translated into concrete measures. If there's anything more to say on this, we'll come back to the afternoon, but as of now, I don't think there's anything concrete to present to you.
Maybe we can add that from the beginning, the idea was always to coordinate as much as possible the various packages of sanctions that we have adopted against Russia in the context of the ongoing war. The idea was to have them as coordinated as possible with the US, and that attempt remains. Any other question to Olaf? David?
We price your democracy. Olaf, I'm a bit shocked every time you say the policy of the European Union is to get rid of tariffs altogether. It was never the original idea of the European Community or even the later European Union, because there was a need to protect industries. And we've seen, for example, that the steel industry was totally destroyed once that sort of tariff was, the protective tariff was removed. So my question is there actually, in the conception of the European Union, a minimum tariff which is needed to protect native industries and native products from what's already happened? But obviously dumping, and there's not really a good protection against dumping and destruction of local industries like the steel industry.
Thanks, David. I think the premise of your question is slightly incorrect in the sense that we're not offering the removal of tariffs across the board to the US. We're simply looking at a few targeted areas where we believe that would be economically advantageous for both sides. And by the way, we've reached the point of making that offer, having consulted intensely closely with our industry and our member states. So we're very satisfied that we're doing that, as it were, with their blessing. And concerning sectors that can be adversely impacted by geopolitical turmoil and related trade complications, President von der Leyen has made very clear that we will always offer every possible measure of support to those sectors within the EU that should require it, which is why we've set up these strategic dialogues in a number of sectors, and why we continue to have that close engagement with industry, precisely to anticipate problems as they might arise in order to be able to prevent them. A good example is the work that's ongoing to create a task force on trade diversion, which is, if you like, an additional tool in the armory to help us be alert to any negative impact of changes in global trade flows, and to present solutions precisely in order to protect our industry as necessary.
Other questions to Olaf? Not in the room, but I see some online questions. David Jagos, so the third David today.
Hi.
Yes.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We cannot see you. That's it.
I've worked on this. If you can just refresh our mind, Olaf, on...
We cannot see you, David, and you know best what are our rules, right? If we cannot see you, we cannot take your question, I'm afraid. But maybe you still manage to sort it out, and we would come back to you. Then I have still a hand raised online, so that means it should be for Olaf. Otherwise, please put down your hand. Ksenia Polska.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, and see you. Good.
Great. I hope it's for Olaf, because I would like to ask for a comment on the so-called mineral agreement, or the agreement to establish the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. So if you could maybe give us your evaluation of, now that we know the contents of this agreement, please. Thank you.
Before Olaf, in this case it will be for 444. Yes, you can. Olaf is offering to take it up. Okay, go ahead, Olaf. You've been delegated.
Look, thanks for the question, but it's not for us to comment or evaluate from this podium an agreement between Ukraine and the US. That's something between them. Our interest is in our agreements with Ukraine, and that's what we're continuing to work on in a very detailed and structured way.
Yes, we can, however, say that we do welcome the agreement that was struck yesterday, that it does take into consideration notably the accession process of Ukraine and the EU acquis, which obviously is of key importance, and that is something which Of course, we had discussed with our Ukrainian counterparts, and we understand that this was also their concern to make sure that such an agreement would not stand on the way of a possible future accession. So this is important also to be said. Still on this, Diego?
Yes, thank you. It's a follow-up to what you just said on the acquis and the accession process. Have you been in some way or another involved in negotiating, drafting, or at least checking the parts that might be of relevance to the accession process of Ukraine in the agreement? Thank you.
Been in close contact with the Ukrainian counterparts on this subject. Any other question to Olaf? Ekrem, I think you noted that it was also on the US-Ukraine deal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's related. I mean, now as you have more details of this agreement between US and Ukraine, what does it says for the European Commission on the effect of the 2021 memorandum between EU and Ukraine? How does it affect? Is anything left from that memorandum, or it's a dead paper since yesterday or 2 days ago?
Yeah. Leah, you would like to address this one, please?
Yes, thanks a lot. So based on our preliminary assessment, what seems to us at this moment that the Ukraine-US deal is not an exclusive one, so it wouldn't have an impact on our memorandum of understanding from 2021. So of course Ukraine is free to still engage with the EU in this area, and of course we would be happy to continue our collaboration on this.
Thank you, Leah. Any other questions on this? No, then we can change topic. Yes, Angela, sorry.
Angela Skujins for TVP World. Serbian President Alexander Vucic doubled down yesterday on his planned attendance to the Moscow military parade, saying that he is ready to endure any punishment, sanctions, or whatever the European Commission or European Council decide. It's quite clear that he intends to go now, despite the Commission's strident warnings that we heard this week. So I'm curious as to what happens next and what specific instruments could be triggered in response to this. Thank you.
Good. This is a question for Marcus, stepping in for Guillaume.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela, for the question. As Guillaume has said earlier this week, Serbia has applied for and is negotiating membership of the EU. The EU wants to count on Serbia as a reliable European partner for common principles, values,
10 remove everything. Oh my god. At 12, I have over an hour. Let's just use a word potion. I can use these to craft a ton of elements. I'm right, aren't I? I could just do that. Especially since it's been snowing, I can just get the permafrost really easily. This is gonna be hilarious, but I think.
Bye.